wanna see a whack MC when he bustin', but I just back away real cool, no fussin'. I'd rather go kicking in the streets with the bums and use the knowledge to collect what? Some funds. Open a non-profit and build a damn school. And this is the story of how a great king rules. There's many that claim to know the local demographic, but don't have the nerve to tell you the truth. It's tragic, but I do, so sit back and let me spit this shit to you. You feel better when I spit this shit to you. Despite the system trying to clamp down on the people will learn how to stand up to evil. Not evil that's across the globe, that's too far, but evil that lies in their own backyard. And fighting, it's not an option, they can't win. The government, it's not supposed to represent sin, but then again they do, and that's a problem. So let's go down and figure out how to solve them. It's not fun being a rapper that can't speak, but we do, yes, and plus we make fat beats. Yo, we smoke weed, break up trees. Listen, bringing fat beats, that is our mission. You wanted to see us, homeboy, shut up and listen. Thelonious and Big Bennett, brother, check the vision. Mentalities of different realities. Enter the Star Trek room when you hear the boom. I be the Walkman with the super bass. Automatic stop, yes, stereo cassette player. With the delayer, freaky lyrical sprayer. Extraterrestrial rhyme sayer. I be the poetical VIC/master of the ceremony. Testimony, won't you come step with me? I'm on a historical journey, kinda like Sigourney. Implore me to represent the attorney that represents my niggas, go figure. It's the card, they call me Uncle Bigger. Niggas love your blunts, down your liquors. I be the parallel to the fiction. You fixated on this brother's nature. Relaxed behavior, I might save your change. Flip it, rearrange the whole concept. You was good for all your brain. Insane, psychotic, neurotic, black onyx, and hooked on phonics. Just atomic, bees like a bonnet. Cut with the Asiatic, they all up on it. Rhyme static with the sporadic type of skill. You wonder, is this nigga Vic really for real? It's still, but only necessary in the berry. I'm milk like dairy, they quite contrary. That's scary, but I'm a dog in a prairie. I scurry to grab my bones and just bury. Lyrical flurry, go get your secretary with impeccable diction. My style might vary, so get a hold of your own shit real fast. Fucking with us, we take it right out your ass. Prairie dogs chill while the other dogs howl. Too many dogs get sent to the pound. Back on the hill, me and my peeps just lounge. Prairie dogs, we keep it on the down. Splatter, don't like gun splatter. We try to climb the ladder, wicked men get better. They make it like splatter, but it really don't matter. Cause you know we coming back to our sons and our daughters. Father him, the one who protects ya, and the mother, she will never neglect ya. Through divine nature, the people respect ya, and in this way I deliver my lecture. They want war. Crime babies looking for food. Starvation, the recipe. People subdued when the people you trust got it in for you. Deceit is the word of the day and every clue. Don't let it go. It's from the days of old. Time is up, but some still do not know. Can I make up my mind? Is it worth the dime? Do I have to take a minute just to make it mine? Life's never fair, but don't listen to the TV. Go out and take a listen to the streets with the people in the slums and the homeless bums with degrees and degrees sitting under a tree. It's not easy in the world for the poor man, the one that brought you to reality. See, they don't want you to know about the black sheep. Need leaving 7 roads to the 12 families all around the globe with an ancient code. Is it really asking a lot to say a death old? Cause we sitting on the earth looking back at extinct, and I'm standing on some ground that's about to sink. I ain't scared for a minute, I ain't about to blink, but I documented for the world what I see and think. Feel we on the call and up and we on the brink. All Congress gonna do is waste paper and ink. Vote or die, you voted and you'll die. You can have it both ways, can't say it's a lie. You can march all you want, but they playing you wrong. They only understand war, it's the same old song. They want war, all they really want is a war. Diversionary tactic to make the big score. The diamonds in the morning, you know they want more, but they wanna keep you low, so they manifest the war. War, all they really want is a war. Diversionary tactic to make the big score. The diamonds in the morning, you know they want more, but they wanna keep you low, so they manifest the war. Like the lotus coming out of the mud with colors, I create envy in those with power but jealous. I unify the poor with my song, the hell with the others. Descended the way they treat indigenous brothers, cause I understand we link forever. They try to hate us even though that we keep it together. I'm not talking about controlling the air or the weather, I'm talking about maintaining the truth, the high endeavor. A rebel drops bombs in the midst of trouble. The free world counterattack and now there's double, but nature gets the shit in the way to settle. If you stop the machines for a minute you might hear, but they won't cause the TVs whisper in the ear. And capitalism has eyes that don't fear, and they cloud up and get crazy and won't steer. And like an ab, it's hard to get an ass to listen. Living like this is like living in prison. It's hard to keep hope when you're living in prison. The spiritual thoughts, so yes, the mental prison. The outside, yes, it's got to get through. Something's gotta die, so something here can live. Your life is nothing if you got nothing to give. Keeping the spiritual, yes, disguised as religion. Controlling your mind, the mental prison. They want war, all they really want is a war. Diversionary tactic to make the big score. The diamonds in the morning, you know they want more, but they wanna keep you low, so they manifest the war. War, all they really want is a war. Diversionary tactic to make the big score. The diamonds in the morning, you know they want more, but they wanna keep you low, so they manifest the war.
1 2 1 2. All right, now it is Wednesday 29th July, 0843 Central European Time. That makes it 0243 Eastern Standard Time in the Americas. What's up, y'all? Let's get it cracking, as they say. And listen, I hope everybody had a good day, right? And it's the wee hours of the morning in the Americas, right? And or around 11. What is that? 11, 12, something like that on the West Coast. But here in Central Europe, it is the morning. It's 8:44. People are just getting up on their way to work, getting on the subway, you know. And yeah, and for others, they on summer break. It's summertime right now, so a lot of Danes are on summer break, summer vacation, you know. So those of you that are listening in on summer vacation and you just getting up early, what's up to you too? I'm glad you're here. Now, let's get into it because yesterday I started a little late. Let me know if the audio is good too. I started a little late yesterday, but so there wasn't, you know, there's always more news. But in any case, before we get into Netanyahu, let's just see what the general news looks like real quick. There's some updates on Mitch McConnell. So
the governor of Kentucky, Andy Beshear, Democrat, has issued this ultimatum to 84-year-old Republican Senator Mitch McConnell, who, as you may know, has not been seen in public since he was hospitalized 44 days ago. Quote, verbally address the people of Kentucky and provide proof of your capacity to serve or resign. The Democratic governor gave that ultimatum in a letter addressed to McConnell, quote, under the assumption he is capable of reading and responding verbally and not incapacitated by means of consciousness or cognition.
Damn.
Beshear also repeated his message on camera today.
All I'm asking for, and the people of Kentucky are asking for, is transparency and honesty, that Senator McConnell still has the capacity to serve. And I hope he does. I wish him well. I hope his health is improving. But if he can have a 17 minutes conversation with his protege, he can call into any of your news stations for 3. All we're asking is just a little bit of proof. We have seen rampant speculation across social media and elsewhere. It could all be fully avoided, and it's all within Senator McConnell's power. But because he won't do that, the fact is that we don't know.
Wow.
Beshear Senate.
So this guy is still missing, and the governor is calling him out and saying, listen, man, just talk to the people like everybody else. Like, Give a call in. Let somebody. I mean, think about this. If you can't even pick up the phone and call the governor, the person who runs the state. I mean, it's not like the senator runs the state. The senator is or the congressional member is just there to write laws on the federal level. That's it. That's it. They don't run the state of Kentucky. He's the representative to write laws, and he's not even picking up the phone to call the governor of his own state. Like, come on, what does that mean? That means he's not able to work. That's what that means. That's also scary because it doesn't just mean he's not able to work. It means it's so bad he can't say it by talking. That's what that means. Yeah.
And a copy of the letter to Senate Majority Leader John Thune urging him to investigate McConnell's condition. This is happening because, apart from a few Republicans in McConnell's orbit, no one, not even his constituents, has heard from McConnell since he was taken to the hospital more than 6 weeks ago. His office has released 2 photos of him, spying next to his wife, as you see there, those 2. There's been no other communication from him and no transparency about his prognosis. Barbara Boxer is a former Democratic senator from California, and she joins me now. And obviously, you served in the Senate alongside yes. Mitch McConnell. This is a very strange situation. What do you make of it all?
And maggots don't trust her. No. Maggots aren't calling for Mitch McConnell to call in. They're worried about Kamala 2028. Yeah, that's better to think about. Maggots ain't even thinking about they're not even thinking about the midterms. They're not thinking about McConnell. They thinking about 2028. Like anything to get their mind off of reality of what's happening right now.
And there's something wrong with the Senate. It's dysfunctional that they're not figuring this out. The Constitution says we're in charge of the rules surrounding.
Yeah, can't write laws from heaven. Can't vote from heaven. Can't write laws from heaven.
Surrounding our own members.
Can't write laws from hell either.
And I do want to say this. I don't want people to think I'm being partisan. When Senator Feinstein was ill and she had missed so many votes, I called her and I said, Diane, please, you've got such a wonderful record. You shouldn't stay there. I left. It's great. You can get to speak, but she was angry at me. So there's a certain thing that's happening here. Now, remember, in the Senate, the median age is 65. That means half of them are less than 65 and half of them are older than 65.
Damn.
So this is an issue that has to be.
The median age is 65 in the Senate. Yo, damn. That means young people don't have a chance they don't have representation. Young people. This is all, what the U.S. is? That basically means only people that are close to retirement have representation. That is crazy. Oh, well.
Addressed. The last thing I'll say here to you is this.
Child care.
We get elected by...
Child care, education, off the table. Can't have none of that in the U.S. That can't be built in the tax system. Child care and education, huh? Exactly. It's just embarrassing.
The people are the boss. I think Andy Bashir is showing great restraint.
Oh, I like what she just said there. The people are the boss. The people are supposed to be the boss in a democracy, but Americans don't think that way. Americans like cult leaders.
Strength and respect in what he's saying. And basically, we work for the federal government. So today I looked at the rules for a normal federal employee, quote unquote. I say normal, not elected. They get 13 days a year of paid leave. 13 days, you can carry it over.
Facts.
But you have to discuss it with, HR.
Yeah.
This is wrong. And
that's what I mean by Americans. They vote for cult leaders. They don't vote for representatives. They don't vote for civil service. These people are not doing their civil duty anymore. They're being treated like gods by the fucking voters. No wonder the United States doesn't have shit any other Western nation has. It's because the people do this to themselves. They voted for Mitch McConnell. These goddamn Kentuckians voted this MFer in with this smug ass smile that is fucking, that he's supposed to be in the cemetery. Let's be honest. He's supposed to be in a retirement home, an elder's home, or a cemetery. He's not supposed to be even thinking about law. Okay, he's too fucking old to even know what laws need to be applied. When's the last time he hit the streets? I mean, I'm just saying, and shook some hands. You know what I'm saying? To get his vote. When was the last time he hit the streets in Kentucky to get some votes, man? Like, but I'm pretty sure there's real low voter turnout in Kentucky too. I mean, there's a lot of Americans that fucking just don't even vote. Maybe that's how he got in. Is that how? All right.
Mitch McConnell,
I'm sure he's not the only one. I mean, there's some others who got really low voter turnout and somehow they get elected.
I looked it up back in 2023, where he missed 29 votes due to his fall. 2024, it continued. He missed 31 votes. 2025, 73 votes. And now in 2026, he's missed 27% of votes, 56 votes. So this is wrong.
He's missed 56 votes. Yo, Rebo, I see you out there. Rebo says he had the same stupid smile on his face for 10 years. Fired this old jackass. Yeah, exactly. Why not? I mean, listen, are you afraid to offend somebody when you're talking about Mitch McConnell? Because he don't give a fuck about you or what you think. I mean, this dude is God, man. He's thinking about how he can scam the rest of the money before he steps down and shit. This is crazy. It's crazy. It's sad.
You know,
in any case, so we heard that. We know that that's going on. Now, here's some other news. Let's check this out. Let's see. We're working our way up to Netanyahu, so bear with me.
Joined now by the roundtable in Washington, our chief White House correspondent, Mary Bruce, former DNC chair Donna Brazile, and former New Jersey Governor Chris Christie. Good morning to all of you. And
the status quo.
Mary,
except they're not on the they're all against Trump, and the Trump Republicans are like running the country into the ground. But this is the opposition, y'all. This is the opposition.
Start with you. You pressed President Trump this week on what the plan was, what the strategy is on how to end this war. We now know that he threatened a massive strike. New York Times reporting that backing off. So what is the strategy?
Didn't we hear this before? This has already happened 2 times. He's backing off. He's back on. He's backing off. He's back on. It's like, man, the American people are getting shafted right here. They're getting shafted. And listen, these, again, Trump is old as goddamn. He's old as a Neanderthal in ice. You know what I'm saying? Trump is fucking old. And guess what? He is just doing whatever he wants. He doesn't give a goddamn. He's living his best life, running the country into the ground. And again, stupid fucking Americans voted for it. And it's not a racial thing. Dumbasses from all types of backgrounds voted for his ass. And he is kicking their ass. He is kicking their ass so good. And my only thoughts is this is so evil what he's doing. I mean, I'm like, do they deserve it? Do they deserve it? Like, having that amount of stupidity, does it mean that they deserve this? Because they could lose their country. They could lose their people are losing their homes. People might lose their goddamn country. They voted for someone who walked in thieves into the fucking, hen house. He walked in Elon Musk. He walked in Putin. He walked in every fucking enemy of the United States. And if you think Elon Musk cares about the United States, boy, you deserve to be smacked. Like, no, he doesn't care about you. He doesn't care about anyone. He cares about himself. He wanted the gold that the taxpayer would be stupid enough to give him, and he got it. And what are you going to do about it? Nothing. Nothing. You better hope you can vote their ass out. You better hope there's a fucking election. You better pray. Because a lot of you talk this shit about having gun rights and all of that. I already know you're not going to do a motherfucking thing. It was a hoax. You are just dumb and lazy. Too fucking lazy to apply your brain to not vote for a fucking pedophile.
Yeah, it's a good question because, Martha, right now there really doesn't seem to be a clear strategy. As you mentioned, there's that New York Times report that he's backing off plans for a massive strike. This morning, asked about that. The White House tells me that the president continues to retain all options. They stress he's always preferred a diplomatic solution. But of course, so far, talks have gone nowhere. And yet the White House this morning is still threatening possible escalation, telling me that if Iran doesn't come back and negotiate a deal, that they know what will happen. Look, as you keep saying, Martha, I mean, we are months into a war that was supposed to last weeks. There is no clear off-ramp. The attacks are dragging on. And when I pressed the president, given the fact that Iran doesn't seem to be giving in, is the strategy just to keep attacking until they somehow get Iran to back down? Well, the president didn't really like that. He pushed back pretty strongly against me and insisted that Iran desperately wants to talk. But again, there are no signs of that. And so without an off-ramp, I think, the status quo seems likely to continue. These strikes will continue, and they are now widening. And of course, as oil prices spike, it just presents a huge political problem for the president and Republicans, especially as we barrel towards the midterms, Martha.
Chris, you know Donald Trump very well. He likes to win. Even though he said they won this war, there are no signs right now that he is winning.
Martha, look, there are no signs he's winning in Iran. And the Iranians have learned, as many of us in this country have learned, that the bluster is the bluster. How many times has he threatened to bomb them into civil?
The goddamn trolls haven't learned, though. Have the trolls learned? Put a 1 in the chat if the trolls have learned. Put a 2 in the chat if the trolls are just not going to learn.
Out of civilization, bomb every power plant, bomb every bridge, and then he inevitably backs off. He thinks that this is a real estate deal, that if he blusters about someone else is looking at this property and you have to offer right now, that somehow they're going to do it. That doesn't work in international diplomacy. It certainly doesn't work with the Iranians. And I'll say this, Martha, the problem for the president and for my party right now is that the show is over. He can no longer distract from bad decisions with his charisma and his speaking. And the best example of that are the 2 speeches in the last week, the speech on election integrity and the speech on Friday night at the Correspondents' Dinner. No one is paying attention anymore. They are bored with the act. At times on Friday night, it seemed like he was even bored with the act. And the Iranians notice all of this, Martha, and they're not going to take him seriously. And that has got to be incredibly frustrating to a president who all he cares about is that people take him seriously.
And I want to go to you, Donna, on this. I have a feeling you agree with some of that, but I want to talk about the budget request on Capitol Hill, $67 billion. The Democrats pushed back hard, but you heard what Pete Hegseth said. Look, this just shows you don't support the troops. That is the troops, rather. That's something they're going to hear again and again.
Well, Martha, as you all know, the Democrats do support our service members, both who have been wounded and, of course, the 18 service members have been killed. We also need to hear from the Department of Veteran Affairs so that we can support those troops once they're back home. The bottom line is, without a strategy, without an off-ramp, and with the negotiators probably somewhere between Mar-a-Lago and Switzerland, we need to understand what is the next step. We haven't heard of any escalation over the last 48 hours. Somehow or another, the strikes have stopped. But will the team get back together to put together the memorandum of understanding so that there can be a real ceasefire and negotiations can continue to end this war?
Mary, I want to talk about that Saudi deal.
It's really interesting because people like this one, right? Donna, right? And many Democrats, they basically don't speak the same language as MAGA supporters or MAGA. They don't speak the same language as Stephen Miller. They don't speak the same language as many of these people, as Trump, right? They don't speak that language, actually. They speak a language of kind of responsibility, and therefore voters are so frustrated with the country that it doesn't come off as enough, right? Yeah, and that's really sad. That's really sad for the times. Even Kamala Harris, people interpret her as being weak, right? As not having a spine. I'm saying some people, not all people, but some people. Smart people know that, damn, you don't want to bring everything down in your country just to meet Donald Trump's communication level. You don't want to join him there because you lose something also there if you do that. But me, myself, I think overall, it's a hard thing to choose. It's hard to know what to do because people in the country have never allowed to speak like in this uncivil way towards each other. So I'm not really sure myself what to do. Like me, I'm not speaking civilly. I don't give a fuck. You know what I mean? But I'm just aware that people like this, right, are interpreted as being weak, not knowing anything, just, you know, basically not fighting hard. And that's kind of sad because they look at people like Trump as being strong, right? He's a lunatic. He's associated with pedophilia. Obviously, his best friend was running a espionage operation on the country, and yet voters support him. They support him. His kids, he's out there rescuing the Tate brothers, and yet the voters support that. They don't see this as decent. They see him as strong. They see decent as weak. Like, so if you haven't robbed the coffers of the United States of America, if you haven't gone around raping and pillaging people, if you haven't run an espionage campaign for 30 years on elected officials, Supreme Court justices and things like that, they see you as weak. They give all those things to Trump as power moves. Elon Musk, break the rules. They see that as, yeah, thumbs up. That's what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to break the rules. Get it done. That's pretty much what MAGA says. He comes out with a hat, wears a hat talking to him, and he's done it over and over and over, implying that he's going to break the law and run again. They like that kind of stuff. And they see Democrats as being weak for following the law. They see Democrats as being weak for following the law. That is what's going on in the United States of America. If you actually follow the norms and the standards of the law, you're seen as weak because Trump didn't have to do it. Look at January 6th. They see January 6th as not following the law, and they didn't follow the law. They see that as powerful. They see that as justice, as right, as proof that they were right. How do you beat that? Is it possible to beat that without doing the same? Is it possible? People going to find out. People are going to find out.
You heard me talking about that earlier. But how did that happen, that was signed? And then?
But I know one thing for sure. I ain't following the fucking law. I'm not fucking following the law. I'm not following the fucking law. I follow the law minimally. I file my taxes from overseas. That's it. Outside of that, fuck the United States fucking law right now because Trump is not following it. It's a bunch of corrupt motherfuckers. Okay, they're trying to destroy NATO. They're trying to destroy the U.S. They're trying to kill people like me inside of the country. Fuck them. Fuck them. Fuck them.
Oh, wait a minute.
Said you can get somebody else to follow the law. You can get somebody else to seem weak. I don't give a fuck about you. Fuck Donald Trump. Fuck everybody that supports Donald Trump. Fuck you. Fuck your family. Fuck everything about you.
Minute. It's not actually as we told you it was.
Yeah, it's pretty astounding. I mean, Energy Secretary Chris Wright and his Saudi counterpart signed this deal, this civilian nuclear agreement. And then, of course, just 24 hours later, after the president announced this, he puts in place this new condition that really puts the entire deal at jeopardy, now insisting that Saudi Arabia has to join the Abraham Accord. Of course, that would require them to normalize relations with Israel, something that they've said won't happen unless Israel agrees to a Palestinian state. So it is highly unlikely to see how this is going to go forward.
Hold on.
Relations with Israel, something that at jeopardy, now insisting that Saudi Arabia has to join the Abraham Accord. Of course, that would require them to normalize relations with Israel, something that they've said won't happen unless Israel agrees to a Palestinian state. So it is highly unlikely to see how this is going to go forward. Certainly, the president can put the brakes on it now as he goes back and forth with the Saudis about this condition. But the White House, after the deal was announced and signed, made it very clear that unless they join the Abraham Accords, there will be no deal, Martha.
Chris, I want to turn.
I see somebody in the chat says Democrats support, they support, what is it? The DNC is loaded with Zionists, but they actually generate public equity. Some of the people, the DNC, the United States government is. The Republicans, outside of one representative, all get AIPAC money. Democrats are like, I don't know how many right now because it changes according to, the elections. But I think that, a good number of them get AIPAC money. The only people you've been seeing winning without AIPAC money are Democrats. You haven't seen any Republicans win without AIPAC money. You saw Massey, the one man who wrote the goddamn Epstein discharge petition. You saw him lose when he didn't get AIPAC money. So the very person, this shows you how pathetic Americans are right now. And I mean my own country. I'm American. This is how pathetic my country is right now. The person who wrote the very discharge petition that Republicans vote, he's a Republican, Massey. What they did was they voted him out of power. You wouldn't even have the goddamn Epstein law in effect. You wouldn't even have it in effect. And what did they do to the one person that wrote the law? Fire his ass. That's how backwards Americans are right now. They support pedophiles. They support corruption. They support racism. They support bigotry. They support misogyny. They support slavery. Like straight up. This is what they're supporting. And Democrats need to fight back harder. Democrats need to use more decisive language. And they also need to abandon AIPAC because, look, AIPAC is causing them to lose, too. When you try to hold the middle ground too goddamn much over an issue where so many civilians have been killed, you harm your own party. That's just it. It doesn't matter who's doing it. People see. The world sees. How are you going to be a Democratic politician when the rest of the Western world has abandoned Netanyahu? You don't see that? You don't see that? It's not about Israel. It's about you can't support regimes that fucking kill this many people. That's what it's about. Just like everybody else in the Western world has said, we're not supporting a regime that kills this many people. That's what they've said. So Democrats, y'all better wake up, man. Y'all better wake up fast. Don't depend on voters just to vote for you because Trump is fucked up. Because that didn't work last time. Don't depend on voters to vote for you just because the Republican Party supports bigoted, misogynistic rapists, thieves. Don't depend on people to just vote for you just because the other party is so fucked up and bad. That's not a plan. You have to stand for something. And the Democrats do stand for a lot. That's the problem. The Dems stand for a lot. But it doesn't matter because what do they deliver in reality? What does the Democratic Party deliver in reality? What does the Democratic Party how does the Democratic Party educate its voters? How does it educate the citizens of the United States? Is it just a status quo party? Or is it really a progressive party? No, it's not a progressive party. It's not a progressive party in Western terms. So the Democratic Party is behind other Western nations in terms of, just being progressive. It is. So,
Back
it's
to
crazy,
the
man.
midterms. A lot can happen in 100 days, but this escalation has meant a hit on the economy again. The White House Republicans truly have to be worried about what happens. That is all the people care about. They don't like the way this war is being handled, and they don't like what's happening to the.
They're not worried about it. I mean, they're not worried about it. Look, the Republicans see that the Democrats largely get money from the same people. AIPAC. So why would they be worried? Why would Republicans see that as an issue when you accept money from the same people? Why would they see that? That doesn't make any sense. Talking about they have to be worried. Let's see. Maybe they're worried in some ways, but I don't think about this one.
Happen in 100 days, but this escalation has meant a hit on the economy again. The White House Republicans truly have to be worried about what happens. That is all the people care about. They don't like the way this war is being handled, and they don't like what's happening to the economy. So what do Republicans do?
How do you go from we know we're going to go to war against Iran party, which is the Republican Party, to a maybe we go to war with Iran party? How do you do that? That's not a big enough difference. People want yes, no. People don't want yes, maybe. They don't want that anymore. And they don't want that with healthcare. They don't want no and a maybe party with healthcare. They don't want one party saying no to universal healthcare. Communist, that's communist. And then the other party saying maybe. They don't want that anymore. People don't want maybe.
Well, Martha, look, Republicans, my party has got to be scared, and especially some very good members of Congress who otherwise might deserve re-election are weighed down by the following. Look at the numbers in the Fox News poll last week.
They're scared, but not scared enough. Not scared enough. They're not scared enough. They are scared, but they're not scared enough because something else is going on. It's not about them winning no goddamn election. They're not doing this to win. This is not how they plan on winning. Getting your vote is not how Republicans plan on winning. Okay? That's what January 6th was about.
The president.
So they have a contingency plan for losing. That's what's going on.
His job approval is at 3861. But worse, he's 34 points underwater on the economy, 32 points underwater on Iran. And the bigger problem in these swing districts.
Does he care?
For the House and these swing states in the Senate is what's going on with independents. The president's job approval is 41 points underwater with independents.
Somebody said Dems are now communists. Man, what the fuck are you talking about? They called Kamala Harris a communist in 2024 just for saying child care. We need more child care. Communist. It's like, okay, you think that's going to work again? I mean, see, this is the Republicans. They don't care about winning an election. That's what I'm saying, because that's one of their new talking points. And you could tell, okay, if Democrats are communists for wanting universal health care, then that means everyone in the Western world is communist. Jackass. Okay, because everyone else in the Western world has universal health care. Dumbass. Okay, I mean, really, that's why I tell you, Republicans, they don't care. It's not about winning this election. It's about something else. It's not about winning any election. They know they're going to lose the election. It's about setting up the media space and contorting people's minds so that they can do another Jan 6. That's what that's about.
And he's 66 points under.
Or something worse than Jan 6. Something worse. That's what this is about.
Order on inflation with independents. Those are deadly numbers. And so, for Republicans, they're going to have to start making a decision. Do they try to distance themselves from this president? And this is going to be the first time he's going to have to confront that potentially. Either they're going to go down with him as he's going down, and these are Fox News poll numbers. So, we got some real problems as a party, and it's going to affect. I was with Republican governors this past week. And there's a lot of Republican gubernatorial races that we are very, very worried about in states that we have always won. And that's a real problem.
And Donna, let's talk about the Senate, particularly Maine. We've also got Michigan. Graham Plattner replaced, he was a prominent, Troy Jackson was a prominent Plattner supporter, but he also came in third place in Maine's gubernatorial primary. So how confident are you that Troy Jackson could beat Susan Collins?
I'm very confident. Look, he's a logger. He's somebody who has been around the state of Maine for a long time. I believe he can put together the electoral coalition that will win in the state of Maine. He knows that state very well. He knows how to connect with working people. And I think Mr. Jackson is going to prove to be a very competitive candidate. I know he has 100 days, but the people of Maine are very motivated, and you saw that in the convention. In terms of Michigan, their primary is coming up next week, on August 4th. That is also a very competitive state. You have a mainstream Democrat running against an insurgent, or what we like to call a very energetic.
No, Smooth. No, Do Not USA doesn't own a dictionary. That's what I'm saying. This is what I mean. That's the proof of what I was saying. They're not worried about winning an election. They're not even trying to win. They know they're losing it. All they're trying to do is spread enough disinformation across the media airways to justify their real action, which will be another Jan 6 type event or worse. This midterms. You see, that's all it is. They trying to set themselves up to send people out with guns, harass voters, and steal the midterm elections. That's what they want to do. They want to go to states and raid state government buildings, raid the voting offices. This is what they want to do. This is what they want to do. They're not worried about winning. Why do they need to win when they can just spread disinformation and the people will just listen and beat up police and get a pardon? Wow. Trump can pardon anybody. He can pardon anyone that attacks any state official, beats any state police officer up, shoots any police officer, kills any police officer, kills any state representative, kills any election official. Trump can pardon them all. That is what they're going for. That's what they're going for. It's so obvious. Calling people communists for wanting universal health care literally means every other Western nation is a communist nation. Calling people communists because they want access to higher education, even for poor people, calling them that is calling every other Western nation communist. Talking about child care, using tax dollars to help assist people with child care, calling that communist is calling every other Western nation on the planet of the earth a communist nation. That's what that's doing. Talking about using tax dollars to help create affordable housing is calling if you call that communist, you're calling every other Western nation a communist nation. That is what you're doing. You're calling the entire NATO communist. And only a motherfucking fool or a troll doesn't know that. Period. And there's a lot of fools in the United States. There's a lot of trolls out here on the internet. And unfortunately, they will connect with a lot of American citizen mother effing fools. That's how it works. That's how it worked the last time. It's going to work even more this time. Watch.
A candidate from the left, that's going to also be a state that we need to win. But Democrats also have another path. We got Alaska that's still in play, Iowa that's still in place. And if we keep Georgia and we can improve in North Carolina, Democrats are still competitive in the United States Senate as well as the House. Look, Democrats have a great deal of momentum right now. We've won 90% of the races since Trump been in office. I'm confident that we can take back to Congress.
Martha.
Oh, it's totally rational. Of course that's going to happen. But it ain't going to happen if you got a mob of people saying, oh, fuck no. And Trump's willing to pardon them. And that's exactly why he's holding on, because the man is ready to die. But you know he's holding on. And the other ones have already talked it up. Marco Rubio has talked it up. J.D. Vance, they've all talked it up. They've all called the left terrorists at this point. So you know what they're going to do. They're giving license to right-wingers to kill people around the votings. That's what they gave him. Still, just go in there and kill anybody, threaten to kill people that are going to count those votes. That's all they got to do is say, these votes ain't legitimate. You're a communist. And there you have it. And you got Trump pardoning all of them.
Let me just say and remind my friend Donna that the road.
All right. So they're going to do it. I mean, here's some more BS. Let's just get through up to the Netanyahu shit now. I just want to get one last thing from punk ass Scott Jennings. Peep this shit.
Do you agree with Homan that this is something that is because of Democrats, or is this a single guy who decided to do something that was illegal?
Of course, I agree with Homan, and it's not a single guy. This is another in a long string of attacks.
You see what I mean? This is what they're going for. So, this is what they are going for. And people knew this the entire time. People have been saying this the entire time. It is what it is. You can kill an American citizen. An American citizen staying there saying, get out of my town. You have the right, as if you're an ICE officer, to pull out your gun and shoot them and murder them in the street on camera. Right. So they call that terrorist. They called Alex Preddy a terrorist. They called Alex Preddy a terrorist for defending an unarmed woman. They called and murdered him in broad daylight on camera. So that means everybody's a terrorist any goddamn way. And everybody's associated with the left who does anything whatsoever. It is all of you. All of you. You know why it is? Because that is the only argument that works for them to stop the elections. They have to have an argument. That works pretty well. A lot of people will agree with it. You see them come through here in the chat every goddamn day. You see them up on my post every goddamn day. Trump could wear on a hat that says 2028, and they will defend that. When has Trump ever said he was going to run for election? You see, those are the trolls. That's how they do it. What he means by 2028 is send down a mob to each state where they will be collecting these votes. That's what they mean. They don't plan on winning it.
ICE personnel, ICE facilities. There's been a massive spike in violence against ICE agents, really against all law enforcement, specifically federal law enforcement out there. I think you've got members of Congress, the mayor of New York City, governors, as Homan said, all sorts of people out there who are using language that would lead someone to go do these kinds of things. It's despicable.
So what happened to January 6th? What happened to January 6th? What are they doing? Mom Donnie did something.
Members of Congress, the mayor of New York City, governors, as Homan said, all sorts of people out there who are using language that would lead someone to go do these kinds of things.
And look at this guy to the right. He's like,
Federal law enforcement out there. I think you've got members of Congress, the mayor of New York City, governors, as Homan said, all sorts of people out there who are using language.
So, look at that grin that he have on his face. Look at this.
All sorts of people.
It's smug. Look at this.
There who are.
You see that? That's because he knows it's a goddamn lie, and he knows what it's about, and he's going to back it up because he's a fucking bigot. He's a misogynist. He's a classist. That's what that's about. He knows is wrong, but the ends justify the means in MAGA. January 6th, in their eyes, was justified, and Trump told them it was justified, and Trump pardoned them, and Trump is planning on pardoning them no matter what they do. They could go out and kill thousands of Americans on election night. Trump will pardon all of them. All of them. They could kill 1,000 state officials. Trump will pardon all of them. Of course, that won't stop the states from prosecuting their ass. You see what I mean? But in a Republican state, where this midterms, where they feel like they're going to lose even to Republicans, what's the Republican governor going to do? What do you think he's going to do? What do you think he's going to order his police to do? What do you think he's going to order his DA to do? What do you think is going to happen in a Republican state? So, of course, they don't want the blackies, the Hispanics coming out to vote, and they don't want the whiteys coming out to vote for for a dirty little Democrat party, dirty stinking liberal party, homosexual supporting party. They don't want that. You know what I'm saying? But it's true. It's true. It's true. I mean, I'm not saying blue states are not going to lock their ass up. Blue states are going to lock them up by the hundreds and hundreds, by the thousands if they try that shit. But it's the red states. The red state. We're supposed to be, trying to flip Congress. It's the red states you got to worry about. You know what I'm saying?
City governors, as Homan said, all sorts of people out there who are using language that would lead someone to go do the.
Yo, Ken, I don't give a fuck if you drop the subscription, you jackass. What the hell? What's wrong with you, boy? You better take your ass back to the U.S. and shut the fuck up and accept your life the way it is, you pathetic piece of shit. Okay? Accept it the way it is for your goddamn kids too, you dumbass. Please, unsubscribe. I fucking don't respect you. Okay? Shut up. Get the fuck out of my chat. Let's continue.
These kinds of things. It's despicable. These people are effectively political vigilantes. They've been programmed by the left to go out and take matters into their own hands. And it ought to be stopped right now.
If you thought this was despicable from CNN's favorite MAGA stooge, Scott Jennings, just wait until you hear this.
Is it possible that it is the actions of ICE that have people talking like this, not just getting messaging from the Democrats, but seeing what's happening in their communities?
So if you believe that a government agency is doing something that you don't like, and your choices are A.
Oh, okay. You said, okay. You talking about somebody else, Ken? Okay, whatever. I'm just saying. Like, listen, I have people come here. My fault, Ken. If that was a mistake, if that's my mistake, no problem. Excuse me. Now, accept my apology. But here, listen, I got people coming with this goddamn gaslighting all day. I'm unsubscribing now. I'm never coming back here now. It's like, if you got that kind of attitude, you were never a supporter any goddamn way. You don't see what this mother effing goddamn fucking punk ass hypocrite Donald Trump is doing to the United States of America? This is the same bullshit. I'm not saying you can, but this is the same type of shit people mad at Kamala Harris. No, man, she better not run. Man, you have a pedophile for a president. You should be happy anybody replaces this motherfucker, especially somebody that wants you to have some child care. I mean, listen, you may not like Kamala Harris, but look at what you fucking got. You don't notice the difference? You don't notice the difference? So when people come here with this shit about, I ain't going to subscribe. I'm not saying that was you, Ken. I just thought that was. I'm like, get the fuck out of here, man. You think I care about you? Some people need to fucking be thrown in the volcano for real. You know what I'm saying? Like, and no, Trump does not speak properly. Fuck you, Chris. Get the fuck out of here. Okay? You ain't going to get me with speak properly. The man is trying to kill people like me. I should kick you in the fucking nuts. For real. Hop your ass up here on the panel, too. You punk ass. Hop your ass up here on the panel. Where's the link? What the hell? Please hop your ass up here so I can curse your ass out live and everybody can ha ha. Yo, yeah, man. you there, Michael?
I'm here.
The man's ripping the country apart, bro. What the? You know what I'm saying?
Well, I mean, look, this is in his playbook. This is exactly what happened leading up to Jan 6. Yeah. Right? When he realizes that his power is slowly slipping away, when he realizes that his influence is slowly slipping away. And let's just keep in mind that, Jan 6th happened because he knew and saw the statistics. He knew he was bound to lose, right? And
yes,
it's the same. It's out the same playbook, right? Like for me, to be honest with you, I'm not as worried as I was in 2020. Right?
Mm-hmm.
The jig is up
Yeah,
The jig is up.
but he's still gonna try it, man. He's gonna try it.
Of course,
Yeah,
right? Like
yeah.
he's gonna try it,
But
but
maybe
the
some of
jig
the
is up.
Trump supporters that don't want somebody interfering in their vote will shoot some of them ICE people and be like, man, get the fuck out of my face. I vote for who I want.
Well, I think it's gonna be a good example, especially in open carry states
Yeah,
where
yeah.
you can carry
It's
your
reds.
gun to go
Look,
vote.
the
Right?
only place where where any Republican is going to win this election is in a red state. They could send as many fucking ICE they want out to blue states. That shit ain't gonna work, man. People hate every goddamn Republican. They're tired of this shit. I mean, it's like they can stop 50% of the people from voting. Outcome blue in blue states. The only states that can really have an effect is in the red states. Oh, what do you think? Let's debate that. Let's debate that. Let's debate that. What do you think? Go ahead. I want to hear your view.
I don't even think that. I think that even in the red states, to be honest with you, I don't see him winning even in certain red states. I do think that obviously he's gonna win certain amount.
Oh, you just cut out.
He's gonna win. He's gonna win a certain amount, right? What I don't believe is I genuinely believe that he will lose certain red states and ultimately lose the election. I think that's just where it's at, right? When we can see individuals like on the local level, like Mamdani, Abdul, right? When we look at certain DSA candidates, in other states aside from, even New York, we can tell that it's and them getting the recognition that they normally wouldn't have gotten, which means that people who didn't consider
that's true.
these points of view before are now getting to understand what rhetoric is like and what examples like Mamdani have shown.
Yeah,
I truly do believe that, like, again, it's up and he's panicking, trying to appear because let's take this into account. He could have done what he was doing now in 2020, right? I think if he didn't feel so threatened, he wouldn't be challenging things up to the Supreme Court, right? He wouldn't be trying to interfere with these elections, right? He wouldn't be so visible like he is now. This is just the midterms. It's just the midterms, right?
Yeah,
it's the midterms.
But what can you do with control over the Congress and the Senate? What can you do exactly with that?
Oh yeah, they could definitely impeach him, right? They can impeach him. They can make his living how he can be a lame duck.
Can they do something to JD Vance?
Yeah, yes they can.
Can they do something to Clarence Thomas, Judge Roberts?
Yes, they can.
Can they? Who else? Who else can they do something with? So it's like I see why he's breaking down. They're even talking about people are talking about it like motherfuckers are voting for Trump this election. They are, but they're not. They're voting. They're deciding who to get rid of that capped for Trump way too far.
There you go.
That's what this is about because they're the ones that allow Trump to get away with it. And so voters understand that's what the midterms are about. But here, let me see. You said something else. Let me go back to what you said. You said, damn, what was it? You just said something else, man. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Continue, bro. I'll remember it. Anyway, look, we can get rid of Trump's ass. We can get rid of Trump's ass by winning the midterms, by winning it heavily. If you are tired of Trump's policies, if you are tired of Republican policies, if you're tired of the goddamn Supreme Court, if you're tired of these motherfucking tariffs, if you're tired of never getting shit out of your taxes while these goddamn billionaires get every fucking thing out of your life, blood, sweat, and tears, vote against them. This midterms, it's just that simple. If you want something for yourself in the tax code, vote against the Republicans. That's the only way you're going to get it. These people think you deserve nothing from your own goddamn taxes. It's insane, bro.
I think that's exactly where people like the DSA step in, and even you have some, even some right wingers changing their tune when it comes to things like affordability,
I hope so,
right?
bro. I
And
hope so because they're
you look,
Americans. They're Americans too.
well,
They
I mean,
deserve more for their fucking
yeah,
taxes, bro.
I mean, they understand that again. The jig is up when we now have seen unregulated libertarianism, right? Right wing libertarianism, neo-libertarianism, neoconservatism combined. Now it takes away from the livelihood of that Republican dream is, right? The nucleus family, a one income earner household, right? Who can provide, right? A provider income. It takes away from all of that, right? And I think that's what a lot of people don't understand,
Right.
right? The libertarianism and unchecked libertarianism, which it essentially breaks down to capitalism, extreme capitalism, has killed the ideology of the neoconservatism of conservatism, right?
Right.
Everything that supports a patriarchy has been killed by libertarianism, right? And your conservative,
Totally.
your average conservative is now seeing that. They're like, oh wait, I can't provide for my family, or I can't see my family in order to even try to provide, right? I have to work endless hours, 2+ jobs in order for my wife to not be able to work, in order to put my kid into after school programs, after school activities, right? They're seeing that now. Oh wait, I thought I could, somehow save up enough to buy a house when now a house is unobtainable because my salary will never meet that income that allows for me to get the loan to be able to purchase a home, right? When now that they're seeing all of these things, wait, you know what cost me, $300 at the grocery is now costing me $500+ at the grocery store weekly. Now they're like, wait, what's going on,
That's
right?
part of making
How?
America great. That's what Trump meant by making America great again.
Yes, and now they're
Is it great?
seeing that.
Is it great now? Is America
And
great?
to my
Put a
point,
one in the chat if America is great right now. Put a two in the chat if the answer is, man, don't make me smack you today. What the fuck? I'm about to smack my
and-
goddamn self, man. What the fuck? Just for asking that dumbass question, yo. What the fuck?
but it's
All right, go ahead,
it's
man.
the truth. It's the truth. It's the truth, right? Like these are things that even when I look back, right, aside from contributing here, when I look at, just independently the state of America and what has created, and what every individual faces when it comes to inequality and affordability, it goes to show that, as we reach an impasse, that these conservatives and libertarians are forced to realize how it affects their everyday life. I don't think they were allowed to do that prior, right? I think we had a lot of comfortability between George Bush up until Trump. And I think that now even Trump's second term has just created so much damage that they're realizing that you can only blame the Democrats so much because the Democrats have not been visible since the Trump era. Even under Biden, Democrats were very, very mild in how their approach was, right? They were not in your face. They were not, preaching affordability and the policies that they could drive, right? Yeah, they taunted them towards the end, right? And yeah, Biden had some good policies infrastructure wise, but eventually it led back to Trump, right?
Right,
And so
right.
I think
That's the
now
only
you see,
problem, right? That's the main problem. Biden had two main problems. One was Israel essentially backfired,
yep,
right? And the other is that whatever all the great things he tried to do led back to the Republicans blocking a lot of it and Trump,
yes,
right?
and it wasn't enough because
Yeah, yeah.
he was too safe, right? He was too safe in his approach. He thought he could
He thought
mildly crawl
you
away from the MAGA movement.
yeah, he thought Americans were better than that.
You know what I do think it was the establishment Dems trying to appeal to that middle income independent, right? Who was indecisive, right? Who was unsure, that led to Trump's first term. And they wanted to slowly ease back into, the centrist Democrat ways when they just weren't visible. Right. While Biden was cohesive, while Democrats were in power, we didn't see Democrats consistently taking the stage, consistently pulling up facts to negate Trump even before he decided to run again.
Well,
right? They were not on his neck the way that Trump has always been on the Democrats' neck, and that's what led to him winning.
Yeah, exactly. And that's the thing. They didn't recognize the threat because look, what's going on right now is nowhere near close to anything called normal in the West. You have an enemy of the United States of America in the White House. Like, seriously, they hate America. They hate what it is. They like the America where it's very clear that the white race, quote unquote, because that's what they believe in, you know what I'm saying? Even though they don't take DNA tests, that the white people, a few white people are at the top and everybody else is a classist structure. That's really what they want, and that's what they're going for. And if they can't have it, you just simply have to chase their ass out the country. I mean, they're willing to rip the whole fucking country down, tear down the economy, make it collapse so bad that it won't even matter. The next person who takes power won't even be able to correct it, won't even be able to fix it. That's literally what they're doing now. So to not see that Trump is going to walk in Putin into the White House, to not see that there's a possibility that a man that could be led by Netanyahu and Putin could harm the country forever. I just think I've had this question in my mind. Like, I think it's too much to have expected people to be able to endure what Trump has brought, because it's not American and it's not just and it's not Western, So I think that for some reason, I think it falls back on Biden. Not because I don't like Biden. I respect Biden. I like Biden. You know what I mean? But I mean, it really doesn't matter how much you like the last guy when someone who came in and threatened the entire Western world took office and is threatening Americans and down with killing Americans and is a bigot, misogynist, rapist, Jeffrey Epstein's best friend. I mean, come on. I think there had to be something there. And I just wonder myself, like, do other people know all these secrets in the Epstein files? They know it, but yet there's a reason why they haven't acted yet. Like, does Biden know without saying it? Like, does he know what Trump is doing and why he's doing it? Like, in other words, if you know where he's going to go because you know who's behind what he's doing, then you can always head them off, right? You can do it because you have the information. You can share the information with others. We may not know if Biden knows all this shit in the Epstein files. We may not know if they've shared that information with others in other Western countries. We don't know. The American citizen doesn't know everything. But I just mean, people shouldn't have to endure this, bro. Americans shouldn't have to endure this. We've already endured too much, man.
Should.
We should. You think we should? All right, go ahead. Tell me that. That's why I like you, bro. That's why I like you. Go ahead. Go ahead. No, because I want some pushback, and you the dude to give it to me, man. Do that, please.
Politically aware, right? It's our fault for not learning civics. It's our fault for not learning economics. It's our fault. Americans have been allowed to play the sideline when it comes to a lot of those topics, right? Civics, just basic education, critical thinking skills, economics, right? Global economics, global affairs. We've been too comfortable and allowed to take a back seat and just like talking heads. Trump has woken a lot of individuals up to be politically active, to be politically aware on both sides. Even though we have echo chambers on both sides, especially on the right with the MAGA movement, it has allowed when we have individuals who were in the MAGA movement and had to Google voter fraud and had to Google, the branches of government, right, and how they work, We would have never gotten there without Trump, right? We still would have had a very ignorant group
You're
of
right.
voters. And I
Yeah.
do believe now, regardless of where someone lies in a political aisle, they are forcefully educated, self-educated on these topics. Every day we go through turmoil. Every day when we have, this war in Iran, the conflict, the questionable relationship with Israel,
Mm-hmm.
people are forced to look shit up. They
Mm-hmm.
are forced to learn. Otherwise, they would not have learned. And that is what the MAGA movement, the only positive that has come out the MAGA movement, and so Americans deserved it because we were ignorant. We were ignorant, and we still have a loud minority who's ignorant. But I do believe that there's a ton of individuals who were on the MAGA right who are now silent.
I hope
Right? They're
so.
silent now. They may not.
Yeah.
They may not champion the left, but they are quiet as a church mouse on Sunday.
I
They
hope
do
so, man.
not
I hope so.
want to be heard.
Yeah.
Right?
Oh, go ahead. You don't think
No,
they want to be
no,
heard? They're silent.
I don't.
They're silent meaning because they know they fucked up.
There you go.
Okay, I
Right?
got you. I got you.
And every time something new comes, they're seeing how bad they fucked up, how wrong they were.
Bro.
Right? The women, believe this, the women who now are feeling the effects of the rollback of Roe v. Wade, the ones who are forced to leave their state to get an abortion, the husbands who are forced to take their wives out of states to be able to get abortions. Do you think they're still going to be MAGA? I don't.
Yo, because there's a good number of them that's fucking dying, bro. Because they can't get it. And that doesn't even make the news, bro.
Having kids with known birth defects, life-changing diseases, right? That they're forced to have those kids, and then combine that with the fact of affordability.
That's so sad too,
These
man.
people now they have to pay for their vote for the rest of their lives. Their kid has to pay for their vote for the rest of their lives. Right now, they have to raise this disabled kid or this kid with a genetic disease that they knew prior to even having this kid, right? Now, those are the same individuals. Their families, you think their families don't see that and they still are MAGA? No. MAGA it's become such an isolated echo chamber outside of reality because those things haven't touched them. You think MAGA who are truck drivers are going to go vote for Trump? You think MAGAs who were farmers are going to go vote for Trump? Especially even still now, right? They're not, right? So they want to always appear to be the strong man, right? They always want to appear to be in power and be popular, but they are no longer popular. They just aren't, right? It's not cool to be MAGA anymore, right?
Damn,
You
bro,
can have
you
those
really
outside-
you broke it down, man. Yo, wow, man. Yo, man, that's why I got you here, bro. That was an excellent breakdown. Yeah, really, I needed that too, cause you could see I'm just a regular person, bro. I could lose my mind watching this shit, and and I could do something, like not just losing my mind.
And that's what they want.
Yeah, but I want to say to anybody that voted for Trump, that anybody that was that's a Republican, right? I'm talking about average. Fuck the rest of you. I'm talking about middle class and poor. Fuck the rest of you, like, because you all should you all had every privilege to know better. The middle class and the poor, maybe they didn't, right? But I just want to say to MAGA, as an expat, I'm an American that lives outside of the U.S. and us Americans, we encounter each other outside of the U.S. And as expats, it doesn't matter if somebody's a Republican or a Democrat. Like, how we treat them when we're outside of the country, we still treat them with the utmost respect and care because they're a fellow American, even if we don't like their politics. I just want to make you aware of that. So, I think, my message to you is that I actually, despite your views on a lot of things, you have to understand you are being robbed through the tax system. You have to understand that if you don't get that right, nothing else you do matters. Nothing else you think matters. Nothing else you feel, no other injustice that you think you're going through matters at all, because they're fucking you through the tax system. Straight up. That's where they're fucking all Americans. And you should have enough patriotism to understand that when it comes to that conversation, you have to stand up with other Americans. That's where we're all the same in the tax system. You see what I'm saying? All Americans are the same in the tax system. And how is it? Is the rich get away with every fucking thing? We're paying basically no tax, getting away with it, no income tax, right? Because they don't receive it. Look at all these rich people are like Dame Dash, bro. They don't even want to own shit in their name. They living off of a corporation rents them their home, their apartment, leases them their car. The corporation sends their kids to the private school. The corporation is doing everything, or the trust fund. So they're not paying any income tax. You see what I mean? They're paying very little. You, on the other hand, you're paying a third. You're paying a third of what you make into the tax system. Like, seriously, so that's not fair. That is not fair. And you got to understand, as many immigrants as you don't like, as many women rights as you don't like, as many homosexuals as you don't like, as many trans people or anything else that you don't like, immigrants, you could chase all those things around. But if you don't try to get a fair tax system, you're going to fail at every motherfucking thing, including being replaced. Like, that is guaranteed. So as a fellow American, hear this message. You deserve to be told the truth. You deserve to be told the truth. If you do not change that tax system and vote with every other American on the left, you're going to be replaced by that. That is replacing you. That's why you can't send your kids to motherfucking school. That's why when your mama gets sick, you lose your house, or your daddy gets sick, you lose your house. That's why you can't get a fair paycheck. That's why that's why you're angry. You're not getting a fair shake, and you definitely not getting the fair shake that anywhere close to any other Western person. And that's where the real idiocy comes from. Like, you're willing to suffer in ways that no one else is. I'm not willing to suffer like you. What the fuck? Yo, I see that as madness. I will never, ever, ever. And my kids are Americans too, but they would never move back to the U.S. because the U.S. is fucking backwards when it comes to the tax system. The tax system tells you ain't gonna get a fair shake. Like, read your own tax system. Compare it to other Western countries' tax system. You think you're getting a fair shake? Wow, that's deep. Maybe you're angry because you don't, and you're looking for someone else to blame. Maybe that's why. Go. Yeah, I think that's what it is, because chasing around the man in a dress who is like 0.1%, that don't make no rational sense. You could just jack up the tax man. You know what I'm saying?
In America, right? And they're mad at immigrants, they're mad at trans, they're mad at Muslims, who make up around 2% of America as a whole, right? 6% here in New York City, where they're visible, 6%, right? And then they use words that they don't understand. Yeah. They couldn't define socialism if they wanted to. They couldn't define communism if they wanted to, right? They call Mamdani a socialist. He's a democratic socialist, which means he exists in a capitalistic society with social policies.
Right, exactly.
Social policies to help who? Yeah. Let's get this straight out the bag. New York City pays some of the highest taxes all combined in the U.S., period. Yeah. And if you think that the affordability in some Kentucky shithole is worse than in New York City, I dare you to come visit. You haven't visited or lived here for an extended period of time to understand that, right?
So, man, thank you. You're breaking that shit down, bro. They don't know. They don't know how fucking expensive New York is.
They have no clue. They just think, we live in a paradise, as if we don't have to face affordability ourselves.
They never seen Friends. Right? They never seen Friends. 5 motherfucking corporate adults living in one apartment. Like, what the fuck?
They really never seen Friends. That's a good example. They've never seen Friends.
They should watch Friends.
These were white individuals with good jobs, right? You can imagine what it's like to have to work and never be home. never see your family, but just work to pay bills. That is a prime example of New York. When people talk about depression, it exists here in New York because you are always working. You are always striving to climb that corporate ladder. But when that corporate ladder no longer pays you enough to live an adequate lifestyle within one of the most important cities in the world,
Yeah.
of course. Do we think that it's a coincidence that Mamdani was
Hey,
elected
look.
mayor
Hold on,
and
bro.
affordability is at an all-time high? Go ahead.
Okay, yeah. Hold on, bro. Somebody in the chat. Let me see who it was.
Yeah, there's a few of them in there.
Please don't delete the comments. Let's let some of these dumbass comments. Somebody wrote New Yorkers are dummies. Yeah, there it is. Eddie wrote.
Yeah.
Eddie wrote New York is full of dummies. Well, if New York is full of dummies, why are they paying generating so much federal tax dollars that the excess tax dollars goes to red states who don't generate enough for their own function? If they're so dumb, how are they able to do that?
Lee, where are the most millionaires concentrated in America?
I mean, it's New York City, bro. I mean, shit.
Oh,
Do I
okay.
need to answer that?
Sure. No, because obviously we have people who haven't, viewed our prior lives, taking us down those facts, right? We forgot that
Eddie.
New York City is so communist that somehow we mint the most millionaires in the country year over year.
Yeah.
Somehow it hasn't gone. That has not changed over the past 10 plus years. We have led the nation year over year for the most millionaires, period.
Facts.
If we think that is a coincidence in combination with some of the highest taxes, if not the highest taxes after everything's combined in the nation, that doesn't matter, you're delusional. You don't like facts and you haven't done your homework because you live in an echo chamber, right? If we think that Mamdani getting elected was out of a coincidence, it wasn't, right? It was not, right? And so these are the individuals who lack a level of education. When they call New Yorkers stupid, it's because you have an education level of a 12th grader. You didn't go to college and you struggled to get out of high school. I'm sorry to tell you that. Yeah. It's okay that you decided to pick up a trade to actually provide for your family, but you're still dumb.
Hey, yo.
I'm sorry.
Eddie, what state do you live in and who is your healthcare provider? Also, on Eddie's page, just to let everybody know, I just went and looked at it. He has a video where it says Trump tried to send the National Guard before the riots, but the Democrats wouldn't let him. Like, okay, sure, Eddie, I got you, man. So Eddie's just basically probably a Russian troll. You know what I mean? Spreading Russian talking points. It's like, come on, man.
India. He's probably an Indian bot, right? Probably from an Indian bot farm, right?
Yeah.
Well, and when we look at this, you even have someone, Carlos, in the comment section, saying that we have Europeans coming here saying that Americans have it great. No, go look at the migration facts. Europeans have some of the lowest statistics in moving here and becoming a citizen. And the reason why is clearly because of our policies, our politics, and our affordability issue. Right?
Carlos, where are you from? What state are you from? And who's your healthcare provider?
Who's your healthcare provider?
I think
What's
Carlos.
Your yearly income?
I think Carlos is a troll. He got nothing on his page anyway. Nothing to share with people.
When they do this, it's for me, it's funny because they don't substantiate it with any types of facts. They don't. Well, they couldn't.
Yeah. And the other thing, you're right. And the other thing I hate when people talk ethnicity, but they don't show you their ethnicity. Like, see, I'm not hiding, but he just made a statement about blacks and he's pretending to be Carlos Blanquez. I'm pretty sure that person's not Hispanic. I'm pretty sure that you can't trust who that person is, right? Because they don't show you, right? But they want to divide people. So they're very clever, these trolls. They're very clever at that because they're hoping that you just take them at their word for what they say, right? Their name, Carlos Blanquez, that's not the person's name. That person's not Hispanic. And that's why that person said, and black too, but they don't have a picture of themselves. They don't want. Now, Carlos, I'm going to invite you up here. Since you speak English so well, click the Discord link, hop on up and talk to us. Let everybody know who you are for real, okay? Yeah, but in any case, yeah, exactly. He ain't gonna hop up. He's scared, because it's gonna bust his little fake ass identity. Habla español, Carlos. Habla español, Carlos. Probably not. You know what I'm saying? Like,
and if you do, please hop up too. I can speak Spanish, so we're good.
Exactly. Come on, man. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Come on, hop your ass up here. Now, be careful, about the trolls. And some of them are slick. They will act like they're your friend and shit, just to convince other people, that somehow I'm down with them. I ain't down with your ass either. Now, let's keep it going. Let's listen to the rest of the people I'm down. The people I'm down with know who I'm down with. You ain't gonna fool nobody in here. Now, let's play this. Let's play some more. Let's hear what he got. Scott Sellout Jennings.
Or C, go set off an incendiary device at the federal building in New York City, and you pick C. There is no justification for this. There's no rationalization of it. And it's
look, what about the guy who planted 2 bombs, one at the Democratic headquarters and one at the Republican headquarters on January 6th, and said, I did it for Trump? What about him? What about all the Jan 6ers who believed Trump? They literally came out there and said they believe what Trump said. Trump said you won't have a country if you don't fight, meaning like right now, today. They believed Trump was going to join them, and Trump's bitch ass was like, no, I'm not. I'm going to go watch it on TV. Like, literally, so listen to everything. Think of January 6th when you hear Scott Jennings, right? Make these little dumbass remarks here.
A, cast a vote. B.
Look, he says, these are your choices. Cast a vote. But Trump didn't want the votes. January 6ers didn't want the votes. They said the votes were frauds. And now they're saying cast a vote. We tried that. Look what you did. You killed people. You tried to fucking kill. They killed police officers died because of January 6th. They threatened to hang the vice president. They wanted to kill Nancy Pelosi, and they stormed the Capitol building because they were like, fuck your vote. Your vote doesn't count. We are going to overturn this election. Now, listen to Scott Jennings.
Just getting messaging from the Democrats, but seeing what's happening in their communities.
So if you believe that a government agency is doing something that you don't like, and your choices are A, cast a vote, B, use your words, or C, go set off an incendiary device at the federal building in New York City, and you pick C, there is no justification for this. There's no rationalization of it, and it's patently ridiculous if that is what anybody's going to argue tonight.
Listen, we're no defenders of vigilantism and political violence, but the reality is that violence begets more violence. And just like the debate surrounding Luigi Mangioni's case, it is asinine and absurd to assert that rhetoric from lawmakers is solely responsible for violence against federal agents, and not the violence, trauma, terror, and death.
No, Trump didn't try to join them. The Secret Service, they said that never happened, that the Secret Service officer was never grabbed by the throat. They said that was just a rumor, right? So, you need to correct yourself, Sad Bob. Correct yourself.
These agents have brought to our communities. Now, watch how fellow panelist Keith Boykin turn the tables on Jennings.
If you believe a government agency is doing something wrong, do you use your vote? Do you use your words, or do you resort to violence? In one very clear example, the President of the United States, Donald Trump, implicitly encouraged people to resort to violence. That was the January 6th insurrection. He didn't tell people your vote was enough. The 80-something lawsuits that we filed were enough. He didn't tell people that we're just going to settle this in sort of a peaceful way. He actually encouraged people to walk from the ellipse to the Capitol, not knowing what might happen, and knowing that these people were armed and violent. This guy, Donald Trump, is responsible for some of the worst, most incendiary, most politically violent rhetoric in our country. We have crossed the proverbial standard here. We've passed the point of no return with Donald Trump. And if we don't call him out for his responsible activities in encouraging this, we're responsible as well.
That smug look on Jennings' face says it all.
Right. So check this out. Here's what the bomber. This is what happened to the Jan 6 bomber. A lot of people forgot about the bomber because obviously a lot of attention was the people storming the Capitol. But there was a bomber that day who planted a bomb outside of the Democratic headquarters and the Republican headquarters. We're talking about the party headquarters. The DNC and the RNC have their own party headquarters in D.C. also, right? So it's located on Capitol Hill, a couple of blocks walking distance away from the Capitol. Now, suspect charged in January 6 pipe bomb case, Brian Cole Jr., confessed to federal investigators after his arrest and detailed his motives during FBI interviews. According to federal court filings, he stated the reasoning came down to a combination of political frustration, conspiracy theories, and hostility towards the entire political establishment. Frustration with the political system, both parties. Now check this out. Targeting both RNC and DNC, when asked by FBI agents why he planted improvised explosive devices outside both Republican National Committee and Democratic National Committee DNC headquarters on the night of January 5th. Now, keep in mind, people wanted to hang Mike Pence, who was the vice president, and he is a Republican. He's Trump's running mate. Okay? Just keep that in mind. Damn, this is crazy. Headquarters on the night of January 5th, 2021, Cole stated, I really don't like either party at this point. Why didn't he like it at this point? Did Trump like either party at this point? What did Trump say about Mike Pence? Did he like Mike Pence? Did he like what Mike Pence did on January 6th? No, he didn't. Trump didn't like either party at that point because he lost the election and they affirmed it. And the people outside didn't like either party either. They talked about it and they stormed the Capitol. They didn't like the fact that the Republicans and Mike Pence didn't shut it down. They said it with their own words. He explained and blamed politicians from both major parties, country's direction, saying he aimed his actions at them because they were in charge. Belief in 2020 conspiracy theories. Protesting election results. Cole told investigators exactly, and this is what all MAGA people say. And this is what all the MAGA people who stormed the Capitol said. Okay, that was political violence. Okay, Washington, D.C. specifically to protest the certification of the 2020 presidential election. That's why he was there. Did he accept the vote? No. He planted bombs because he didn't like the vote. He wanted to kill people because he didn't like the vote. He was aiming to commit political violence on a mass level because he didn't like the vote. He didn't like the democratic process. And the people that stormed the Capitol are the same. And the people that agree with them are fucking the same. He admitted that he believed conspiracy theories claiming the 2020 election had been stolen or interfered with, telling agents that he felt someone needs to speak. Yeah, and he wanted to speak with his bombs. Something just snapped. An accumulation of grievances. Yeah, I bet there was heavy disinformation online in Reddit, boy. Okay, when pressed on the specific trigger that led him to build a plant and pipe bombs, Cole described feeling overwhelmed by news and national events, telling agents something just snapped after watching everything getting worse. Yeah, you watched the motherfucking election, Cole. God damn. What the fuck? When was the last time I built a bomb because I didn't like the election results? Huh? Anybody out here? What was the last if you've built a bomb because you didn't like the election results, put a 1 in the chat, okay? I'm just saying, what the fuck? And this is dumbass, missing teeth ass, what's his name? All right, now, let me continue. Here we go. Denied direct intent to target Congress directly. Anyway, what is this? Anyway, man. So, let me see. Now, did he believe Trump called the Jan 6 rioters to take action? Let me see here. I'm curious. That's the one detail. I mean, I think it's pretty obvious, but let's see. I want to be fair. I like to know fair. Based on federal court's filings Cole made during the interrogations, no, he did not claim he was acting on a direct call or instructed by Donald Trump. Okay, So he didn't claim that part, huh? I wonder why. Instead, Cole drew a clear distinction between the actions at the Capitol riot, explicitly denied targeting Congress on Jan 6. You know, according to Justice Department filings, okay, let me ask something else. Did he want Trump to pardon him? This is crazy. I think yes. His legal team argued that President Trump's January 6th pardons should cover him, but the court. So you can't have it both ways. You see what I mean? Like, he's going to claim, no, I wasn't targeting the Capitol, but he wants a pardon. So it's the same thing. You know, he wants a pardon. He felt like he was part of that. His legal team argued that President Trump's January 6th pardon should cover him. Very simple. Okay. Now, all right. So let's go back to the video. Let's see here. Continue playing it. Let's go.
He doesn't care about the innocent lives lost, the needless trauma inflicted on millions of people, or the future implications of the administration's immigration crackdown. To him, Donald Trump and the Republican Party, all of this is worth the price of carrying out their white supremacist authoritarian agenda. Blaming anti-ICE rhetoric for violence against federal agents not only implicitly justifies the government's use of violence against civilians, but it also creates an attitude of impunity and freedom from consequences for these agents. Because they'll say, well, these people are coming at us, they're trying to attack our agents, or they're attacking us, so we have to respond. We have the right to retaliate. And we're going to get away with it because we have the administration protecting us. Because we can kill without any regard for people's humanity and any thought of being held accountable for actions. See, this is a dangerous area. We're in a dangerous territory, right? Where the government is trying to justify, you know what I'm saying, their use of violence against civilians and not blink about it.
Here in the United States, we have taken the necessary and essential action of formally recognizing left-wing violence as a form of political terrorism that is a direct threat to our national security and the survival of our Republican form of government. President Trump issued a directive, in our parlance, it's called a National Security Presidential Memorandum, or NSPM, NSPM 7 to be exact, that directs for the first time in American history all of our law enforcement and intelligence agencies to work together to disrupt, identify, defund, debank, arrest, and prosecute these political terrorists that are operating in our country. It's very important to understand that left-wing political terrorism seeks as its ultimate end the overthrow of our system and form of government.
The President signed National Security Presidential Memorandum number 7, outlining a comprehensive strategy to investigate and disrupt Antifa terror networks and their allies. Last November, the State Department designated 4 violent, far-left extremist groups as foreign terrorist organizations, and there will be more designations soon.
If you look at the language they've used to describe this event, the White House put out an admirably frank press release yesterday describing the event as prioritizing a counterterrorism approach that treats the political left with the same, quote, ferocity as we have fought traditional jihadi groups in the past. So they're putting left-wing political groups in the United States and abroad on the same footing as groups like Al-Qaeda and ISIS.
Those are some incredibly disturbing words from Stephen Miller and Marco Rubio when it comes to how they're categorizing these left-wing political groups, especially in the context of the upcoming midterm elections and the energy progressives and democratic socialists are running with. See, Stephen Miller, Marco Rubio, and the Trump administration, they want to halt, they want to disrupt all of that energy and momentum because they're terrified if progressives and democratic socialists are going to handle and take over the midterm elections when it comes to getting successful results. And putting them in the same vein as Al-Qaeda and ISIS, y'all are terrified, but you ain't got the same smoke for these right-wing groups, okay? You don't have the same smoke for them, which says a lot, but it's also on brand because y'all have the same goal, y'all have the same mission, so of course you're not gonna crack down on them. No, how dare you, never would do that, because you're in bed with them. Then you are them. Rebel HQ, I'm Chris Williamson, we'll see you next time.
Yo, Mike, what you think about that, man? Michael, sorry about that. Yeah. I need to call you Michael, bro. I'm sorry about that. I don't know. Yeah, but what do you think about this? They're assigning new terrorist groups that threat. Me myself.
A part of their plan, right?
Yeah.
I
I
mean,
go ahead.
it started with Antifa, right? It started with Antifa, right?
Mm-hmm.
Them defining Antifa as a terroristic group, even though it's not centralized, right?
Right.
You couldn't find, 40 members of Antifa the equivalent to the Proud Boys, right? And it's the false equivalency they've tried to make, right? That Antifa is similar to groups like the Proud Boys because they want to have the equivalency to both left and right, where it's just the right has these hate groups,
Right.
right? And they want to find an equivalency on the left and call them terrorists, which it just doesn't exist, right? It's a false equivalency,
Right.
and they'll continue to try to make it because it's a tit for tat game. If
Right.
we did it, look, they're doing it. If we did it, and you think that we're only guilty of it, look at all these right wing, look at all these left wingers who are extremists, right? I think there's going to be extremism on both sides, regardless. But I do think that the organized extremism is almost exclusively on the right,
Right.
and that's what they're not willing to accept,
Yeah.
right? And so
Yeah.
what they try to do is paint the narrative that it does exist and that we're just ignoring it, and that somehow, wait, where was these radicals when Trump was in office the first time that he could have done the same exact thing?
Yeah.
But it's a strategy. It's a part of his strategy,
It's make
right?
believe.
It didn't exist until
Right.
he made it exist. Until he made it exist.
They can make believe
right?
anything, just like the election was stolen. But how do
There you go.
I mean, how do you claim an election is rigged and you win it? How's that
Yes.
possible? You know what I mean? But they can claim
And then
anything.
you show interference for in your favor. You show interference of election interference in your favor. Oh, by the way, if you could drop the Discord link again in the chat, I think there was someone who wanted to hop up.
Okay. Yeah.
And so again, it's all a rhetoric of, again, it falls in line with his rhetoric, right? Good people on both sides.
Right.
It falls right in line with what he wants you to believe.
Look,
right?
Plenty of Republicans. I'm born and raised in Washington D.C. I lived in D.C. half my life. There's plenty of Republicans that have won elections, won presidential elections. I never stormed the Capitol building. In fact, when I go into the Capitol building, because I visited many times, right? I say hello to the officers. Thank you, sir. How you doing, sir? Thank you. Have nice, polite conversations with the Capitol Police. I've never seen anything like that in my entire life. That was so out of the ordinary. And these people, on the contrary, they kicked their heads in, took a shit on the floor, and tried to claim that they have the right to do that.
Yes, right. These are the freedom of speeches that they talk about when they talk about freedom of speech. This is the type of freedom of speech that they want from their side almost exclusively, right? But when you ask for those, not even a fraction of that from the left, this is what they call them. They call them terrorists, right?
Yeah.
And so I think that's where what we're seeing here, right? They're trying to keep up with the narrative. The more that the right continues to be more galvanized in extremism, they want to create this false equivalency that it's happening on both sides to justify it.
Now,
right?
yeah,
and
yeah.
that's what Trump has always done good.
All right. Now, yeah, I agree, bro. Now, listen, everybody in the chat, do me a favor. I want you to let me know what state you live in, what state or what country are you in? What country are you from? What state are you living in? If you're in the U.S., just mention your state. If you're not in the U.S., just mention the country, just so everybody knows, because I know it's an international following here. Go ahead, bro. Continue.
And even for the trolls, right? What I would love for you to do is put your state and put the policies that you agree with both on a federal level and a state level that has benefited you and your family, that allows for you to continue your rhetoric, right? How has that benefited you directly or your family directly? And talk policies. Don't talk rhetoric. Talk policies. Don't talk red and blue. Talk about policies that have benefited. Because once 90% of these individuals who are on the right wing side or conservative side, they won't speak policies, right? And even when we talk about conservatism as a whole, they'll use respectability politics. They'll use race politics, right? They say, well, I don't want men in women's bathroom and I want women to
Right.
have more kids
But
and
there's
you're
no
killing
detail.
babies.
Yeah, but there's no
There's no,
detail.
there's no detail,
There's
right?
no
And also,
policy. Yeah, that's true.
then these are the same people who talk about freedom of speech and autonomy, but then want to stop someone from having the right to love who they want to love, stopping someone to have the right to identify how they want to identify, stopping someone from the religion, the freedom of religion that they're granted, that is in the Constitution. They're,
Yeah.
the levels of contradictory that they are is hilarious.
It's crazy.
Right? And so
then they want voter ID. They want voter ID, but they don't. They want voter ID, but they don't accept your state ID only if you have your birth certificate with you. It's like, what the fuck, dude? The state is going to give you the voter ID, so why doesn't the normal state ID work? Like, what's going on here? You know what I mean? Like, nope, the state ID don't work unless you got your birth certificate with you. It's like, what?
And these are the same people who they don't vote off policy. They vote off rhetoric. They vote off feeling, right? I hate this person because I feel disenfranchised in this way. And somehow the once we get rid of all the illegal immigrants, America will be fine. Once we get rid of every religion in America other than Christianity, America will be fine. As if that's policy. As if that somehow creates a better economic level. Like what? Right? As if somehow affordability stops being a thing because those things you hated no longer exist or are muted, right? And so when we look at these things, right, or we're openly allowing hate speech, right, and calling it freedom of speech and not expecting consequences, be it as that we have a free market and a lot of these private companies can choose to not do business with you, right? So, it's hilarious how a lot of these individuals justify the mental gymnastics that they need to do in order to put up some sort of argument, because they're just arguing with themselves at that point, right? These are the people who live in an echo chamber, right? Who are uneducated and can't discuss any person that they backed based off policy. They just can't, and I think that's what's concerning. That's a lot of Americans are waking up to it, but there's a lot of Americans who still go based off rhetoric, right? I like the way Trump handles himself. Okay, I didn't ask you that. I asked you what policies did Trump enact that directly benefited you and the affordability that your family faces on an everyday basis, and they won't argue with them.
Now let me say something here. The biggest controversy, you didn't tell everybody else answered the question, but you. The biggest controversy. Why don't you just tell people what state where you come from, what state you're in, what country you're in? Like he wrote, I'm not in the U.S. Okay, so where are you then? Like, I like
what country you're from.
Yeah. So
and what politics do you support and why? What policies? Again, that doesn't matter where you are in the globe. What policies allow for you to believe and have the ideology that you believe? Do you understand?
Right.
What's so hard for you to understand? Right.
Yeah.
And what don't you like about American politics that allows for you to agree or disagree in your point of view?
He wrote, I'm from Asia. That doesn't count, man. What country?
But Asia's not a country. That's a continent.
What country? Come on now, don't.
You're showing your lack of intelligence, brother. Go ahead.
Yeah, he's just negating all his other comments. Like, come on, you know what I mean? Like, but in any case, listen, you mentioned something about I think it was there's some detail, right? There's detail.
There's someone up. There's someone up on
there's
Discord.
somebody up. Okay,
name, state, where you're from.
That's Eric, man.
Eric?
Yeah.
Hey,
What part of Asia are you from? Tell us about it.
Yeah. Exactly. I mean,
he won't answer.
Yeah. So I think this is
a choice, and he chose a continent.
Yeah. Exactly. And this is where, this is why I ask these questions, because people need to be aware. Like, a lot of people like to come here and write their opinions all day, but you don't even know where they're coming from. You don't know. So if you find out where they're coming from or where they live, and then you look at their statement and you realize, man, you're saying all kinds of shit that doesn't even exist where you come from. It might be totally backwards. How can you come from a place where you have universal health care, universal education, just as an example, but you out there talking about, no, that's communism. Hello?
Yeah.
Like, like out here confusing
Define
people and shit.
communism, right?
Yeah.
And define socialism, right? Because people don't understand the difference between. They'll fearmonger, right?
Yeah,
They'll fearmonger and say socialism bad, as if we said socialism is what we're promoting.
Yeah, exactly.
Right?
Yeah.
At no one point did you hear socialism out my mouth. We're talking about social policies to offset inequality from unchecked capitalism. That's what we're discussing.
Yeah.
Right?
We talking about universal health care in the richest country on earth to ever exist.
It's clearly their first time here.
Yeah.
Right? When we covered, when I asked you the question, is Denmark more capitalist than the U.S., what came up?
Yeah, I didn't see anybody answer that. Yeah. Oh, wow. Hold on. You know what? That's a good poll, though, to put in the chat. Let's see here. But I don't think people are educated enough to know the answer, bro. I know the answer because I live in Denmark, right? I know the answer. And what came up, you mean in Gemini? Yeah, Denmark is actually, in some ways, it's more capitalistic because it allows you to trade openly. You can open a business in 24 hours.
Free market trade.
Yeah, it has more free market. Denmark has more free market trade than the U.S. And also, you can open a company up overnight, 48 hours for any kind of company, pretty much. And
but what do they have to offset that? Strong social policies and safety nets.
Yeah, exactly. So the more money you earn, how can I say this? It's not even about the more money you earn, the more taxes you pay. Everybody in Denmark is a benefactor of universal health care, no matter how much money you make. Everybody is a benefactor in universal education, no matter how much money you make. Everybody is a benefactor in child money. So when you have a child, the home receives a stipend from the state. It doesn't matter how much money you have. You could be rich.
It sounds like Denmark first.
You get it. Yeah, it is Denmark first, actually. And also everybody gets 5 weeks vacation, no matter how rich or poor you are, right? Everybody gets that in Denmark.
How are the unions? How are the unions?
The unions are, whether you're a member of a union or not, the unions are the ones that create the trade law. They negotiate with the state.
They have bargaining power, right?
Yeah, they have a huge amount of bargaining power. Like, you don't even have to be a member of a union to get the union benefits, right? So
like 5 weeks paid vacation. It's crazy.
Yeah, exactly, bro. Exactly.
Hey, union, is that a social policy?
Yeah. It's a social policy. Man. It's
stop.
Yeah. It's a social policy.
They'll call you a communist.
Yeah, but Denmark's more capitalistic than the U.S. in a lot of ways. You know what I mean? Like in terms of its trade and in terms of how it has its business structure. It's more. The U.S. I would say is the U.S. I wouldn't call the U.S. capitalistic. I would call it exploitive. It's another word. They need to use another word for what they're doing there. That's not capitalism. That's ripping people off. Yo, what the fuck?
Yeah.
They need to just stop calling that capitalism.
Unchecked libertarianism, right?
Yeah.
It's unchecked libertarianism, right?
So they have a tax system that is set up to benefit the wealthy, not the taxpayers. That doesn't make any sense. So,
since we're going down this road, if you could look up dependency theory.
Okay, dependencies theory. Yeah. Let's see here. All right.
We'll take the viewers down that road, and then I'll take you down a different road.
Yeah. Okay. Let's do that. Dependency theory. Let's see here. All right. Let me pull it up. Also, let's see. Boom.
And like in a day of information, like you would think that individuals would educate themselves before they speak on certain topics, but I guess that's not the case. Go ahead, B.
It is sometimes, but I think being lazy is what a lot of us have gotten used to, True. And that's the thing. And you pay for it. You pay for it, man. You pay for being lazy. In this regard, in civics and knowing the tax system and knowing how the law works and knowing what other countries, how other countries function compared to yours, because you don't know what good is Even if you know how your own country functions, you don't know how good that is or how bad that is if you don't have something else to compare it to, right? So a lot of people going around thinking the U.S. is great when it's actually one of the more oppressive it's the most oppressive Western country that exists. That's what it is. If you think that's great, and I use the word oppressive because people are being oppressed in it. If it wasn't that way, then I wouldn't say it, But in any case, dependency theory is an economic and social theory originating in the late 1950s and the 1960s, notably led by the Latin American economist Raul Prebisch, right, and Andre Gunter Frank. It argues that underdevelopment in poorer nations is not a temporary stage of economic growth, but an ongoing condition actively caused by their integration into a global capitalistic system. Rather than all countries eventually advancing along the same path towards wealth, dependency theory asserts that the global economy is stacked to enrich wealthy nations at the expense of developing ones. The core versus periphery model. The theory divides the economic world into two main tiers. All right, let me just make sure I got these here. I got to open this up a little more. Right, because everybody can't see everything I'm about to read right here. But I'll read it anyway so you know. All right, two core peripheral theories. The theory divides the economic world into two main tiers. Okay, tier one, characteristic. All right, no, the characteristics and the examples. So tier one, the core metropole. Wealthy, industrialized, technologically advanced nations, the dominant global trade, financial institutions, and capital. United States, Western Europe, and Japan. Periphery, satellite states, developing nations rich in natural resources and cheap labor, but lacking industrial capacity and capital. Sub-Saharan Africa, Latin America, parts of South Asia, right? Okay, so key mechanisms, how the dependency code works, unequal terms of trade, the Prebisch-Singer thesis. Periphery countries export primarily goods, raw materials, agricultural crops, minerals, whose prices decline over time relative to the expensive high-tech manufactured goods they must import from the core. Neocolonial extraction. Foreign corporations extract profits from natural resources developing. This is my glasses again. I got to be careful. Natural resources in developing countries, repatriating profits back to wealthy nations rather than reinvesting locally. Okay, debt. Let me read from this side. Debt and aid dependence. Developing nations borrow heavily from foreign banks and international financial institutions like the IMF and World Bank, resulting in severe debt traps where national revenue goes towards interest payments rather than infrastructure or education. Okay, 3. Prescribed solution, import substitution, industrialization, ISI. Dependency theorists argue that free market trade hurts developing countries. To break the cycle, many advocated for import substitution industrialization, ISI, okay? Imposing high tariffs on foreign manufactured imports, nationalizing key industries. This is interesting because this says a lot about Trump's policy. He's a wealthy nation and he's putting fucking tariffs up. It's crazy, bro. Nationalizing key industries, and it's killing them. Nationalizing key industries, oil mining, and utilities. Okay. Let's see here. Subsidizing domestic manufacturing so nations could produce their own finished goods rather than buying them from the core. It's so funny because the U.S. is the richest country on earth, and Trump is arguing like it's a third world nation. It's crazy. It's right here. Look, the common criticisms, the Asian tigers, counterexample. Nations like South Korea, Taiwan, and Singapore grew rapidly through export-oriented capitalism rather than isolating themselves from the global trade. Damn, that's deep. Overemphasis, the external factors. Critics argue that theory overblames Western imperialists while ignoring internal factors such as corruption, poor domestic economic governance, and authoritarianism. Okay, let me see what else here. Failure ISI policies. Many Latin American countries that adopt aggressive ISI protectionism suffered from high inflation, inefficient state monopolies, and economic stagnation during the 1970s and 1980s. Okay. Anything else? That's interesting, though. You want to say something about that? You there, Mike? Let me see if he's here. Maybe he got cut off. Yo, you there? No, he's still there. Maybe. Okay. Well, maybe he got busy. Let me see something. Let me look at the chat in the meantime and see what people.
No,
are
I'm here. I'm here.
Yeah. Well, that was interesting. What do you think about that? Yeah, we're about to get into some Israel stuff real quick right now. But go ahead, Mike. Let me hear what you were thinking.
Eric.
Yeah.
Eric, what's up?
You there, Eric?
Eric.
Yeah. We have a couple other folks that are saying they're having difficulties logging into the Discord. So I pulled an older link on there, the QWD one.
No, QWD. Hold on. Let me see something. Hold on. I think this is Chip. Is this Chip?
Go ahead and I'll just drop the link and I'll continue. So essentially, what this?
You might need to send a couple invites.
Yeah, I just added Chip. I don't know why she can't. Oh, is this Chip?
With this dependency.
Yeah, it is.
With this dependency theory. What this dependency theory essentially is saying, it goes to show how capitalism has stifled the colonies and the countries that have been taken over by these countries that are more powerful, right? And how it's perpetual, right? How it's a part of keeping them down and oppressed through an economic structure that doesn't incentivize or allow them to grow to become a powerful nation in themselves, right? So it limits the amount of power that they can have even after being taken over by a major superpower, right? And it explains that further on a more economic level, and essentially it goes to show that, I mean, one of the phrases behind it is capitalism won't allow for us to find out if socialism can be a working theory or a failure, right? And a lot of the countries show that when we look at Latin America in itself, right? Look at more recently what happened to Venezuela, right? Yeah, it doesn't take into account the corruption, but also the corruption comes from the inequality that these countries have faced based off the fact that they have been colonized and abused, right?
Yeah, true. And well, I wonder, I haven't read this theory, so I'm not that familiar with it, but I think on the surface, it's the United States has not allowed Cuba to exist. The United States,
there you go. That's an example.
We're not allowing Venezuela to exist. Whether we have agreements or disagreements with them or not, it shouldn't mean that we fight against their way of life if it's not threatening us. Like, if they're not attacking us, if they're not interested in hurting us as fellow Americans, they should be allowed to run their governments how they want to see fit, and as long as they uphold certain standards like human rights values, basic things that everybody needs to in our country. We're one, like, should we be preaching about Venezuela, especially right now? You know what I'm saying? Should we be talking about human rights in Venezuela right now? Our country? Hell fucking no. Like, those days are over, man. There was a point where we could make this argument, but after Jan 6, man, what the fuck do you expect? These people tried to overthrow the election. Once we do that and we have politicians that justify it, we lose the moral high ground. We lose the ethical high ground. We have no moral currency anymore to be able to challenge. And that's a damn shame. That's a damn shame, actually. But in any case, even if their government is not functioning optimal or using the form of organization that we believe is best for ourselves, it doesn't give us the right to try to put sanctions on them, to issue blockades on them. I think it's stupid.
For their economy,
I
right?
think it's
to
stupid.
Suffocate their economy.
Look, why are we going to sanction Venezuela and we don't even give a fuck what Saudi Arabia does or Israel? Where's the meaning in that? There's no meaning. There's just no meaning in it. You see what I mean? So it has to stop. It has to stop just out of basic fairness. Now, of course, there are those that would try to use, countries like Venezuela as satellite states to maybe have some sort of armed conflict with the U.S. As long as they're not doing that, I don't see what the problem is. As long as they're not literally aiming weapons at us and threatening American citizens and, with violence, I don't see an issue with their form of government. They should have the right to organize the way they need to make their country sustainable, for the people, as long as they're not being racist, as long as they're not, doing things that violate people's human rights, I don't have an issue with it. But, I think we have the wrong approach to Venezuela. I think our approach to South America has complicated things. We've attracted China. We've attracted Russia because our approach has been flawed, and I really do blame the United States, our own government, for these issues in South America. We're a strong country. We're Americans just like them. They don't hate us. They don't hate average American citizens. Our culture, we have history, a shared history together. We should not be approaching them the way that we have been. That's my view of it. You know what I mean? And anybody that's been to South America or anybody that sat down with any South American family in the United States of America knows what I'm talking about. If come on, man. Like, what I'm talking about. We know who each other are culturally. Venezuelans are Catholics, bro. I mean, what the fuck?
Christian nation, right?
Yeah,
but they won't acknowledge that.
Exactly. Where's the Muslim threat in Venezuela? There is none. Like, where's the?
America's Christian when it's convenient, right?
Right. We're Christian when it's convenient. Only when we want to point out that somebody else is not, and then we get to attack them. It's like, and then on top of that, we support oppressive. We support Saudi Arabia and Israel, bro.
Mm-hmm.
Like, what do they have to do with anything that anybody should be trying to what do they have to do with human rights? Like, come on, you know what I mean? So that
and this
they could call
theory.
Yeah, go ahead.
Brought out in Chile, so it comes out of Chile.
In Chile,
and yeah.
Interesting.
And
But I got some friends in Chile.
Group.
Yeah, okay.
Sent the back opposition group to tear down that Chilean regime, so that way that idea doesn't get spread anymore.
Exactly. Yeah. Well, I got some friends in Chile, man, and they really cool. You know what I mean? They're really cool, and it's terrible.
And they more recently went right wing too. They've elected a right wing president as well, who Trump promoted as well. So
yeah, and it's going to flip over because it's going to flip over because I met some Chileans and they're just like, the bottom line is this exploitive. See, we use a lot of terms, capitalism, socialism. I say fuck all the terms. What do they mean in practical ways? And if it means exploitation, then it's wrong. If you're doing more exploiting than you are building up your people, right? If you're leaving people behind in your own country, your own citizens, if you're leaving a portion of your own citizens behind, then you are exploitive. That's just what it is. It doesn't matter what you call yourself at that point, So, so I think a lot of times we use these terms, incorrectly. Like you just pointed out, is Denmark more capitalistic than the U.S.? Yeah, Denmark is more capitalistic than the U.S. Denmark's less exploitive than the U.S. also. And
social policies, right?
And is the U.S. a capitalist nation? Is it really a capitalist nation? Because it looks totally different from every other Western capitalist nation. So a person can argue that it's not capitalist, it's actually oppressive. And Americans have learned to to digest this as normal when it's not normal in the rest of the Western world. It's not normal, you know. So you know, it's
have we checked the chat for anyone potentially hopping up, or are they still having difficulties?
Yeah, let me see. Who was it who had problems? Yo, Chipmunk, was that you? I don't think it was Chipmunk. I just invited
No,
him.
there was a few other ones who wanted to hop up. There was someone who stated that he's from Oregon, has degrees in political science, economics. So
this is what you got to do. If you want to hop up, this is the easiest way to hop up. Close YouTube. Go to Discord. Load Discord on your phone separately. Then come back to after you loaded it, then go to your privacy settings in your phone and allow Discord to use your microphone. And right? Then after you've done that, then come back to the chat and click the link. That would be my best advice for you. So outside of that, I don't know what else to tell you, because that's what I did to use Discord. I had to do the same thing to load it on my phone also. So I didn't have a problem. Yeah, I think a lot of people don't really have this issue, but just in case you do, it depends on your security settings on your phone. Some people have them set higher than lower. You know, me, I have to approve apps to use my microphone. It doesn't matter if I load it. If the app is has a mic connected to it, I have to go into my security settings and say yes. So so there it is. But all right, so let's continue. Let's get to Netanyahu real quick. Boom, here we go. Let's see what's going on. Well, first we're going to review.
So Fox News is not sending their.
We're going to review a famous Israeli American who has some, who often has some very harsh. He's a diehard Trump supporter. He was at Trump's, I think last. Where was it? It was his last inauguration. Was it an inauguration or was it the Republican? I think it was the Republican convention. Right. He spoke at the last Republican convention. So let's hear him. He's an Israeli American, and then we're going to get into Netanyahu's visit.
Y'all.
So here it is.
They are not sending their best. They are not even close to sending their best. There's this guy, Sid Rosenberg, who's a psychotic Zionist who went on Fox and Friends. And boy, is this dark. So I'm going to show you in a second what he said about Zoran Mamdani, which is incredibly disturbing. But also, I'm going to show you what he says here about Iran. Now, keep in mind, our obese, war criminal, pedophile, rapist, con man president, this is the shit that he listens to. This is who he takes seriously. Okay, so this matters. What you're listening to here, it matters. Let's see what he has to say about Iran.
It is inevitable that President Trump is going to have to do what he doesn't want to do, which is go in there with this massive all-out attack. There's no other way to stop this. There's no other way to win this war. So, again, he's trying to do the best he can. He's a very nice man. I love President Trump. He doesn't want people to die. He really doesn't. Okay, he's a nice man. But there's no other way to end this. Once you start this, Midnight Hammer was great. Epic Fury was great. Once you start this, there needs to be a finish. And the only finish is complete surrender by the Iranians. I hate to say it, but complete annihilation.
Complete annihilation. It doesn't sound like you hate to say it, actually. It sounds like you love to say it. It sounds like you're really getting off to mentioning that. Look at that smile. Look at that little grin you got on your face. Huh? Seems like you like it a lot, actually. Like you fucking can't wait to go there. Annihilation, annihilate them, total surrender, annihilation. How quick do Zionists take their mask off and expose themselves as the Nazis they are when you give them free reign? Go ahead, make whatever point you want to make. It always boils down, must kill them all, total annihilation. Insane thing to say, especially when we know we already killed 160 or 170 little schoolgirls at an elementary school we bombed. Remember that? We already bombed a children's hospital. That happened the other day, remember that? We've bombed power plants, we've bombed roads, bridges, all civilian infrastructure. 13 or 14 days straight of relentless carpet bombing of civilian targets. And it's got total annihilation, yes! I don't think this is even subtle. He's basically saying you should nuke them. That's what he's saying. This is who Trump is getting advice from. These are the channels that he watches where he goes, I like these people. They make sense. They're on my team. How insane is this?
We talked last time about this. And by the way, I agree. I love President Trump. I love his his heart, I think, is really for peace. And he's always, I love that even now, this past week, he's still talking about peace.
This is so insane. The biggest fucking warmonger in this country's history. Oh, he loves peace. He's great. The peace is awesome, and he's all for peace and everything. But at some point, you really got to go ahead and press the big red button. At some point.
And wanting to find and leaving that door open for negotiations. You say the only end is annihilation. Now, what if winning this war requires...
This is crazy to even have on Fox News. But again, they don't care because for them, killing people is okay. They don't have an issue with that. They don't see how, first of all, you're going to create a World War III. Do you want to live through a World War III? Is that what you want? Is this what you... Obviously, that is going to start a World War III. And here's the thing. People are going to refuse to deal with you. If you go out there and you nuke Iran or you take some aggressive stance where mass amount of civilian deaths are being inflicted, people are going to turn away from you. They're going to turn their backs on the United States of America. That's what's going to happen. So I don't know where this guy's getting his advice from. Maybe it's because, is he Israeli also? Let me see here. It says he's American. Let me see. Is he also? I'm curious if he's a dual citizen. No, he's not even a dual citizen. What the fuck is up with this dude? Look, so but he could always get an Israeli passport, I think. I think that's how it works. High profile Jewish American voice for Israeli causes. Yeah, that must be what it is, because I don't know. To me, it sounds like the way he's speaking is speaking like a person that won't face doesn't feel like they will have the consequences themselves, but Americans will, man. We want to be seen as friendly, decent people on the world stage. And if you nuke Iran, it just won't come. We won't walk away seeming decent. Are you crazy? Like, this is not fucking World War II anymore, man. Like, it's just outrageous, man.
Boots on the ground. I asked you that last time. That's not very popular with the American people. What is your response to that?
It's not popular with me either. Look, I'm not a parent of an Army person, a Marine person, so I'm very sensitive to that. Trust me. But look, we have the Army, we have the Marines for a reason. They're not there to shake your hand at the airport, Rachel. Okay? They're there for a reason.
But, by the way, Trump literally used them at the airport when we had the government shutdown and TSA wasn't getting paid. He literally used them for that.
Jack, we don't have a draft in this country. So these courageous men and women know exactly what they're signing up for.
Oh, my
God. This is war. We don't want to see...
He's literally like, yeah, sacrifice them. Sacrifice them for Israel. Sacrifice them for, they can't even explain why we're in this war, why it makes sense. But yeah, go die. Why don't you go die?
Anybody die. But this is war. A war that started 47 years ago that they started. So... Yeah.
Oh, they're still doing the 47-year thing. Oh, my days. Oh, my word. Oh, no. Oh, no. The weakest arguments I've ever heard in my life. The fucking Republican hive mind needs to be studied. These are all little lemming cuck-ass bitches. They vomit out some preposterous argument. We've been at war for 47 years with Iran. And all of them just repeat it over and over.
I know that the moral ground is to say, I don't want our kids to die. I feel the same way.
But
we got to win.
I hit him with the butt. He hit him with the butt. But we got to win, so your kids got to die. What do you want me to tell you? Also, I love we've been at war with them for 47 years. You go back and you look at the timeline of events, and actually the takeaway is we've been at war with them. We illegally overthrew their democratically elected government. We overthrew Mohammad Mossadegh, put into place the Shah. The Shah was our puppet dictator, and then that led to the Islamic Revolution because the Shah was a brutal dictator. And
it is true. Who do you think is fighting this war for the U.S.? It's basically the middle class and the poor. You think look who the president is. How does a Dodge drafter? I mean a draft dodger. I said that wrong. How does a draft dodger order a world war? How does he nuke a place? A draft dodger. How's that possible? And he's literally an elitist with a whole cabinet full of elitist libertarians, right? I mean, do you understand that these people are not even real like they claim to be real? Like, look at this. I got to play this one. This is ridiculous, but people need to hear this.
You know as well as I do.
They come out there and they play a good game. They play this right-wing conservative thing, but the truth is that they're not keeping it real about who they are at all. Not, especially not to MAGA. Like, peep this. This is crazy. Here. Oh, hold on. Can y'all see this? Peep this. Peep this here.
I mean, are you asking me if Josh Hawley's gay?
Yes.
Are you asking me if Stephen Miller's gay?
Yes.
Yeah, I don't know. You know as well as I do. I mean, are you asking me if Josh Hawley's gay?
Yes.
Are you asking me if Stephen Miller's gay?
Yes.
And there's more, So a lot of these right wingers, they're just pretending to be something. It's like a game. And then you have this guy. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with them being gay. I'm saying that they're faking like they're not. They're passing anti-gay laws in the US, claiming to be Christian conservatives, you know what I'm saying? And claiming to be they claim to have something against Muslims, right? But the truth is that it's a game. They want the money. They would never send their kids. They would never send they would never send their own kids to go fight against any Iranian. They would never do it.
Chances are they live in a liberal city, V, while spewing this right-wing rhetoric.
Exactly, bro. Exactly.
They take advantage of the liberties of a liberal city, but then grift. Because and then they appeal to the people who want to feel like they're the exception to the rule that is clearly stated by Republicans, right? They don't want any. Who popped up? Someone just popped up.
Let me take a look. Let me see here.
Name.
That's Eric.
Yeah, it's Eric.
That's Eric. Go ahead, Eric. What's up, man? Hold on, Michael. Go ahead. Finish what you were saying, Michael.
Yeah, finish up, Michael.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I think that these same grifters are the same individuals who take the benefits of liberal cities while grifting for financial advantage, right? And they're not willing to admit it, but they're appealing to a certain level of audience that wants to feel like they're the exception to the rule that MAGA and conservatives have set, right? Which is anti-gay, anti-choice, right? And it's hilarious that they still somehow believe that they can be the exception to that rule that has already been set and hasn't changed ever.
MAGA doesn't call them on it, bro. MAGA doesn't call them on it. MAGA doesn't call. Look, you had Lindsey Graham. He just died. He would be like, yeah, nuke him. He would be like, yeah, the U.S. should nuke Iran. Is Lindsey Graham gay? Basically, I mean, very. So why is he claiming to be a conservative Christian? Like, where's the scam? But it's all about the money. This is what's so pathetic. Yeah. If he can get money from people just by saying that, he doesn't even care about any MAGA person. He doesn't care about any American. It is just money. Same thing with goddamn what's this guy? Kentucky Fried Chicken Mitch. Right. Kentucky Fried Chicken eating Mitch. Where is he? How do you disappear and care about your constituents? How do you disappear?
Right.
And is voting turnout high in Kentucky? Do people vote in Kentucky even? Or
we've covered it, right?
I don't think the voter turnout is that high. And so right. And but he have some conservative ass policies, and it's like, damn, man, your country's your state is the sixth poorest state, and you're a phony ass conservative in a broke ass state. Like, what is good about that?
That's welfare from blue cities.
They get welfare.
Subsidizing them?
They are a welfare state, Kentucky. And this guy's playing conservative. At least make some money and be a conservative. There's nothing. It's like a way to lie to people. That form of conservatism has become just a way to lie to Americans. And you got two kind of Americans: the ones that fall for the lies and the ones that don't. And the ones that don't are more concerned about everybody having a fair chance than they are concerned about chasing some dude down in a dress. It's very simple. They're not distracted by the tax structure. The ones that are doing well look at the tax structure and say, how are these taxes going to make our life better? then you got the red states where they say, fuck the tax structure. I like it just how it is. I don't give a damn. As a matter of fact, where is the guy in the dress in the bathroom? Where is he? Let me talk to him right now. I don't want to have no conversation about the tax, about the taxes, bro.
I mean, I'm sure that most of them don't, right? Most of these closeted conservatives don't want to have conversation about the tax structure. They want to have a conversation with that same man in the dress, right?
And the people that elect them don't want to have a conversation about the tax structure. They don't have a conversation about taxes ever, bro. It's like, they just generalize it. You know, they always claim that somebody's taken away from it. It's like, man, what are you talking about? You're not doing, you're making people pay taxes and doing nothing for their life, nothing for their community, nothing for the transportation system, nothing for the public transport system, nothing for childcare, nothing for the infrastructure for the very people that pay taxes, man. Like, and they get away with it.
The reason why a place like Kentucky is underdeveloped, uneducated, right, and in poverty.
And exactly, and they got Kentucky Fried Chicken eating Mitch as a fucking congressional representative, like
for 40 years.
For 14 years. That's ghetto. Talk about welfare. That's usually what they say. How long you been on welfare? 40 years. Like, what the fuck? Damn. How many kids you got, bitch? Like, what the fuck? 8. I got 8. How many you got? Like, what the fuck? I'm serious, man. This is who's voting for this guy. Nobody's voting for Mitch. It's just the voter turnout is so low. He wins by default. It's pathetic. But anyway, let's hear some more. I mean, this is the setup we're setting up Netanyahu's visit. So this is the last setup video here.
Like, we meddled in we stole your oil, we meddled in your country, we overthrew your government, and it turns out you didn't like us and you wanted sovereignty? Fuck your sovereignty. And we act like that's egregious in the sense that they wronged us. Like, how do you... Oh, I can't, bro. I can't. He literally said, I don't want your kid to die, but... Oh, no, this is insane. They're so dangerous. Fox News is so fucking dangerous. It is a brainwashing factory. They are rotting boomers' minds across this country and making them war-horny piglets. It's so gross.
So, yes, I know that the moral ground is to say, I don't want our kids to die. I feel the same way.
I don't want your kids to die. I feel the same way. But...
Can win maybe without putting boots on the ground. Maybe we can. I don't know. I'm not Jack Keane. I don't have that type of information. If we can do that, great. But if at some point it requires putting some boots on the ground to win this war, that's why they signed up. To fight for this country, to fight for President Trump, and to rid the world of evil animals like the Iranian regime.
They signed up to fight for President Trump. For true or false? True or false? Do you sign up to fight for a president?
Requires putting some boots on the ground to win this war. That's why they signed up. To fight for this country, to fight for President Trump, and to rid the world of evil animals like the Iranian regime.
Evil animals. Evil animals. And somebody, but who did anyway, I'm not trying to get into it because I think that it has been devastating what has gone on with the Palestinians. Like, I think that they have gotten basically, to be honest with you, I don't think anybody ever really cared, about Palestinians. I don't think anybody in the region cared. I also don't think Iran really cares. I think they just use it as a political issue, right? For them, it's geopolitical. It's about the region. Same thing with Russia. They don't give a fuck about Palestinians. That's my view. It's just about geopolitical positioning. Same thing with the United States. I don't think we really gave a shit about Palestinians. I think it's just geopolitical interest that and the same thing with China. I think it's purely for China, Russia, United States, and also Iran. Now, don't get me wrong. People can debate this, but my feeling has also been that way. Like Iran, it's not really about Palestine, because how many Palestinians are there really? How many civilians can be killed before there's none left? You know what I mean? Like, goddamn, Iran has how many people? Palestine can't afford to just being involved in a war with Israel this long. So every time people fund these other groups, it's who pays the price for them? Who really pays the price? The Palestinians pay the ultimate price, for all of it. So don't get me wrong. I have a lot of different opinions, and about what's going on. But you got to understand, I don't hate Iranians. I do not hate Iranians. The average Iranian person, my thoughts, are about primarily the government. And I don't even hate Iranians in the government. I don't hate them because I'm very much aware that of their history, and I'm very much aware of what their concerns are. But I don't put our policy above anybody else's policy when it comes to this geopolitical shit. Like we support that. We support Saudi Arabia? How does Saudi Arabia treat its people? Is there slavery in Saudi Arabia? Do women have the look? They just allow women to have the right to drive a goddamn car. How long ago was this? So no, you know what I mean? Like we support all kinds of crazies. Not saying that Saudis are all crazy, but we support people that it doesn't make sense. Like they're oppressive with things that we don't agree with in our own society. We support it. So, we got to keep it real. It's no reason for us to be attacking Iranians. We need to deal with them in another way. The same way we find a reason to deal with Saudi Arabia peacefully, we need to find a way to deal with Iran peacefully and stop being bogged down. And also, if we're going to be involved in the Middle East, it's just my opinion, then we need to be the leader and we need to make all sides stop. All sides need to be able to sit down and say, wait a second, the United States wants us to stop. So we will stop right now. And if you don't have that leverage, what you're going to be able to do? How are you going to solve that problem? So, yeah. But in any case, let's move on to Netanyahu's visit. Luckily, we can start with Hannity here. Appreciate everybody. Click the like button if you haven't clicked the like button. Subscribe if you haven't subscribed. Let's keep this party going.
Nobody was able to bring people together quite like my...
Hannity, the immigrant. He's the second. Look, his grandparents migrated to the United States of America, fleeing from Ireland, right? And he hates immigrants. He's got a problem with immigrants, So it's worth hearing his opinion first, right?
Friend.
Yeah, Master V, are we done with the interview with Sid Rosenberg?
Yeah, fuck him, man. He's gone. He's over with. I don't even want to hear the rest of that shit. I can't hear him just be like, oh, well, we got to annihilate them. What the fuck?
Yeah, he starts making some incredibly nasty false accusations about Mamdani. It was quite disturbing.
Oh, wait a second. Yeah, sorry about that. Let's go back. I'm sorry. I forgot that part was there too.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you for reminding me, bro. Let's see here, man. Let's hear what he had to say about Mamdani. This is just too much, man. I don't like this guy. I heard him at the Republican convention and I was just like, what is up with this dude? Like, why does he hating Americans? This guy hates Americans. How are you Jewish and you hate liberals, bro? How does that work? I don't understand that in the United States of America. I really don't understand it. But this guy, he doesn't like liberals.
Yeah, this one really hits close to home. I'm Jewish, and my uncle also worked, at Fox News. So to see him platforming this kind of hate is just and it goes back to what Michael mentioned about living in a very liberal life in a liberal society in a liberal city. So where's all this coming from? And it seems like a lot of it's coming from where he has some blind allegiance to another country, and I think we know what it is, and I think it rhymes with Shizrael. And so you start to think a little bit like, does this guy, he's willing to send other people's kids to go die for another country? It's like, brother, you need to be deported to Israel.
Yeah, he needs a passport right now. He needs an Israeli citizenship right now with his views, because I didn't hear anything American in him, bro. I'm like, what the? And I'm astonished. How is he not an Israeli citizen with these views? How's that possible? Is it just because he's?
Yeah, they were quite disturbed just sitting, there listening to him. I think they realized they kind of made a mistake bringing him on.
Maybe he got paid. Maybe he got paid strategically to be on Fox News, to dog whistle to Trump's base, right? Which Trump watches Fox News religiously, right?
But,
Look at the
but
genetic
it goes so
pyramid of
much
the
back to the
world.
whole thing being, being a lie, that conservatism's a lie. The man's not a conservative. He's out there on the golf courses drinking, philandering with all his buddies.
Right.
And it looks like he spent all day out there. I actually got so wound up watching this. I had to go back to jujitsu for the day after doing it all morning. I submitted 8 brown belts and then lost to a black belt who's got the best omoplata in the world. So it's something where I was just like, how do I release some of this energy, because I wanted to focus it in a positive way.
Yeah.
But it was like, sorry guys, we're not going to train today. We're just gonna roll.
Yeah, well, you better hit the gym again, because we about to play some more of this shit. Yo, what the fuck? Yeah, but I understand, man, because like I told you before, when it's one of your own, it hurts a little extra, doesn't it? It's like, what the fuck? It's hard, man. It's hard, yo. It's hard.
Well, politics is personal, and it was like it was reaching on so many levels. You just wanted to go, hey, buddy, it looks like you want to start a war against liberals on behalf of Israel, and it's like, okay, then let's just do it already.
Watching him is like me watching Pastor, what's his name? Pastor, what the fuck is that pastor's name, man? That was out here the other day. We were playing his ass. Pastor something,
yeah,
man.
And just so you know, folks, my uncle produced the O'Reilly Factor on Fox News. He was the executive producer for almost 20 years, and he's a giant liberal. So you not only got a big truth. Yeah, he's married to my mom's sister. There's a lot of this going on the East Coast where people think that if they're not liberals, then they're conservatives, right? No, they're not. They're not. And a lot of people, especially some of the angry men that you find, like this gentleman, who's not a gentleman, in New York City, they're fascists. And you go, well, geez, what's going on with that?
Yeah.
He's Jewish. We don't want to put the, necessarily the National Socialist label on there, but Jews can be fascist too. Kanye's a fascist. It doesn't necessarily, disclude any of those kind of things. In fact, being racist is part of being fascist. And I think this guy here is very much has to question his loyalties.
Yeah, man. It's really it's shocking. It's shocking to see, not that Jewish people are people too, so you got different varieties, right? But it is shocking to see a Jewish person that is like this, bro. That is shocking. Like, this guy is first of all, is he Jewish? Only in name, right? Maybe, because I'm just curious about this, man. He seems like he has a lot of things that a Jewish person would naturally want to stay away from, especially those words, like he said, annihilate them. Like, what are you talking about, man? How can you say that? Like, that's supposed to be off limits, that kind of talk. You know what I mean? And it's not just for Jewish people. Anybody that knows what the United States has gone through, what a lot of the wars that we fought were about. You know what I mean? Like, come on, what is this, man?
Yeah, I just saw some relatives who I hadn't seen in a while, and of course, the issue of Mom Donnie came up, and they said, yeah, and these are Jewish relatives, and they made a false accusation that he's a Jew hater, and of course I had to address that, and it didn't go too well. But the bottom line is, when you try to ask them what's he done, because they're focusing on the Israel thing, they're focusing on Bibi, and that's why I'm like, but that's not necessarily Jewish. That's the Israeli government, okay?
Right.
And they're having a very hard time separating that. And I said, well, are you aware that Mamdani has Jews working for him in his administration? So,
Brad Lander is a great example of that. Brad Lander.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And that's where, when I see that kind of, it's like he's not a hater that way. He doesn't have that kind of heart. And that's where I just kind of see where oftentimes everything to them is filtered through that Jewish lens. And, this is a relative who he has a cousin of mine who actually went and became an Orthodox Jew and moved to Israel and has a family there. And it's because she really got caught up in the cult nonsense. And instead of, things going like liberal for her in the 80s and 90s, they got attached onto the conservative lie and into the cult and went hard right over to Israel. And so this is the divide you have even amongst Jews.
Yeah, true. Facts.
And it's prevalent here in New York. You'll see a bunch of Orthodox Jews, Jewish individuals rallying against Israel in particular.
Yeah.
And you'll see your Zionist Jewish, honestly, like bashing your Orthodox Jews. Like they have fought and assaulted other Jewish individuals because of the fact that they are against Israel.
True. Yeah, true, man.
Yeah, they didn't want Israel to be founded until the Messiah returned, and so they didn't think, and they might have a point considering what's going on now. They might have been right.
You said it, I did it.
All right, let's hear some more of this. Yeah, somebody wrote in the chat, dude, play the video already. Gosh, black man for Trump. But then I went to their page and look, that was RC20T. I went to his page and look, he don't have one picture of himself there. Like, how do we know you're black? Why mention that you're black when you don't show people you are? Like, come on, man. Anybody can say they are. But in any case,
here, so you're welcome. Tune in.
Yeah, tune
Keep
in,
watching.
brother. Tune in, brother. Power to the people. All right, let's go with the black power for Trump. Yeah, all right, let's
This
go.
world disgusting.
You're stupid, me.
What the fuck? Yeah. Anyway, let me stop, man.
Jesus Christ.
Terrorist.
That's funny,
I'll say
Master
it.
B.
You don't want to say it. I'll say it. He's a terrorist. He's a jihadist. He hates the Jewish people. He hates America. He hates the Italian people. He hates the Irish people. He hates the German people. Unless you're Muslim.
It is astonishing to me.
Damn, he went hard on my dummy, boy. What the hell? I mean, all that can't be real. That's a whole lot of shit right there. Let's hear it. He said he went ham on everybody in New York. What? Let's hear it again.
And saying he's a terrorist. Out of this world disgusting. Jesus Christ.
Terrorist. That's the bottom line. I'll say it. You don't want to say it. I'll say it. He's a terrorist. He's a jihadist. He hates the Jewish people. He hates America. He hates the Italian people. He hates the Irish people. He hates the German people. Unless you're Muslim.
It is astonishing to me that anybody could be this full of shit. That anybody could talk out of their ass this much.
Facts.
It is genuinely astonishing to me that somebody can make things up so confidently, so assertively. Let me ask you this. If he
And you thought
all of the
Pastor
people
Manning was
that you
bad.
said-
Yeah, this is well, he's the Jewish Pastor Manning and shit. He hasn't hit the LGBTQ yet, but I'm just curious if he's gonna go there because Pastor Manning, boy, woo, he's. But it is interesting because listen, hatred is hatred, and people need to fight against that, right? Bigotry is bigotry. Everybody needs to fight against it. But it does kind of hurt when it's one of your own. And I notice, and I understand this. Look, white people, regular average white Americans, quote unquote, whatever that is, right? They have to live with this stigma every time an ignorant, racist white person opens their mouth. And I know how it feels because I saw Pastor Manning, and I was like, damn, this must be how it feels to be white. And have a racist white person out there attacking people. And shit. It does, because it kind of, we walk with that. We walk with that, and we have to fight against it. Everybody's got to fight against it, That's how it works, So, so kudos to you, Eric, for being the type of Jewish guy you are, fellow you are, man, because, but I know why you're doing it, because these other guys give Jews a bad reputation, bro. And Pastor Manning,
exactly.
Yeah, and Pastor Manning gives black Americans a fucking bad reputation, like a real bad reputation, and it goes around just like all these little neo-Nazis. They give white Americans a bad reputation, man, and people walk with that, and they carry it with it somehow. It's hard to see these things and to know and to see maybe another Jewish person and not think of this guy, but you have to remind yourself that, listen, this is one guy. He made it into the news. They use him that way for a reason, to kind of cultivate people's minds into a political position. And it's just pure manipulation. Just like the average African American is not like Pastor Manning at all. You know, the average Jewish person is not like this guy, you know, and it goes on and on. The average white person is not like these white supremacists but in the United States. But there's way too many, enough of any of us, enough, a small percentage of any group, a certain percentage of any group can fuck it all up for everybody. You know what I mean? So we just have to remind ourselves that it's not one group. It's, you know, we all struggle with this shit, you know, but let's continue.
I think it's a big reason why October 7th actually happened.
Yeah, it is. It is. But look at what's the guy who just died again? The the dude that died from, I don't know, what's the representative's name? He just died, right? And he was talking about, and not, you know, he was also for the United States bombing Iran, right? What's his name?
Yeah, Lindsey Graham. Yeah, Lindsey Graham was just caught on tape, basically conspiring with Bibi Netanyahu to fleece, you know, the American public of every cent to help this other country bomb another country. Why? Because he's clearly being paid.
Right. And Lindsey Graham is gay, passing anti-gay legislation. He's got so much hate inside of him. It's all twisted around, you know. Look at Stephen Miller. They're saying Stephen Miller is gay. And look at how much hate. Look at how much hate he has coming out of his goddamn mouth. It's like, you know, did you know you can hate people without talking that way? But these people overly talk it. They that's
their job.
It makes
their job to do it.
Exactly, bro. Yeah, you want to say something, Mike?
No, you know, it's their job to do it, to keep up these appearances. Did someone else hop up? But you know, it's their job to do it. And you know, lastly, when it comes to Mamdani, when it comes to the rhetoric, it's meant to be divisive.
Yeah.
Hey, Chip on deck.
Yeah, what's up, Chip?
Sorry to drop in. You know,
no, you good.
We had that conversation the other night, and I know we're talking about racism, how it relates with Jews and things like that. But after that conversation the other night, I thought about it, and let's just throw this out there. The people who are in the United States, who are in the center of the United States, and in the southern United States, those are the people that have a tendency to be like, that everybody else thinks is racist, right? Nobody in Kansas wants black people living there, and nobody in Georgia wants Koreans living there, or whatever it is. But I think that people who live in cities have a unique perspective in that they have to live with all these people. They have to live next door to the Indian guy whose house always smells like peppers. They have to live down the street from, you know, homeless people. You have to deal with so many different people that while racism exists, I don't think it's as predominant as it is in smaller rural America. Give me a second. Don't panic. Nobody panic. The reason I think this is because people in rural America haven't been exposed to people of other races or ethnicities to a certain degree. And because they haven't been exposed to that, they have such a narrow view of what being an American is, because that's all they see. They just see Joe down the street doing his soybeans. They just see Jane at the social on Sunday for the church. You know, everybody that they're dealing with is white, or the one black couple in town, or the one Asian family in town that runs the Chinese restaurant. And you can say that those people have been whiteified, right? So now you've got a bunch of people running around hating each other, but they don't even know why they hate each other because they've never been exposed to the other people. And now you have people like Buddy Carter and all of these nonsense people saying, well, don't like these people because of this, and don't like these people because of that, and don't like these people because of that, and don't like the trans people because the guys only want to get in the bathroom and rape your little girls. It's ridiculous. It's really gotten ridiculous. And I'm kind of frustrated by it.
I think what you just
That's
said
all.
is
I think that
facts.
people who live in rural areas need a little bit of grace, but they also need to give people in the big cities a little bit of grace because, again, it's all relative.
Yeah, yeah, I agree 100%.
We've definitely spoke on this before, right? Me being from New York City, right? Like it kills
Right,
a
and
lot
that's
of
what
those
I'm saying.
stereotypes are lived out, right? They're lived out here in New York City, where regardless of how you want to feel about someone, you get to that is your neighbor, that's your coworker, right?
Right.
That is someone that you have gotten to like and love and care about, right? As you're seeing their kids play with your kids, as you're seeing the fact that they're really no different from you, right?
No,
And
they aren't.
even if you do, I would like, me being from New York, I think there's less racism bias. I think there's almost no racism, but I think there is always an underlying level of bias, right? And where that bias comes from is you're either a New Yorker or you're not a New Yorker, right? But when it comes to racial dynamics, yeah, you'll probably be called out by your stereotype, but it's not meant in a racial way, if that makes any sense. Because New York has been one, if not one of the most tolerant cities in America in comparison to the world. Where I've been on throughout my day, where I'm taking the train, and you're definitely going to see trans individuals, right? You might go to the
Right.
same bar and share a
Yeah,
drink with these trans
yeah,
individuals. You might go, you might be walking through Manhattan and it just so happens to be the Pride Parade, right?
right.
You may be, walking down and it's a cultural festival in Little Italy, right? Or Little
Right, and I
Haiti,
get
right?
that.
So
But here's Chip from Michigan who grew up in a small town where her
yeah,
graduating
yeah, of
class
course,
from
of
high
course.
school was
He's never
8,
experienced.
and we
He
had
goes
one
based off
black
rhetoric.
person that lived in our whole town,
Chip goes based
right?
off rhetoric, right? He goes based off
Right.
whatever he heard from Fox News, right? He goes based
Right.
off of whatever stereotype is conveniently placed in front of Chip, because Chip never had that experience, and he probably won't until he's able to experience a state or city like a New York, right? Um,
Exactly.
and that's the reality of a lot of Middle America and Southern America, right? And what they'll do is they'll bring up some arbitrary stat like crime, not realizing that crime, and especially violent crimes when it comes to gun violence and violent felonies, it tends to lean more towards your right. It tends to lean way more towards the right than it does the left.
Yeah, but if you
As
look
big
at
of
the
a city
right,
as
But it's about them being isolated, like Chip was saying.
it
You
is,
know,
yeah,
but
yeah,
yeah.
you
So
also
of
you
course,
also have to
I'm not
agree, and
disagreeing with
I know
that.
this is kind of taking this in a different direction, but you also have to agree that people in rural America and American culture in general has got the hip hop culture in its bones.
true.
And hip hop culture is black culture.
You want to
According
see what it
now,
looks like?
I'm not trying to be a bigot. I'm just saying, dude, they're bitching about Eminem being in there as the goat. Well, he can't be a goat. He ain't black. What? Okay.
That is,
What
yeah,
I'm
that is true. That is true. You're right.
and that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Like we have so many things that we have in common as opposed to things that we have that separate us.
Mm-hmm.
And watching people like that bigot, that racist on TV saying, let's go and bomb them, let's kill them, let's
That's so
burn them
horrible. Yeah.
all. Are
Yeah.
you kidding me?
He's talking about
Does
kids
that
and
preacher
women
stand
too.
up there?
He's
That's
talking
what
about
I'm
kids
saying.
and women. It's terrible, and that's going to infuriate. That's going to damage the U.S. because when you get out there and you start, I mean, I know the people are equal, and but children are still children. Number one, nobody should be advocating for killing children, but also it's part of our culture to look down on killing women and children in general. It's part of our culture. But you're not supposed to want to kill civilians, right? Killing civilians is a
You're
war
not-
crime. Right, in
You're not
general.
supposed to want to turn Gaza into a parking lot, man.
Yeah, exactly, and it's only going to backfire on us, and that's the problem. A lot of people that they see this and they don't understand how it's going to play out. It's going to play out on the United States. People may criticize the United States now. If we did something like that, it would be finished for us. Nobody would want to work with us. people will turn their backs on us. Like, you got to understand that. And I know the trolls don't care because they don't live out the repercussions because they're not Americans. The trolls are not Americans, you know. They pretend like they are, but they're not. So they don't care, you know. But the truth is that most people on Earth, they understand that theory. Like, there's a point that you do not cross. There's a point of no return. And doing what he suggested is actually that point. Like, you can't do that. It's not even necessary. It's not even necessary, you know, like.
And here's the thing, you know it's wrong, and I know it's wrong, and Mike knows it's wrong, and Eric knows it's wrong, and everybody in chat knows it's wrong.
Except the trolls.
So, except the trolls. But we
There's a
can't get
couple
our
in there.
politicians.
Right.
We can't get our politicians to follow along with this.
Right.
Which is one of the reasons I'm glad that Mom Donnie's in.
Right.
And
absolutely.
everybody in chat go and register to vote.
Yeah, and check this out. To your point, this is what's going on in the U.S. right now.
Do anything to make you happy. What is that? Oh, Trump, you are my daddy.
I can't even.
I do anything to make you happy. What is that?
Yeah, this is rap music. This is rap music. This is rap, y'all.
Well,
this is the black culture. This is the extent. These are So, I mean, it's ridiculous. It is. Look, just watching this is ridiculous. Like,
But that's the whole thing. How can you appropriate a culture that you hate?
Exactly.
You know what I mean? It just absolutely blows me away.
Look, they want to eat tacos. They want some tacos right now.
Listen,
look at this.
Right, but they've never heard arithmetic by most deaf. Like, they don't know what that's all about. You know what they heard? They heard fucking Vanilla Ice in the 80s and says that sounds good. That's what it was. That's it.
These people want tacos. They will eat all your fucking tacos up right now. Okay? They will push your ass out of the line in Taco Bell. Like, get the fuck out of here.
And then they will push you in front of the ice people outside.
You know what I'm saying? Exactly. Eating a goddamn eating a fucking quesadilla and shit. Snitching on ice. He made it ice. It was him. He made this goddamn quesadilla. Now, yeah, all right. So
check his ID.
Yeah, check his ID. I want to make sure he got a license.
Now,
Like,
I asked this question earlier because we were talking, and I'm kind of side railing you guys, and if you don't want to,
that's all right, Chip. Go ahead. Go ahead. I'm glad you hopped up,
so,
Chip. Anytime,
thanks,
Chip.
man.
Come on,
I
come on.
appreciate it.
Yeah, no worries.
So you guys were talking earlier about election interference and about how they're telling you exactly what they're going to do. And all of us see it.
Yes.
And, you know, it started with the gerrymandering, which was taking place down in Texas. And then California stepped up and said, not today. And then all of those other states started stepping up and saying, like Pritzker, if you're going to do it, we're going to do it. And that just turned it into a whole big thing. So now you've got them saying, well, you can't trust the polls. Your people are 6,000 people on the rolls. They all were illegal and they all voted, which is a lie.
Yeah, they didn't.
But that's what they're doing, right?
Exactly.
So
400, about 400 of them voted, actually.
well,
But go ahead.
yeah, but they caught them. And what was
Yeah,
that
yeah.
point? What was that? They reported 0.0006%,
Yeah.
right? Whatever that number was. We all saw the same thing then. But I lost my train of thought. You dirty dog.
Election interference.
Oh, yeah. So you're talking about concealed carry and stuff like that. And I'm not trying to be an alarmist, but, you know, and I'm asking you guys genuinely, do you genuinely have a concern about in-person voting in November? Genuinely. Because I personally don't.
I don't myself. I think the only place this is going to be really that it can stand to be any issue which could be a problem is in red states. Why? Because that's where it might make a difference. People in blue states, they hate what they're seeing. They hate it. They know they've been under attack. Even the people that maybe didn't want sanctuary cities don't agree with how Trump is dealing with this. You see what I mean? They don't agree with Elon Musk. They don't agree with none of this shit. These goddamn tax cuts for the wealthy. Just because you have one issue you may not agree with doesn't mean you go along with the rest of this shit. This is terrifying for people. People that have any sense in their brain are terrified by the Trump administration. And I don't mean terrified like a bunch of little bitches that are going to sit down. I mean like, they're like, what has happened to our country? What have we allowed to happen? So I think the only place that it could even make a difference is in red states. They are definitely going to try to hinder the votes in red states. That's the only place they have a chance. So, yeah.
I think it's more voter intimidation.
Yes.
I think that's just the name of the
Yeah.
game.
It's not the
Voter
machines.
intimidation, right?
Yeah, it's not the machines. It's not the machines that won't work. It's not even, I don't think, the registration that won't work, because all of those things you will be able to see if someone tampered with registration later.
Yeah,
if
and
someone
it's on a
with,
state level, so
yeah, exactly.
Well, here's the thing. What I'm concerned is that you're going to get some of these good old boys out there at these polling stations. They're going to be standing
you
there
will.
trying
That's
to
voter
ID
intimidation.
people before they go in. Do you belong here,
That's-
boy? You know, that kind of shit. That's bullshit.
I think
yeah,
they
there's
will.
voter intimidation. That
Yeah.
will
You
happen.
really
That
think
will
so?
happen.
You're not
Yeah,
the first
that will
person
happen.
I've heard agree with that statement either. I've heard a couple of people say that.
They will.
And
That's not even that's a fact. I guarantee you. And I guarantee you that it's a part of the rhetoric as the midterms continue and get closer and closer, that they're gonna start promoting the fact that you can carry at poll
Yeah.
sites and to protect your poll sites
Yeah.
from illegal voting, right?
Yeah,
It's all a part of it's all a part of the game. It's all a part of the game. It's what
and-
they do, and
and
it's what they plan to do, right?
Yeah, and
Will it work? I don't think it'll work.
I don't
but
think it'll work overall, but
it'll be
Well, I
present.
don't think
Yeah.
that it'll work. I'm hoping that there is enough people that have started to pay attention, because I really feel like we've kind of turned a corner as far as people waking up, right? Because and you guys share, you see all of these little shorts. Oh my God, I'm sorry I did what I did, and that's great.
Right.
That's fantastic, and I think that's kind of where that corner is. I'm worried about the midterms because I'm worried that there are still enough stupid people out there that they're going to vote in, one or two spoilers. But for the most part, I think we're going to be okay. I don't know. You're in Denmark. You don't give a shit.
Yeah,
If this place all blows up, you're safe, bro.
Yeah, that's true. You're right, and I tell people that all the time. Like, just
But he
because
still
I'm,
has people he cares about in the States, right? And I
Exactly.
think that's where your passion comes from. I think that's where
all of my
the
family,
viewers should understand.
all
Yes,
of my
exactly.
family, I mean, I have family. My kids are here. I have friends here, but all of my childhood friends and all of the rest of my family
Yeah,
from my
everybody's still
mother
here.
and father's side, they're all in the U.S. So it's like, and also we have a duty, no matter where we're standing as Americans, to stand up against this shit. Like, this is real. This is not a test. This is real. Like, we could lose definitely our democracy. That is what is at stake, and there's some Americans that don't see it that way, but you're going to be in, if you don't remove this guy, you're going to be in for a hell of a surprise.
Master
What
B,
happens.
There's no way he can't be
it's-
removed. He can't run again.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh, I mean,
It's the very reason
I mean
a
that
lot of people
regime.
are in America.
Yeah, I mean the regime.
promoted
That regime.
Trump
if they don't remove them,
2028, right?
yeah. They've gone.
promoted it.
They've gone too far, and so they got Elon Musk. I mean, come on, they don't want the country to exist. They want people being their slaves, man. That's what they want. They want the average American being slaves in their own country to a few handful of people. Like, Americans ain't gonna stand for this. Elon Musk,
Amazon stations.
Elon Musk has worn out his welcome. He has worn out his welcome. Peter Thiel.
Well, if you notice, he hasn't been visible. They haven't been visible for a reason. They understand that rhetoric of the oligarchy that he had around him during his inauguration was failed, right? No one wants to see much. Musk hasn't been, right? Peter Thiel hasn't been around, right? These individuals have not been visible, right? For a reason. They know if that was the case, wouldn't you think that he would have them just as visible as he did during his campaign run? He would, but he doesn't for a reason, and that's strategic because he understands the sentiment behind them, right? And it goes to show that Americans have woken up to an extent, right? These oligarchies are less visible. Whether they still obviously play a role in this current administration is undeniable. We still have the Howard Lutnicks of the world. We still have, I'm sure Musk is still somewhere in the background, right? But even in terms of him influencing elections, right? And essentially paying people to register and vote, right? These are things that have been blatant to, a blatant threat to our democracy, right? And I think a lot of things the left still has yet to do, right? I think there's the rhetoric of, obviously, the more recent rhetoric of Trump 2028. They have to stay on his neck. They have to continue to promote the idea that this is not a viable idea under the Constitution, right? They have to speak about it every single day, because then tomorrow when he decides to make something up or pull something out his sleeves, you already have had the people prepared and
Right. You've already been primed.
exactly. They have already been primed to be able to understand, oh, this is what, Rep such and such was talking about, right? But when you
Fluffing us,
don't,
boy.
All right.
yeah, when you don't, you leave it up to them to create the narrative. And if you do, they'll do it.
Right. Now look, let's hear some more of this guy's rhetoric though before we get on to Netanyahu. Yeah, let's play a little bit more real quick, and then we do some more commentary. Let's see here. All right, let's go.
Why is it he's governing like he loves them? Why is it crime went down on his watch? Why is it he cracked down on shitty landlords, which helps out every group of people?
He's talking about Mom Donnie, right? Okay, so here, let's hear that again.
So assertively. Let me ask you this. If he hates all of the people that you said he hates, why is it he's governing like he loves them? Why is it crime went down on his watch? Why is it he cracked down on shitty landlords, which helps out every group of people you just fucking mentioned? Why is it he's doing amazing things like getting universal childcare and fucking freezing the rent and filling potholes and shit? It seems like he loves the city. And it seems like he loves the people of the city. It sounds like you are a depraved psychopath who's so desperate to do an own of Zoran that you're coming up with the lowest of the low sorts of gutter attacks I've ever seen in my life.
Mayor Mamdani has no use for you. He is a horrible person and maybe has perpetrated the worst American and Jewish hate in the history of this country. Those two people stand the other day in the West Side of New York City. That blood is on his hands.
Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, oh my days, oh my days, oh my days, oh my days. Again, in this same segment, he calls for like mass murdering innocent Iranians, and he has the nerve to say blood is on Zoran's hands. How could blood be on Zoran's hands when he's against all the illegal wars and he's delivering for the people of New York City? You tell me.
That blood is on your hands, Mayor Mamdani. We got to find a way to get this guy out.
So, I mean, you can easily ask, is the officers that died in January 6th, is that blood on Trump's hands? I mean, you can easily ask that. The guy, if someone would have been killed by that bomber, would the blood be on Trump's hands? I mean, so it's obvious that for some reason their goal is to use media to brainwash people, because everybody knows that violence occurred on January 6th and they pardoned everyone. Like, so once you set that standard, you send hysteria across the country. Like, you make people afraid. You make people feel like their life could end. You make people feel like it's now or never, and this guy, he's out there talking, ignoring that part, but acting like Mamdani has something to do with these people that did this stuff. Now, Mamdani doesn't want that. He's the mayor. No mayor wants that. It's simple.
Yeah, but this is just about spaghetti. We're just throwing it at whatever at the wall, and we're seeing what sticks. Flood the zone. Just
Right.
like Steve Bannon said. That's exactly what they're doing. And the more that they can make me not like you, and the more that they can demonize you against me, then the easier it's going to be. And we've seen that take place over the last 10 years.
Right. Absolutely. Absolutely.
But Master V, look how fast they are to falsely accuse Mamdani. Think if you're Mamdani, think if you're in his shoes. Here he's trying to fix things, and now these people come along and accuse him of being a terrorist. It's just so over the top.
Yeah, it's over the top. Exactly. And that's the thing about it. It's not genuine. It's not even a real critique of Mamdani at all. And that's the pathetic part about it. And, if these were real things, if these were real critiques that stuck, that made any sense, okay, they would be fine to make. But it's so bigoted in itself. They just have a guy. The one thing they got against Mamdani is something that he said about Netanyahu not supporting Israel's actions regarding Palestinian civilians, right? The amount being killed. And then they have this thing about him being a Muslim. That's it. That's all. And that's enough for him to be seen as a terrorist. Like, it's crazy.
It's a part of the playbook, right? They're inciting violence, right? This is not new. This is the same playbook they played for Jan 6, right? It's exactly the same
It is,
playbook.
too.
It's by
Yep.
design. It's by design. This is not. We don't. Again, the DSA is a threat. Period. Right. And that threat is now there. It's becoming a viable option in terms of being politically visible. Something they absolutely do not want. Right. And so they'll say everything and anything possible that they can.
Yeah, they
to
want
make
him
sure
to fail.
that
They want Mamdani to
yes,
fail.
because
Yeah.
when we look at it,
it's also. I think there's a lot of jealousy in there too.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
I mean,
easy.
it's.
That's
I
easy
mean,
to
the
see.
jealousy comes from the populist rhetoric, right? Like at the end of the day, do the DSA use populist talking points? Yes, but what they do is they also back up those populist talking points with policy, and that's something that Trump and his administration has failed to do time and time again,
Exactly.
right? And so when we look at it, it becomes an actual threat to to your standard GOP. It's beyond Trump at this point, right? It's beyond him, right? It's beyond Trump, right? And so they need this rhetoric to continue in order to even save any running GOP member in the these midterms, in these
Yeah.
midterm elections, right? Because if they don't, then who else are these people gonna? They can't speak on policy, so they'll use hate rhetoric by design
Fear.
to galvanize people on the other direction, right?
And
They're
that's
not
the only
speaking
thing that they
policy.
can do. But
Yes.
they also threaten to deny federal funding, right?
But again,
Which
that could also be taken up in court, right? Like he threatened
Yeah,
Mamdani.
the blue
Let's make
states.
this very clear. Trump said the same thing for Mamdani. Has New York lost federal funding? Did Trump not sit
No.
down with Mamdani? Why?
Right.
Because he doesn't want it to be because Mamdani can, as a state, he can take it to court, right? Where he knows he would lose because Trump is utilizing it as a weapon to force his ideology, to force loyalty to him, right? To force a certain type of behavior, right? And that's not how federal funding works for a state, right? So we've been down this road again. Mamdani's the prime example. If Trump hated Mamdani, again, if Trump knew it was possible, do we not think that he would have not sent federal funding to New York City?
Right.
Oh no,
Right? He would
100%.
have
I
done
agree.
it, right?
It's
He
just
would have. So
the idea
again,
of
it's
the
rhetoric.
threat. Right.
Exactly, but we
It's the idea
know
of the
that
threat.
threat's a faulty threat because a Mamdani exists and it hasn't happened here.
Right. Dude, I can't
Right?
wait to dude, he's done so well. He really has.
No,
Those
he
first
has,
100
and
days
hopefully
were
the
phenomenal.
DSA continue to flourish throughout. Right? You have Abdul Saeed who won overwhelmingly in his primary in Michigan. So the DSA movement is gaining traction, and the established Democrats are forced to recognize these talking points, these policies, the rhetoric. The way that Mamdani conducts himself as a politician, the fact that he's visible, tangible, transparent, right? He addresses
Right.
things in a timely manner, right?
But
And
Michael,
Wow,
the
what a
way
good spokesman you are.
I
Let's
don't mean to
go.
interrupt, but the way that they hyper focus on him being a Muslim or some kind of Islamic background. This is America,
Islamophobia.
and that's just none of their business. And the fact that
Yeah,
they even go
Islamophobia.
there. The fact that they even go there should be addressed. The fact that that's an issue when it's not an issue is very telling to how they think and how they filter this world.
Yeah, it's the low hanging fruit. It's Islamophobia, right? It's Bush 101, right? Like
Yes, it is.
these things have been played out time and time again, and they can continue to spew that rhetoric, but we already know that the policies don't match the rhetoric. No one cares what you're saying if they're hungry. No one cares what you're saying if they can't properly feed their kids, and working becomes harder and harder for them to do in terms of affordability. No one wants to hear
Well,
it, right?
so
What
we
can you
have to
do for me now?
Well, Michael, let's just get right into it. We tried the Jewish guy, we tried the Italian guy, we tried the black guy, and they all had some serious breakdowns. So maybe it's time to try the Muslim guy.
There you go, and that's where New York stance has been, right?
Oh, we're
Like,
gonna have
we're
a
not
lot of
afraid of a
viewers then.
Muslim.
We're gonna have a lot of viewers if we do that one, man. Yeah, let's play the Muslim guy.
My Jewish family loves hearing that one. But the bottom line is that
I'm gonna do that tomorrow.
And I want folks to, and I want folks to Google this. There's actually 150,000 homeless or temporary unhoused children in New York City. Okay, it's about 10 times what's going on in other major cities. There's some kind of breakdown there. So the bottom line is something had to change.
Facts.
Yeah, no, homelessness is at an all-time high, or was at an all-time high in New York City. And, you want to use New York City as the barometer for America, right? What happens in New York City trickles down to the rest of America as a whole. And so you can imagine where other cities tend to hide their homelessness and tend to be vague about the wealth inequality they experience. That can't happen here in New York. It just doesn't, right? Because we're so close, compact, and visible, and again, with Mamdani, we're seeing the benefits even now, earlier on in his time here, just based off how he's able to impact housing in general, right? Affordable housing, expediting that affordable housing, right? And making it accessible to everyone, right? There's a few nuanced things that he's done.
The rents are gonna start dropping.
Well, that's the whole thing. I don't necessarily. The rents won't start dropping, but they'll stay stable, right? They won't rise as fast, right? Because from a logistics level, real estate hasn't gone down and won't go down, right? But what it can do is slow down. It'll slow down. It'll take in combination with a lot like the infrastructure of it. We'll need millions of buildings to be put up.
I don't think that it's going to go down.
And that's just it. I mean, I was out in Thailand. They were building a 73-story building, over 1,000 units. Like 4,000 people are going to live there. They had a mall down below, like 55 facilities, I think over 20 amenities. I mean, folks, we're not just talking about like a gym. We're talking about like a kickboxing ring, yoga hanging bands, a little special room just for your cats. 55 facilities. We're talking, a massage facility. Get your hair cut. Send your Amazon packages. All just downstairs.
To piggyback off of that, go ahead, B. Go ahead. We can continue. Go ahead.
Yeah. Let's continue. Let's hear the rest of this. It's a good conversation, though. Let me see. Let's just hear a little more, because this guy is going to rant on Mamdani, and then we're going to listen to what's going on with Netanyahu in his visit to Trumpville. So let's see here. The Trump amusement park.
Maybe Dr. Naomi Wolf is right. Maybe that election wasn't what it looked like on paper. Maybe he really didn't win. But either way, this guy is the...
Now we're doing election denial on Zoran? Oh, my days. Not only did Zoran win, he won by a higher margin than anybody thought he would win by. He overperformed colossally. And that can't be real. Oh, really? Well, the fucking dynamism of Andrew Cuomo was supposed to sweep people off their feet? Give me a fucking break. The sex pest corrupt weirdo.
Look, people have to understand that the bottom line is nobody else fixed the problems fast enough. I mean, it's just that simple. What was normally happening did not work. Okay, and that happened for a long time. So you have to try something else. And is Mamdani that extreme? Is a rent freeze? We discussed it. Is a rent freeze extreme? Nixon had a nationwide rent freeze. President Nixon, the Republican, had a nationwide price freeze. I mean, he just froze everything because of the economy. I mean, and it's not the first time. So, you have to ask yourself, are people looking at this fairly, or are they looking at it through a biased lens? No, he didn't say permanent rent freeze. Is that even legal?
No, it goes
is that
up
even
for the board
possible?
Every 2 years.
Exactly.
No, every 2 years it goes
exactly. So
the housing board.
There it is.
They vote on it. Yeah.
There's already checks and balances to it, because it has to go before a housing board. So that means it has to go before other people. So it's just But in any case, let's play some more.
Worst thing to happen to New York politics maybe in the history of our state. He's a lowlife.
I mean, I think you may be a bit over your skis in calling him.
When even Fox News is going, You know what, man? I mean, really, you got to call him a terrorist? That seems like it's a little much, dog. I mean, look, we are bordering on criminal defamation. You understand what I'm saying? Like this is actual. We have the most lenient free speech laws in the world, but even this, you look at it and you go, you can make an argument in court that this crosses a line, bro.
A bit over your skis and labeling him a terrorist, and you're probably going to get flagged for that.
He said why? Oh, I don't know. Maybe because he hasn't murdered anybody for political reasons. Maybe because he's anti-war.
Yeah,
I don't know. Maybe he doesn't in
defamation.
any way, shape, or form fit the definition of terrorism. You, sir, are way closer to the definition of a terrorist than he is. You literally just advocated for carpet bombing innocent people in Iran.
Because New Yorkers elected this guy. They knew everything about him before. Like, this is predictable. You talk about predictability. This is a predictable.
Let me ask you this: the Hamas guys that are in Qatar right now, they've never put on an explosive vest. They've never shot anybody. Would you consider those guys terrorists?
Yeah, they're losing control of this guy.
Oh, I'm done, bro. I'm done. Presumably, this idiot would act like Benjamin Netanyahu is a hero. He's a hero. So is Ben Gvir. So is Smotrich. So is the Likud party. So is the Israeli government. So the people that carpet bomb babies, shoot women.
I mean, we're allies with Japan, and we hit their ass with a nuclear bomb. They had kamikaze airplanes. I mean, you know, I'm not saying that these are great things.
Yeah, but we weren't buddies with them until after.
We
hit them with the bomb, right?
Yeah. That's true. But I mean, we hit them with a nuclear bomb. I'm just saying these things. He's saying that Hamas did these what do you call it, suicide bombers, right? Right. But it's not only Hamas, you know, and on top of that, do they do it now? When was the last time they did one? I mean, you know, at some point there have to be some kind of reset button, right? Because this conflict has been going on for how long? So there's always going to be some kind of issue with what someone already did. You know what I mean? But where are they going to, where are the people that are going to get them all to stop? Like right now, just stop it. Stop the fighting, like right now, and actually commit to doing something concrete and sticking with it. Like, who's going to do that? You know, because I mean, you could always argue that someone did something. Look, when the United States was founded, or when the colonials came to the United States, right? I mean, people will say that Native Americans did terroristic things, right? When apartheid existed in South Africa, there's literally loads of people that tried to say that the South Africans committed terrorist acts. You know, so at some point there's an area where we have to say, okay, well, what are the conditions, you know, that are actually existing? And then you examine what people do to fight against it. And you ask yourself, okay, are these desperate means? Are these the means that a group that has some equal power uses? Or is this like last resort? What would Americans do if people came to the United States and started killing our family members and taking everything from us? What will we do?
I wouldn't stand by and just watch it happen.
No, we had Timothy. No, I'm not saying it's good. But we had Timothy McVeigh. I mean, what's the difference with him? He's in jail for the rest of his life. He may as well have blown his ass up with that bomb. I mean, you know, it's like he killed a whole lot of people with that bomb. You know what I mean? And
just think, Master B, can you imagine if Iran came over here and started bombing us for whatever reason, to steal our oil, or because maybe they're upset at us because we drink a lot of alcohol, or how about killing 2,500 kids a year with guns, which they don't do.
Privilege that goes along with being an American, because we've never had a war on our soil.
Right.
Well, okay, let me take that back. Revolutionary War, blah blah blah. You know,
that was a while ago, though. Yeah.
But we've never, in modern times, we have never had, except for Hawaii, anybody attack the continental United States.
Right.
And I don't even think that people in this country can fathom what it would be like to have the house next door to you bombed. I mean, geez,
exactly.
Pete, somebody cuts somebody off on the highway and they lose their absolutely noodle, right? So what are you going to do when that stuff gets brought home. And what I've really been thinking about lately is why haven't we seen any terrorist activity, like real terrorist activity? Not saying, Preddy was a terrorist. I mean, like the real stuff. Because that's got to be, we're bombing the shit out of Iran right now. What do you think those people are over there doing? What, just making Lego videos?
Right.
Come on, man.
Yeah.
We're our own worst enemy in this case. We really are.
I don't think we, and also I just think we like to write histories according to what we want to achieve. It's one thing to question the legitimacy of suicide bombers. Right. Everyone can see that. Damn, that's tragic. You mean like a person blew themselves up for a cause? That's sad. That's a sad act in itself. That shows you that the value of their life is nothing. Right. Most people that consider their life to have any value would never do that. Right.
Nope.
But it's another thing to ignore everything else that's going on. You see what I mean? And also what those people believe. I'm not saying what they believe has to be right. I'm saying it's obvious that there's some kind of narrative going on that they
right.
And that needs to be, if you don't agree with them, you still need to account for it. You still need to say, wait a second, look at what happened in Iran. I mean, do you really think, is it really smart to send American soldiers to Iran, to Afghanistan, to a place where someone can just walk up to them and blow themselves up? Is that smart? Is it smart? And is it worth it? Is it worth it? That's the main thing. No, it was not worth it. It was not worth it. Saddam Hussein is gone. What was achieved? No American knows the difference between the new person in charge in Iraq. Nobody. They don't even talk about it.
No, they don't.
Fox News doesn't even know. They don't talk about who's in charge now. They don't even give a damn. You know what I mean? So it's just like at some point we have to say, yeah, okay, well, what were the real dynamics? We came with our big ass weapons. We came with huge weapons. We came with more weapons than anyone else.
Why are we defending Kuwait?
Yeah, but the opposition came with an old lady wrapped with a goddamn suicide vest.
You know what I mean?
Like,
right?
Yo, there has to be examined past, what this guy's doing, trying to take attention off of, damn, that's a extremely desperate act. Like, that is extremely desperate. Like, you can't win. That's what it tells me. Like, you cannot win in this situation that way. We can't win this way. We have to win.
All of our intelligence has said that.
Yeah.
And even before they went in, the Strait of Hormuz has always been a strategic question mark. And they knew Iran would take over the Strait of Hormuz as soon as they rolled in there. And the same
they
thing
knew
that
they needed boots on the ground. They knew they needed
the strait was open, no toll fees.
And we cannot put boots on the ground there. If anybody knows anything about history, before World War I, there was a British officer, and his name was Lawrence. But you guys know Lawrence of Arabia, right?
Yeah.
And even in his book about all of being in Saudi Arabia and being in that part of the world, he's like, these people will never be broken. They will never be.
Lawrence
ruled.
Is his last name.
Right. Thomas Edward Lawrence was his name.
Yeah, it's true.
And he was an officer in the English army, and he was sent over there specifically before World War I because they wanted to run railroads, right? They wanted to
get those raw materials out of there.
Yeah,
right,
he
exactly.
died in a motorcycle accident.
Right. Well, yeah, that was years later. He went cuckoo, but the book is really good. But even back then, even at the turn of the 19th century, they knew for a fact we cannot go into these places. And now we've got Iran, a mountainous region where we do not have a lot of experience fighting in that specific terrain. So and you can't put the guys on Karg Island because they're just going to get blown off of Karg Island. All the radar in the entire region is pretty much garbage.
You can't get. There's no experience you can have. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, there's no experience you will gain. No one has that experience. That's the whole point. If you try to send a military into the United States and start taking certain regions, you think you're going to walk through there and start taking certain, man, Americans are going to fucking kill you. You won't make it. Like, so why would we think it's smart to do that to Afghanistan?
You know what I mean?
It's like,
you know what? Oh my God,
that shit is crazy.
Ukraine stepping in as well. You know that, right? We have Ukraine stepping in
now. All right, let's get to the news because they're stepping in now. Yeah. Let's get to that part. Let's get to that part.
And also, just to be clear, this is modern warfare, right? So even when we look at, the suicide bombers, right? We have drones now, right? They don't even need a suicide bomber, right? They're using effectively. This is the new modern warfare of drone.
They got a suicide drone, motherfucker. A suicide robot.
Exactly. And now we're
dropping the grenades and stuff.
They got a little suicide robot dog and shit. It's like, what the fuck?
we've seen sparks of it. But again, like we spoke about before, the world is paying attention to this modern warfare. The Russias, the Chinas, because now they're getting experience and seeing how modern warfare plays out, right? This isn't Afghanistan. This isn't Iraq. This is totally different, right? Let's just make it clear because Israel and both America are fighting this war without boots on the ground, right? So, yeah, go ahead.
Well, here's my thing, right? No boots on the ground. But if Hegseth and Trump could get anyone to agree to put boots on the ground, you know that they would be fapping all over the place at just the idea of it.
Well, they are trying to, right? They're building up to that. They're building up to that rhetoric. All right, let's continue, V. But yeah, they're building up to that rhetoric, which is why they have.
They have 650,000 soldiers. Yeah, and they also have 350,000 soldiers in reserve. So they have about 1 million soldiers. So you're talking about a real army, a big army.
And you're talking about other people, too, that don't want you in controlling Iran. Like, you think other people in the region are just going to sit back and let you take over fucking Iran? Like, that just
we have the Yemenis already stepped up, right? The Yemenis have already stepped up.
No, there's other people that have interest there. You see, they can mobilize people.
China's going to let us get away with that? Come on.
China, North Korea, Russia, anybody else. You don't have to name names, but I'm just saying it's anybody else. That's the thing. We tried this in the Cold War. We put Russia put a lot. This is where the roles have shifted. Russia spent a lot of resources. They put out a lot of resources in the Cold War to achieve their objectives. And what happened in the end? We came in and swooped up and claimed all of what would have been their victories. Why was that? So it's because of the objectives that they tried to obtain. They overutilized their resources. They overextended themselves. So why would we go there to Iran? That's obviously we're overextending ourselves in something we can't win, where someone else will swoop in the end and take it from us. Just like what's already gone. It just makes no sense. It makes no sense. Plus, the American people will lose the desire once American soldiers start getting killed. Like, we are not going to follow through on the ground. We will not do it. It's not going. We can go there, but we will not complete the job. That's the point.
We have lost 17 guys or 17 soldiers so far. 17. And 17 is it seems like it's such a minuscule number, but I got to be honest, and I'm going to take this back to a generational thing. Gen X, those are the kids that are coming up now. Those are the Gen Zers that are coming up. Those are the ones that are going to be in the service. And I don't know any Gen Xer that's going to sacrifice their kid for this. So I can't see anybody in the country standing behind any of this nonsense.
Well, but
on the ground or anything.
Jim, we just had a lot of young Republicans signed up for the military when Trump got elected.
I mean, you know what it is? They must have they have a really low self-esteem and value for their life. Like, why
they feel
would
like they're being patriotic?
if you go there on the ground, that means that you value your life less than I do. Like, seriously, I'm serious. Because why would you trade your valuable life for theirs when they are definitely, without any doubt whatsoever, ready to fucking die over this a million times over? Like, you can't beat those odds. Like, why would you, if you value your life, why would you put yourself there? Like, what is this, man? That makes no sense.
Let's keep in mind that a lot of these young men enlisted while under the rhetoric of no new wars, right?
Yeah, that too. That too.
Let's keep that in mind, right? They decided to join the military under the rhetoric of no new wars, right? So they themselves have been duped, right? And now they're experiencing that firsthand, right? They're the ones who are now going to feel lied to, right? Going to feel used, right? And I think this is also a part of the downfall of the MAGA movement, right? Because I'm sure their parents promoted them going to the forces, saying, "Oh, look, we're not going to have any wars. It'll be an easy tenure." And now look, right? They're protecting at one of the biggest wars, most modern warfares right now, right? And global conflicts. And at the end of the day, Iran will continue to hold on because it's more globally economically viable for them to have. Do we think that Iran doesn't know that America has midterms? Do we think that they don't understand that? Right? We know they do. They definitely do, right? And so we know that it's a part of their strategic plan.
Oh, they definitely know. Yeah.
End this war anytime soon, right?
Exactly.
We know that the more they hold out, the more our economy suffers, even if theirs does as well, right? So it's at their benefit to continue to hold off this war until their terms are
they
met,
are going
not our
to
terms, right?
these Iranians understand American politics, and they are going to drag down the MAGA movement and Trump and everyone involved with him. They are definitely planning on doing it. And how they're going to do it is by fighting you tooth and nail every step of the way, so this fucking war never comes to a goddamn end, no matter what you do. You just have to understand that. Like, yeah, who's that?
They've said they've sent everything underground.
Yeah, go ahead.
Well,
Go ahead, Chip. Yeah.
All right, so you've got all of these guys joining the army or joining the service because they're feeling patriotic or because they can't afford college or whatever it is. And then what if Trump's plan to revitalize American industry is the military industrial complex that Eisenhower warned us about?
So we've been a part of that, right? Like that's the reason why.
But even somebody just said, where was it? Somebody just said, Caleb, the U.S. desperately needs to follow their own World War II strategy for military manufacturing. Because let's go back to our history books, kids. When we were coming out of the Great Depression, we were in World War II. And American manufacturing is what brought us out of the Great Depression.
True.
So are we in the middle of a depression that they're trying to drag us out of?
No.
Yes. Or is it just...
No, they're never going to drag us out this way.
Is it just
you know why?
drift?
You know why? Because what they're doing, the way they did it, it's not sustainable. That's the problem. If you did it incrementally, that's one thing. But they haven't done it incrementally. You got to remember, to make it work, people have to be able to pay for it and have it be reasonable to the taxpayer, right? For it to be sustainable. So, I mean, they might give it a boom momentarily. It might have a boom momentarily, but then where's the sustainability in it?
But Trump's a smash and grab guy.
No,
and just remember that we can look at something as and we don't even have to go that far, right? We can look at Bush initiating his wars. What happened shortly after? What economic downturn happened? The housing crisis, right? So it's
Yes.
all, it's stimulus for quick stimulus to delay, a depression, right? Or a recession in this case, right?
It's bad
It's quick
politics,
cash to
bro.
continue.
That's what I'm saying.
Exactly.
And, and,
I
and
mean,
that's,
where are we
that's
headed?
bad
probably about to
policy.
happen again.
Yeah,
In
no, it
terms of
will
what
happen
they're,
again, right?
yeah, they're probably
And
going to lower interest rates, cause another refi boom, and then
yeah,
the Democrats will have to do a bunch of bank bailouts to fix
there you go.
everything.
And
Housing
then the
bubble.
AI bubble will
Yeah.
crash.
Then the housing bubble is going. Yeah, the housing bubble is going to spread. You know what I mean? It's going to hit the Western economies. I mean, there's going to be a lot of adjustments for people. And here's the thing: for people that are tired, that don't want their own taxpayers to go through this, they only have one choice, and that is to start insulating themselves as much as possible. And they've already started doing this, but it's going to be a damn shame, because the lesson that will be learned is that you cannot trust the United States of America. That's what the Western allies we are economically tied to. They're one of the reasons why we've done well economically, because they use our financial systems. It's not us that's using theirs. They're using ours. They're using our MasterCard. They're using our MasterCard. They're using our PayPal. They're using all our online systems. They're using ours, So they're about to pull back from a lot of stuff if this guy does this, because they're sitting back looking at the Congress saying, okay, it's not just about Trump, because he's just one man. One person cannot get away with this according to the law of the United States. And they're sitting there listening to the American people talk. They're looking at and seeing who the American people are supporting. And they're watching a lot of American people just not fucking care. Not even take stock in what they had. Not even be aware enough to know when they had it good and how they had it good. You see what I mean? Like they're not going to sit back
sitting on their pension and their veterans benefits and their social security and their IRAs and their 401ks and their trust funds and all of the shit that they've set up. And and I honestly believe this. I'm sorry, guys, but I think that the housing boom crisis was a way for them to try to get some of that money from that generation to try to make people poorer.
True.
Now we're talking about generational wealth now. And that was something that that's a whole nother story. But taking generational wealth away from the middle class is going to weaken the middle class and it's also going to weaken labor. So is that what they're doing?
Yeah, they do it through foreclosure. People losing their homes.
Exactly. They're really pushing the system, and unfortunately in this system, who bails people out? Who's going to end up having to pick up the slack? It is the poor and the middle class. It's the American taxpayer, the income taxpayer. That is who is going to have to do it. There's no one else to do it. There's nobody else to do it. And so this is what we're doing is not only irresponsible, but it's destructive, and it is really going to
it's self-destructive.
It's self-destructive, and people that don't want to play a part in it, they're going to separate from it, especially if they do not see American people shut it down. Like, if they don't see signs that Americans are clever enough to shut this shit down, they have no choice but to separate from it. So, and you already know Trump he pretended like NATO wasn't important. He's gone out there and spit all this rhetoric about the EU and we always protecting them. Anybody that looks at the math knows that is not the problem, right? But the whole thing is that Fox News spread it, news media spread it, social media is spreading it. So a lot of Americans believed it to their own detriment. But the reality is not going to play out that way. The reality is that our allies are taking a good long look, trying to figure out, are these motherfuckers that crazy? They're sitting there paying very, very close position and making some little maneuvers, and they're doing things, but they haven't cut themselves off yet. But if Trump does this thing in Iran, like creates a third war, a world war, because that is what it will create.
Yeah.
They are just they're going to be finished. They're going to be finished because this guy, they do not want to help this man with his objective. And the easiest way to stop this man with his objective and to stop irresponsible leadership is to let it solve its own problem. And guess what? Iran they don't want it. Look, these people, they understand very well. They had their objective. China, Russia, Iran, they had their objective. It was the United States of America. That's what their objective was. You see, they're tired of the United States of America being as influential as it is as a single country. They have an opportunity to do that, to deal with that issue. And if Trump is going to give them that opportunity, they're going to take it. They're going to take it.
Here's the thing, China, that we have an embargo against Iran, right? You can't like buy oil. We have an embargo against them for oil, basically. And you can't spend US dollars to buy oil or something like that. I don't know the specifics. I'm going to sound like an asshole. But what I do know is that to get around that and to remain loyal to global rules, they started trading with Russia. China started trading with Russia and Iran in yen.
Yeah, exactly.
So that means that the dollar is no longer global currency.
You're gonna see the price of you're gonna see it show up in the value of the dollar pretty soon.
I think so.
Well, in the Treasury, we'll see it in the.
It's gonna just take time because they got to prepare the paperwork.
And then they're gonna lower
on the
interest
worldwide
rates.
market. Oil is traded in dollars, and when the World Trade Centers were bombed in New York City, they were relocated to Shanghai, China, and ever since then they've been trying to undo the currency lock on oil.
All right. Yeah, what's the next thing you got up, dude?
It's the meeting with Trump. It's the meeting with Trump. But yeah. I just wanted to say one more thing. Canada, Europe, and these groups, they understand trade is their power. It's a strength that they have. Trade. They make weapons. They're preparing their military. They're expanding their weapons capability. But it still doesn't mean they want to be involved in stupid fucking wars. That's a difference, So they understand that China can make a lot of money doing business with them. They understand the rest of the world can make a lot of money doing business with them. Canada too. So they calling themselves middle powers. You see what I mean? So they're not taking the same steps that Trump are taking. It's just not going to happen. Iran knows it. China knows it. Now they're sitting back watching what's going on with Zelensky, but we will see how it plays out. All right, let's play some of this.
Hello, I'm Marianne Mashiri, and this is the Iran War Today, our briefing, bringing you up to date with all you need to know on the US-Israel war with Iran. Well, let's start with some of today's key developments now. Donald Trump hosts Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu at the White House for the first time since launching joint strikes on Iran. We'll take a closer look at the complicated relationship between the two leaders. Oman presents Tehran with a plan for shared control over the Strait of Hormuz. And protesters clash with police in the city of Isfahan as Iran executes 2 men who took part in anti-government rallies earlier this year. Well, Donald Trump has hosted the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu at the White House for the first time since their two nations launched airstrikes on Iran in late February, triggering a 5-month conflict that has reshaped the Middle East forever. High on the agenda, Tehran's nuclear program. Well, ahead of the meeting, Mr. Trump told Fox News the US has had some very good talks with Iran. He said he wanted to avoid targeting Iran's bridges and power plants if possible. It's a very, very delicate balance, so I think we have a very strong position right now. They know I'm going to do that if they don't make a deal, he said. Well, the two sides have now paused strikes on each other for a fourth night, as the US president said on Monday he was giving diplomacy another chance. Iran, meanwhile, has said they're not interested in further peace talks with Washington. Well, let's go live to Washington and our Chief America correspondent, Gary O'Donoghue. Gary, how has the visit been so far? What details have we had from the meeting between these two men?
Almost none so far. A brief tweet or a post from the press secretary on social media saying that they were constructive, both meetings, including the Zelensky one as well. And we'll see what trickles out, but there's clearly some daylight between these two leaders at the moment, if only in terms of their own war aims. The president has paused the bombing, as you've said, and that is something that is a challenge for Benjamin Netanyahu because his war aims are not yet achieved. And he will not want that pause to become some kind of prolonged ceasefire at this point, particularly when he's facing so much domestic political pressure at home, running behind in the polls with those elections coming up later in the year. So there are divergences. There have always been divergences, and sometimes they come out into the open. And I think perhaps the fact that we haven't had a sort of detailed readout means that some of those divergent views, some of those differing aims, some of those differences in emphases are still there and may not have been resolved by today's meeting. But we'll have to wait to see what the readouts from both sides are that will undoubtedly slip out in the next few hours.
Well, as we heard, the meeting comes amid signs of growing friction between the two leaders. Our Middle East correspondent Yolande Knell takes a look at their long and complicated relationship.
It's thought that when these two leaders previously met at the White House back in February, the groundwork was laid for the war in Iran, which then began at the end of that month. Now, at the outset of the war, with the historic, unprecedented cooperation between these two allies, the leaders were speaking about each other in very complimentary terms. But then, as the war dragged on, the relationship deteriorated to the point where there were reports of President Trump calling Mr. Netanyahu crazy at one point, using expletives when he was talking to him. In recent weeks, he has appeared to sideline Israel, which had wanted to keep up the military pressure on Iran as President Trump has really been seeking an exit. Now, Mr. Netanyahu went to Washington wanting to show the Israeli public that he does still have the ear of the president. That's important for him at a time when he's lagging behind in the polls going into a general election later this year. He's wanting to really, persuade the US not to make big concessions when it comes to Iran's nuclear program, which Israel sees as being an existential threat. But there are other bilateral issues that have been on the table too, not just Lebanon and Gaza, but also US plans to sell F-35 warplanes to Turkey. Israel is very worried about those.
Well, Oman is reported to have proposed a regional system for managing the Strait of Hormuz following technical talks with Tehran in recent days. Shipping companies would make voluntary payments for navigation services rather than paying Iran a direct fee for access to the strait. The plan aims to prevent Tehran from exclusively controlling the waterway, which typically carries around a quarter of the world's oil supplies. The proposal is based on the Strait of Malacca. It's another crucial artery for global energy supplies. It connects the Indian and Pacific Oceans and is jointly managed by the states bordering it. That's Indonesia, Malaysia and Singapore. Under the proposal, those who use the Strait of Hormuz would voluntarily contribute to a fund that finances the cost of managing navigation, environmental protection and search and rescue.
And don't forget the Straits of Copenhagen also.
Among other services. Well, with me now is BBC Persian correspondent Parham Gorbadi. And Parham, is Iran likely to go for this idea? I think we've heard from Iran, haven't we?
We have. As I was on my way to the studio, Iran's deputy foreign minister was speaking to Iranian state TV. He mentioned that the state of the Strait of Hormuz, the status of that, is not going to go back to the pre-war status. This is something that Iranians have said it so far many times. But as you mentioned, Omanis have come with a proposal. He said that they have a counter proposal. So what they've said, they did not accept that Omanis proposal, and they're saying that they want to have two lanes in the Strait of Hormuz, one for inbound ships, the other one for outbound ships. The inbound ships are going to be under Iran's control 100%. The outbound ship, Iran is going to have some partial control over it. So at the end, and he said that this is the definitive position of Iran, and Iran will not accept any other formula other than this. So this shows that if one lane is under Iran control and the other is partially under Iran control, so the Strait of Hormuz is technically, Iran has a really strong say over the Strait of Hormuz and technically has the entire control of the strait.
Interesting. Parham, stay with us. I'm coming back to you in a moment because I want to turn to what is happening inside Iran now. Iran's state broadcaster says 2 men who took part in nationwide anti-government protests earlier this year had been publicly executed in the city of Esfahan. Footage shared on social media shows protesters clashing with security forces after gathering to oppose those executions. Well, let's go back to you, Parham. What more do we know about these executions?
So 10 days ago, this is a case that 4 Iranian security officers were beaten and then burned alive, according to Iranian officials, during the January protests in Iran. Now, 12 people have been charged in this case. 2 of them were executed 10 days ago. 2 of them were executed today morning. But the difference was that today morning, after all these arrests and executions, many might have thought that Iranians wouldn't dare to protest, but that's not what happened. So people, and it was a public execution, which was rare. So people went there and they started booing and they started chanting slogans and, calling the officers' names. And then the officers started attacking protesters to disperse them. There are some videos that we can hear gunshots, but we do not know if there was anybody was injured or killed as a result of those shots, or they were just tear gas that they were being fired. So, but what happened is that there are 2-3 other, in the very same case, 2-3 other protesters who have been who have been transferred to the solitary confinement. So the rights group are really worried that there are going to be more executions in the same case in the coming days.
And this is a problem, isn't it, within Iran, that it's seen this typical problem for months and months now. It's been continuing to execute protesters who protested at the end of December, early January, despite what's happening in the war.
This is a really risky game that the Iranian government is playing. And the reason for that is that they're fighting a war outside, and this war has come off the top of a massive nationwide protests that thousands of Iranians were killed. And it started because of the inflation in Iran and the Iranian currency dropped. So there is some economic, it was because of the economic pressure. Those economic conditions have worsened during the war. So there is this anger and dissatisfaction among Iranians because of the economic pressure that is going on. So killing more protesters, executing them, is just going to build up on the anger that already existed in the country.
Okay, Parham, thank you very much indeed.
All right, let me go to the next one. Here we go. It's interesting that they say that because, anger is building up in the U.S. And also in other areas of the world about Trump's, joining this war, essentially.
Washington remembering one of its own, Republican Senator Lindsey Graham, who died suddenly this month at the age of 71.
He was a man who gave America the full measure of his good and mighty heart until that heart itself just gave out.
Graham went from being a staunch critic of Donald Trump to an adoring supporter and influential voice. He helped persuade the president to pursue his war against Iran.
Long time no see.
And traveled frequently to Ukraine, working to prod Trump into backing the country's fight against Russia.
He was extremely hawkish. I will tell you, he never saw a war that he didn't like.
Both Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky and Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu traveled to Washington for Graham's memorial, both making stops at the White House to meet with Trump. For Netanyahu, this was the first visit since the start of the Iran war, Israel's government pressing its argument Iran remains a threat. As the war has dragged on, tensions have emerged between the U.S. and Israel.
On this Tuesday morning, we are joined by phone with our President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Trump went on Fox News and was asked about warnings from Netanyahu. Iran is fortifying a key nuclear site.
Well, I don't need Bibi to tell me that. Bibi's telling me that because he wants me to stay involved.
As for Zelensky, the Ukrainian leader posted photos of his meeting with Trump and thanked the U.S. president repeatedly.
You're in no position.
A safeguard, perhaps, after his disastrous Oval Office encounter last year when Trump and his vice president attacked Zelensky for not showing sufficient gratitude for U.S. military support. In this latest meeting, Zelensky says he and Trump discussed the possibility of Ukraine building its own Patriot missiles and also talked diplomacy, though he says his main message was one of condolence for Lindsey Graham, who Zelensky calls a true friend of Ukraine. Tom Perry, CBC News, Washington.
Welcome to Meet the Press Now. I'm Gabe Gutierrez, and it has been a solemn day here in Washington as the president, lawmakers, and world leaders all pay tribute to the late Senator Lindsey Graham. His death leaving a void for policymakers at home and abroad as the U.S. charts a path forward in two major global conflicts. We're looking at live pictures of Graham's funeral service at the National Cathedral here in Washington. Right now, they're nearing the conclusion of the ceremony, and in just a few moments, we expect to see Senator Graham's casket carried out of the church, with his family looking on. At the service this afternoon, President Trump paying tribute to the late senator.
No more Lindsey Graham.
I gotta ask, was his lover there? That's what I gotta know, man. Straight up, All right, let me see here. Let's try to get through some of this shit here. Blah blah blah. Lindsey Graham. Are they still? Is this going to be like a repeat of what they just got finished saying? Let me see here. Brazilian. No. Okay. So here, let me see here. This is about Zelensky now. Let's go.
Lindsey Graham was
hold on. Here.
and positive, but according to Prime Minister Netanyahu, they discussed the issue with Lebanon, which of course has been a big focus for the Trump administration in recent weeks, and seeing how that agreement can continue.
This is obviously a very important meeting. Apparently it lasted for 3 hours, right? 90 minutes, right? Or is that an hour and a half? Yeah, that's an hour and a half. I'm sorry. That's an hour, but that's significant. An hour and a half. And it's a closed meeting. That makes it even more significant. So that tells me that it's a very sensitive meeting. Whoever, I'm sure it's not Trump who gave it down, right? But it would be appropriate since there's a lot at stake. A lot of money's been invested, a lot of actions, a lot of lives have been lost, right? So it is, to me, it says overall there's sensitivity from the Trump administration and the Netanyahu regime, right, regarding this war, right, because it's so sensitive. They don't want to talk about it in public, whatever it is, or they don't want to risk it, right? So, yeah, so that's just telling. But let's hear some more. Let's hear some more.
Continue to improve in the coming days and weeks, which has been kind of happening on a parallel track. But specifically with Iran, Israel has been very clear about its position. And today does mark 5 months since the U.S. and Israel started those joint strikes in Iran. And certainly Prime Minister Netanyahu has been clear about his position that he would.
You know, it's worth pointing out, how do two nations like the U.S. and Israel have a war against one nation, which is it one? It's primarily one, really. It's really primarily Iran, right? They haven't been bombing Yemen. This time it's been primarily Iran. How is it that the U.S. and Israel, how is it that their objectives are not achieved? And I think that's very telling right there. If they can't do it, the two, why would anyone else feel confident that if they entered, they could also do it? Like, I think that's pretty much not good. That doesn't look like good math to a lot of people. And yeah, but in any case, let's play. So I want to know what happened in the meeting. What, if they reveal any of it. I doubt they will.
Would like to see that continue.
I doubt.
NDAA that they discussed Section 219.
It's probably 219. Yeah,
that they're talking about potential boots on the ground. And to circle back to what you said, they are discussing what does boots on the ground look. Because remember, at the end of the day, Bibi has to get approval for boots on the ground, and so does Trump, right? So they're trying to figure out how can they get boots on the ground to expedite this because they don't want it to be drawn out. And I'm sure a lot of that rhetoric had to do with what they discussed in this meeting. But go ahead, B.
No, you're right, bro. Excellent point. Excellent point. All right, let's go. For those of you that don't know what 219 is, it's the section about Israeli implementation into the standard U.S. military budget. So we've been discussing that for like the last month. So please Google that. It is HR 8800, and then you can Google section 219 or 224, whichever one you want to look up. It's the same. It's the same. So let's take it from there.
You would like to see
Congress is set to vote on it again. The Senate is shutting it down, right? Congress approved it, and the Senate has not approved it yet. So that's the state of it right now, right? Isn't that right, Michael?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
It's set to hit the Senate floor.
Yeah, so people need to put pressure if you don't want the large parts of the Israeli military being implemented into the U.S. military, basically military budget. So speak up about it. All right, let's go on.
Military escalation. President Trump, though, as you played in the introduction, Gabe, has been clear that he'll be making those decisions on his own, regardless of input potentially from the Israeli prime minister.
Monica, stay with us. I want to turn now to Courtney Cubie. Courtney, the president said today that the U.S. could take out Pickaxe Mountain, quote, very easily. What's the reality there?
Yeah, and he's been threatening to go after Pickaxe now for several days. The reality is it depends on exactly what he means by take it out, right? So the U.S. could absolutely conduct airstrikes there. They've got what they need to do it. We saw them with these deep penetrating bombs last year. And in fact, the U.S. has even flown bombers in recent weeks into Iran. So it's totally possible that they could do it. But the question is, can they really actually get after what they would need to in Pickaxe to make a real difference to the nuclear program? There has been some satellite imagery from think tanks and nonpartisan groups that have shown increased activity or continuing activity around Pickaxe even after Midnight Hammer last year. And the concern is that there could be some centrifuges in there that could provide Iran with the ability to enrich uranium and to potentially further their nuclear program. But it's buried so deeply underground, it's not really clear if U.S. bombs could even reach it. And then again, it gets back to this overall strategic goal of this war of eliminating the nuclear program. If in fact they were to strike Pickaxe but not actually send ground troops in, would that actually eliminate their ability to have a nuclear weapon long term?
And Matt, I want to turn to you. By the way, good to have you here on set. You're based in Israel, but you're here in D.C. today. We mentioned it in the introduction that the relationship between President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu is becoming more and more strained as this war goes on. What are you hearing about that relationship? And is it, in fact, getting more strained the longer this war drags on?
Yeah, I mean, I think we can see it with some of the movements at the White House, some of the conversation that we saw even today. This was kind of a make or break moment for Prime Minister Netanyahu. And the more that this war kind of drags on, that's one issue. But the real issue here is the impending elections coming up for Benjamin Netanyahu, and in a way, to a lesser extent, for Trump with the midterm elections. Both men are facing serious contests that are going to be judging their behavior in this region, in the Middle East, in Iran. And so both of them are feeling what is essentially bubbling up domestic pressure underneath them. Benjamin Netanyahu has long been trying to paint himself, stylize himself as the Trump whisperer, as the Washington whisperer. And now he has a president who has publicly excoriated him.
Yeah, getting harder to do that for a domestic audience, or at least project that image to a domestic audience. Courtney, regardless of what Prime Minister Netanyahu told President Trump behind closed doors in the Oval Office today, do you get the sense that the administration really wants to escalate this war?
I think there are completely competing narratives in the administration. That's the problem. The reason that there hasn't been a clear path forward here, despite how many meetings have they had where they've tried to discuss the policy and the strategy, and there isn't one that has emerged here. And I think that's because there are two different sides. There are those who want to try to figure out some way to make diplomacy work. And then there are the others who are saying, look, a couple more weeks of strikes, they can take out the rest of their production capabilities. They can go after the remaining missiles, the launchers, potentially going after the nuclear sites. And then maybe they could actually say they have really degraded Iran's military capabilities, their conventional capabilities, to the point where it would be really difficult for them to rebuild a nuclear program. But at this point, it doesn't seem like there is any consensus within the higher levels of the Trump administration to provide him with some sort of a decision that he can then give to the military. That is why we saw these 13 days of consecutive strikes that were occurring that were all in one area, it never really expanded out. We didn't see any escalation. We didn't see them move into new locations. It was very tailored to the coastal area.
And Matt, as we look at some live pictures of this, funeral ceremony ending at the National Cathedral, we know that Senator Graham had a close relationship.
All right, screw this part. We've seen Graham's stuff already. All right, now let's get to Zelensky.
As diplomatic efforts appear to ramp up between the US and Iran, Tehran is now embroiled in another conflict. In a stunning development, Iran claims Ukraine attacked one of its vessels in the Caspian Sea over the weekend. Now, Ukraine's president says drones targeted several ships which were transporting military cargo from Iran to Russia. That's the story out of Ukraine. Iran says at least one person was killed and 3 injured and is now threatening Ukraine. This all comes as US military operations against Iran do appear to be on hold. But despite the US signaling new diplomatic efforts, Tehran insists Washington will not determine the timing of this war. Look, from Europe to the Gulf, we are following all sides of this evolving story for you. Today we've got Claire Sebastian in London. Leni Jokos is in Dubai. Let's start, if we can, Claire, with Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi warning that this incident in the Caspian Sea cannot go unanswered. What is going on there, and why would Kyiv risk getting mixed up in another conflict?
Yeah, Becky, I think it's a calculated risk for Ukraine here. I just want to be clear, we're not 100% sure at this point what exactly happened. We have different accounts from different sides. Ukraine says it hit cargo ships that were under international sanctions, as well as a sort of missile boat, a military ship. It's not saying which countries they were flagged under or owned by. It's saying they were involved in transporting military equipment between Iran and Russia. Those were the exact words of President Zelensky over the weekend. Iran, of course, on the other hand, is saying that one cargo ship, civilian cargo ship, was hit and one seafarer was killed and several injured, and the ship was on its way from Russia to Iran. So we have different accounts there, but why would Ukraine take the risk here, I think, is a really big question. Look, on the one hand, the position of Zelensky is that Iran has effectively already attacked Ukraine through its supply to Russia of Shahed drones and then the subsequent licenses, ballistic missiles also reportedly. And so that is his sort of official position, that this is a legitimate target. But I think the timing here is really interesting because, of course, Zelensky is now going into this big diplomatic week. He's in the UK today. He's heading, we think, to Washington tomorrow to meet with President Trump. And these strikes do allow him to sort of re-argue the prowess of Ukraine's deep strikes, to help with this flipping of the narrative around the sort of patron-client relationship that we used to have with Ukraine when it visited its Western allies, towards the sort of mutuality of these relationships. And of course, it helps bring Ukraine up the priority list, especially in the eyes of President Trump, if he sees that Ukraine is now potentially able to help weaken Iran through strikes like this, and also the danger of the burgeoning military relationship between Russia and Iran and how that could affect the course of the war with Iran. So I think all of that helps bolster those arguments for Zelensky going in to a critical diplomatic week, and of course, especially a critical meeting in the White House.
And what do we understand happened in the Caspian Sea, and how concerned should we be at this point about this conflict, that between the US and Iran, expanding into a new front?
It certainly has all the characteristics that could happen. The Caspian Sea, of course, has been used to connect Iran and Russia for a long time, trading across it. And what Iran is saying about this incident, they're saying that a ship that was coming from Astrakhan at the northern end of the Caspian Sea was traveling carrying steel to Iran. Anzali was the port, Bandar Anzali at the southern end of the Caspian Sea, about 600 miles away, about 1,000 kilometers. And that's what the Iranians say was struck, a vessel simply coming from Russia to them carrying raw steel, and one person was killed and 3 were injured. Now, President Zelensky in Ukraine his understanding of their strike, a Ukraine strike, is different. He says that this was an Iranian ship, or a ship, bringing Iranian weapons to Russia. And as we know, Russia has been using, over the last more than 4 years, Shahed and other types of drones that have been made in Iran and supplied to Russia. Russia's learnt from those drones, augmented them, supplemented them, but lent heavily at times on Iran's support for weapons to be used in Ukraine. So from President Zelensky's point of view, that was a legitimate target. And the Ukrainians, for about the past 8 or 9 months, have been targeting Russian facilities inside the Caspian Sea. They've hit an oil terminal there, as well as some other shipping. But the crunch point of what you're saying here is, does this escalate the war? And if you listen to what Iranian leaders are saying, we've heard from the spokesman at the foreign ministry in Tehran and other senior Iranian officials saying Ukraine should not expect to get away with this. They should expect there to be a response. And one senior parliamentarian in Iran said, the US and Israel have learnt that lesson. So Iran is very clearly signaling that it would choose a military response to Ukraine. And in that context, suddenly the war between the US and Iran and in the Gulf just balls westwards and has a whole other potential theater of military operation for the Iranians. They haven't done anything yet. They're speaking about it. In the past, when they've spoken about it, they do follow through.
Let's talk about the new Zelensky factor, if you will. Ukraine this weekend attacking this Iranian vessel in the Caspian Sea. This is a route for much of Iran's trade with Russia. Iran responding with warnings. The new one coming overnight from an Iranian regional governor is Ukraine, too, may soon come to understand that Iran does not let actions go unanswered. What does this do?
Kate, this is first of all, let's step way back. Iran has been supporting Russia in its war against Ukraine directly. They provide Shahed drones. They provide technology. Russia now has a factory producing these Iranian Shahed drones, which allows Iran to prosecute its war. This has been going on for years. And Zelensky, about 3 days ago, said that the Ukrainians struck a ship in the Caspian Sea carrying military material between Russia and Iran. Iran is now claiming that this is basically an act of war, and Iran is now threatening to attack Ukraine. So this is how these two storylines are coming together. But the cooperation between Russia and Iran has been going on for some time. But this will be a topic in the Oval Office when Zelensky meets with President Trump. Totally different dynamic than that infamous meeting about 18 months ago. Now Ukraine arguably has the upper hand. There's a sanctions bill pending still in the Senate, and Zelensky's coming with some cards, and he's saying he's going to lay out for the president his information on what Russia is doing to actually support Iran in its conflict against us. So this is how these two strands come together. The cooperation between Russia, Iran, and China is a larger backdrop to everything we're talking about day by day here, Kate, and that'll be a very important meeting in the Oval Office this week.
Yeah. I mean, do you call me?
Okay, yeah, so that is actually pretty interesting information. So Zelensky is supposed to be planning to come with some assistance, some enlightenment to Trump, right? Who is obviously in a war against Iran with Israel, right? And of course, this is part of that, you have no cards thing. So now Ukraine has cards that it's bringing in terms of information, right? And
remember modern warfare. Remember drone warfare. This is what I was saying before, right?
Exactly.
That information is what he's coming with, right? What does modern warfare, drawn out, long modern warfare look like, right? And so that's going to be, and the world is watching. These are the two major conflicts in the current technology age, and how future wars will be fought. So that's vital information. But go ahead, V.
That's why we have the best podcast on the internet right now, bro. That's what, really, I'm serious. If people don't know, yo, thank you. I mean, you're 100% right, Michael. That is what is happening. That's obvious. That's gotta be what it is, because that's what Ukraine is selling to the EU. That's what Ukraine has developed themselves and actually been now selling to the US, right? So they have some more information now, obviously, to give about that. And yeah, they know because they've been fighting the Iranian drones effectively now, right? So yeah, so they would know about that, and I'm pretty sure they know a little more. There's a lot more going on that doesn't make the television, right? But in any case, let me know what you think. Go ahead, Eric. Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
We had a gentleman in the chat, Thomas Clayton Howell, who mentioned that Iran needs to get a nuclear weapon because that's a deterrent from anyone, messing with them anymore. We just noticed that in North Korea. They now have nuclear weapons. It's probably a failure under the Trump administration, but you haven't heard a whole lot of out of North Korea because no one's messing with them anymore.
Yeah.
So it's a thing where, even though they say that Iran wasn't actually trying to get a nuclear weapon, they're probably coming around to the realization now that they need to. When this whole mess started, and back in the day, I think it was that they only had about 200 kilograms of uranium, and it was only at 40%. So that was way far away from making a nuclear weapon. Then Obama got them to give all of that up down to 0 kilograms by basically giving them some of their own sanctioned money. He got them under control. But now we have them back up to about 500 kilograms of uranium at about 60%. And they're thinking if they can refine some more up to about 80, 90%, well, then they can maybe consider making a nuclear weapon.
Right. And you know what? I mean, at this point, do you blame them? Because, I mean, you've been attacked how many times? How many times have you been attacked since Trump has been in office? I mean, goddamn. There's almost no argument for them to not want one at this point. I mean, what are you supposed to tell them? It's not going to help. No problem. It's just going to mean they're going to attack more. No. And this is a failure, I think, in the American people's understanding of the technology behind what it takes to make a nuke. First of all, who said they don't have one already? They don't have to make one to have one. You see what I mean? And so, that's one obvious thing right there. And then number two, what makes you think that the technology hasn't been advanced? You see what I mean? I mean, it doesn't just sit still. So I just think we're at an inherent loss. It's one thing to been 20 years ago saying to Iran, you can't have a nuclear bomb, and we're willing to enforce it. We're willing to, but it's hard to maintain that. It's really hard to maintain that ability because people make advances in nuclear technology, man. They make advances in it, and it doesn't just stand still. It's not static. You know what I mean? So yeah, so it just
I mean, you have two countries who currently have nuclear weapons, in America and Israel, and they're attacking a country that does not have nuclear weapons. So and that's also by one of the countries, America, that's the only country in the world to actually use a nuclear weapon and hostile. And so it's all very revealing.
And China has been successful in aiding North Korea in getting a nuclear weapon. They've been very successful in aiding North Korea, making sure that they don't get toppled. They've been successful in a lot. And so, I'm pretty sure that that's got to be the goal for China. That has got to be the goal, because China doesn't want to have a war themselves. It's better if they just use the same strategy slowly, precisely, while everybody else is bombing each other, for China to have a more direct goal to reach. You know what I mean? So, yeah, I just think I think the Trump administration has pushed more people towards China, period, flat out. I think he's done that. That's been his effect across the board. Pushed Canada towards China, pushed the EU towards China, pushed South America towards China, pushed Asia towards China. I think it's going to have some effects. And I think Netanyahu's strategy has failed Israel. I just think it's been the biggest failure. They should have moved away from it. It wasn't sustainable. And it doesn't matter what you wish for Israel. It doesn't matter. It does. Most Americans had no problem with supporting Israel, right? I mean, for a very long time. But is the way that things are, that the government is operating, is that sustainable? It doesn't appear to be, So, but I'll leave that up to you. Put a 1 in the chat if you think that it's Netanyahu's approach to Iran and the region is sustainable. Put a 2 in the chat if you think it's not, and probably not wise. All right, there's one other aspect to this Zelensky dynamic. Now, they were saying that Zelensky thinks that they were transporting weapons to Russia, right? And they wanted to stop that, and people are going to feel different. Some people are going to take Zelensky's side. Some people are going to say, no, it wasn't that. It wasn't weapons, and in any case, they are in a war. Iran has been supporting Russia. That's known. That's a fact. They've been supporting them with the drones. So, to me, it seems like it's going down the same line of thinking. But there's another aspect to this. So let's hear what that's about real quick. Here we go. Let's go.
President Zelensky warning Russia wants another
I appreciate that, Eric. Also appreciate that info.
30,000 troops from North Korea to fight on the front line.
You're welcome, Mr. B.
Facing a hard reality at home, which is that the average lifespan of a Russian soldier from training to combat is only between 10 days to 3 weeks, according to Foreign Policy magazine and British intelligence. Will Ripley is out front.
At a cemetery for North Korea's fallen soldiers this weekend, Kim Jong-un, his wife, and daughter walked past the graves of Korean War dead. Now, Ukraine says Kim could send 30,000 more North Korean troops into another war.
I mean, it looks like it could be inching up to some kind of global conflict, inching its way there. They don't want to make it so obvious, or it's not that they want to make it look more obvious. It's just that, it just seems like it's headed in that direction. Why would North Korea send more troops? I mean, and expect that the reaction will be the same, and expect that it will be viewed as the same.
For Russian President Vladimir Putin, Kim sent more than 100 soldiers to march in Moscow's Victory Day parade in May. South Korea and Western militaries estimate more than 10,000 North Korean troops helped Russian forces recapture the Kursk region. And soon, Putin may be getting something even bigger from his partner in Pyongyang, says Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky, set to meet President Trump tomorrow in the Oval Office, a White House official says.
Obviously, this already happened.
Russia wants to bring in another 30,000 North Korean troops, Zelensky says, adding Ukraine's military has solid reports. Preparations are underway to receive them. He says they're headed to southwestern Russia, about 150 miles from Ukraine's border. Zelensky says Kim may also be sending several ballistic missile launchers. North Korean missiles are a lethal part of Putin's war machine. Ukraine says they're growing more accurate with every strike. Russia is helping North Korea learn how to wage war, improve its weapons, and gain real combat experience, Zelensky says. Kim built a new war memorial in Pyongyang with thousands of graves and space for many more. Ukraine's military estimates more than 6,000 North Koreans have already been injured or killed fighting for Russia, part of Putin and Kim's deepening anti-West, anti-U.S. alliance. A drastically different outcome than the vision of Kim's grandfather, North Korea's founder Kim Il-sung, who once hosted former U.S. President Jimmy Carter.
And I recall Kim Il-sung saying to me, we want to have good relations with the United States. That's all gone now.
Former CNN Beijing bureau chief Mike Chinoy made 17 reporting trips to North Korea. He says after Trump's diplomacy collapsed, Kim made a hard pivot to Russia and never looked back.
And I don't think he's interested anymore in having that kind of relationship because I don't think he trusts the United States.
Instead, Ukraine says Kim is betting big on Moscow, a bet that could soon mean another 30,000 North Korean troops fighting for Russia.
And tonight, despite thousands of North Korean troops fighting for Russia, only two
2 are known to have been captured alive, Aaron. Ukrainian officials say that's because North Korean soldiers are under orders to avoid capture at all costs. Kim Jong-un has even praised what state media called soldiers who self-blasted with grenades rather than surrender. Ukrainian forces say some North Korean soldiers have even shouted Kim's name before pulling the pin on those grenades, Aaron.
Wow.
Damn.
Will Ripley, thank you very much.
Joining me now is Evelyn Farkas.
Okay. So I'm going to pause that. Is this true? I mean, I'm not into conspiracy theories, but I'm just saying, really, I want to know the serious people. Are North Korean soldiers in Russia on the, fighting against Ukraine soldiers? Are they pulling the pins? Are they doing the kamikaze? Are they doing the suicide blasting? Because we just got finished talking about this before, but why would you send someone else to another country to suicide bomb? I could understand if you're invading somebody's country and the people you're invading are like, fuck it, this is the last option. But sending people away, now this is very interesting. This is another conversation. It's not the other one before. We were talking about people doing it to defend themselves and out of desperation and not wanting you there. Now we're talking about people traveling and doing the suicide. So put a 1 in the chat.
I think so.
If it's true.
Sure.
If North Koreans are pulling the grenade on themselves, put a 1 in the chat. If you think it's just disinformation, put a 2 in the chat. Go ahead, Michael. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, it's 1 for sure. This hasn't been the only report. They've been reporting it for a while now, and you have to consider that North Korea has a lot more to gain with its relationship with Russia.
Yes,
and it sees its people as expendable, right? They live in a really isolated environment. So when it comes to warfare, they're very expendable, right? And I think it goes to show that Russia is willing to escalate the war a whole lot faster to not have it drawn out, right? The last thing they want is this war to end as soon as possible, without having to use nukes. I do think nuclear option is the last one, but I think also, it goes to show, let's see, I want to see how Ukraine develops with their actions against Iran and Russia, right? Because that's a two-front war potentially. And I do think that at the end of the day, North Korea is going to do whatever Russia asks them to do, even if that means, utilizing their own soldiers as grenades. And I think, it probably isn't in the, maybe not in the conventional sense, but they do have what you would call suicide drones. So maybe it is in the form of a drone where they're just, hitting key points in Ukraine strategically to advance and hurt Ukraine as a whole. I definitely do think it's happening for sure.
Now,
yeah.
Now, I'm curious about this. Why would what is the logic? Why would a North Korean care what's happening in the Caspian Sea? Why would they care?
You're saying who?
North Korea? Yeah. Why would a North Korean soldier? What would they ration? What would the rationale? I mean, obviously they're giving orders, but they also must be thinking about it. Like, we're going over to to fight against Ukraine. So what are they being told? What is the reasoning behind it? Like
for the Caspian Sea?
Yeah, what's the reasoning? I'm just curious because look at Trump.
That's an interesting question, V. It would be interesting if someone can actually speak with a North Korean and find out what they're being told about the rationale behind this.
I'm curious because look, even Trump, even MAGA people are like, we don't need to be going over there fighting for Ukraine. No. So what's the North Koreans' rationale?
What, to fight for Russia?
Yeah.
Oh, everything.
Okay.
Oil, every natural resource. So North Korea doesn't have any natural resources. It's bare as hell, right? And when we look at the Caspian Sea, the Caspian Sea is rich in oil and gas reserves. So that's exactly why.
So it's
right?
it's
Like,
energy. It's energy. They need energy.
Yeah,
Yeah. It's
They
energy
need
related.
energy. North
Okay.
Korea is bare. It has nothing, like absolutely nothing. When we look from a natural resource standpoint, yet alone oil or gas, oh, forget about it.
So they
They're
can
beholden to whoever's gonna help them. But yeah, go ahead.
so they can be affected by what goes on there in the Caspian Sea or what goes on in the Straits of Hormuz. They could be really affected by that,
Yes.
right?
No, they
Okay.
are affected,
They
right?
are.
And they want to make
Right.
sure that they ensure the closest relationship with Russia to ensure that they get firsthand grabs at those reserves, like oil reserves and gas reserves, right?
Okay, right. So
But
this
are they
guarantees them.
also being, are they also being directed in an ideological way? Saying that they're part of this, Russian alliance. Do they think that they're also part Russian? You have to realize that Kim Jong-un, he is part Russian. His father actually married a Russian lady, and that's why he looks a little bit different because he's part Russian.
What?
Well, I think I think that goes to show like just the inherent tie of North Korea and Russia, and they did that strategically, right? That was meant to shore relationships with Russia, right, to ensure that they at least have an ally in the East, right, to defend themselves against the free world and NATO, right? So I think that when it comes to that, whatever propaganda they're pushing to their soldiers, obviously it's propaganda for whatever reason they're fighting, but those fighters aren't going to go against anything Kim Jong-un even says, right? They're not going to even question it, and that's a part of the propaganda, right?
It says
whatever they're telling them, we won't know. But yeah, go ahead.
Okay, it says he's not Russian. It says no. It says his grandmother. It says here. It says Kim Jong-un is not
his grandmother.
This is what it says. It says common confusion, Russian connection. It says Father Kim Jong-un II was born in the Soviet Union in 1941 in a village.
Yes.
And so while his grandfather Kim II Sung was living there in exile, leading a Soviet military brigade. Even though Kim Jong II was born in the Soviet soil, both of his parents were ethnic Koreans. Mother, Ko Young-hui, was an ethnic Korean born in Osaka, Japan, to Korean parents from Jeju Island who had moved to Japan. This is interesting, moved to Japan during the colonial period before relocating to North Korea.
They had a war with Japan.
Yeah, and then they said grandparents Kim Jong II Sung and Kim Young Suk both were ethnic Koreans. So no, it says they're ethnic, quote unquote, ethnic Koreans born outside.
I think actually one of the male parents was, and he has some weird different look there. I don't know. There's always been some controversy over that, but what people have to realize is that Japan had a big thing called the Japan-Russia War with Russia, and Russia actually lost. And since then, the Asian countries have been kind of divided, on their loyalties, which side they're on with Russia or not.
Yeah.
Well, with Korea in particular, right? they were colonized by Japan for World War II. So the whole comfort ladies. So they have bad blood between Korea and Japan. They were colonized essentially. Korea was colonized by Japan during World War II.
Yeah, that's interesting. We got to do a whole nother show on that. All right, let's hear some more. I appreciate that, Eric and Michael. Let's hear some more of this now. Let's see.
Former Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for Russia, Ukraine, and Eurasia, currently Executive Director at the McCain Institute. Evelyn, good to have you back.
Thank you, Jim. Likewise, it's great to be back.
So first, the experience of North Korean soldiers on the Ukrainian front lines has not been good, based on CNN and others reporting that the casualty rate has been enormously high, much as it has been for Russian forces there. Is this strategically significant for North Korea if they were to send 30,000 troops? Do you see that changing the dynamic on the front line?
Yeah, I mean, I just want to first add to what Mike Chinoy said, because I went to North Korea, including to Yongbyon, the nuclear facility, in 2008, when President George W. Bush was trying to make a deal with the North Koreans also to freeze their nuclear weapons program. So, unfortunately, we are way past that time. And North Korea really is clearly aligned now with Russia in a way that actually makes China somewhat uncomfortable. But the North Koreans, this providing 30,000 troops isn't going to change anything radically on the battlefield, between Ukraine and Russia. But what it does for North Korea, Jim, is it gets North Korea some deals. I mean, and we believe, we have reason to believe, based on reporting and sources in the U.S. intelligence community, that which were reported upon, that the North Koreans got some technology from Russia to improve their missile capabilities. So space, intellectual property pertaining to space, that they also are helping the North Koreans, that Russia is also helping the North Koreans with nuclear submarine technology. So these things are really valuable to Kim Jong-un. So I think he'll say, yeah, I'll keep sending the troops.
So this is already an expansion of Russia's ongoing invasion of Ukraine to have North Korea, a fellow nuclear power, involved. Now you have Ukraine striking Iranian ships, bringing drones to Russia. And of course, those Iranian Shahed drones have had enormous deadly impact on Ukraine. And you also have, of course, the Houthis now threatening shipping in the Red Sea. Just as you see a new front in the Iran war and a connection between the Iran war and the Ukraine war, does that give you fears of just a broader regional escalation?
No, Jim, only because they've been helping one another all along. It just hasn't been as public. You heard Zelensky saying that Russia provided, intelligence to the Iranians to target U.S. forces in the Middle East. The Iranians have been providing they provided the first Shahed drones to Russia, which then Russia improved upon and then sent back the technologically improved drones to Iran. So they've been collaborating all along. China, of course, sells to both sides in the Russia-Ukraine conflict. But I think we need to understand that these are adversaries.
China sells to both sides in the conflict. That's interesting. Let me just look that up real quick. 2 seconds here. Does China sell to both Ukraine and... Let me see here. I've never heard that before. I didn't even know that. So, yes. Now it says, let me pull this up. This is weird. This is something people need to peep because obviously, where your tax dollars go, you need to have an understanding of what's going on in the first place, right? So, yes, Chinese companies sell commercial and dual use products to both Russia and Ukraine, though the scale, depth, and nature of the trade heavily favor Russia. Okay. Beijing officially maintains a position of neutrality, claiming it does not export lethal weaponry direct to either combatant. This is funny as shit. I mean, in any case, look, it does not export lethal weaponry directly to either combatant and enforcing export restrictions on certain military grade equipment. However, it's almost like, yeah, in any case, however, on the ground, Chinese manufacturing plays a massive role on both sides. Okay, so here. Drones and dual-use technology. The defining feature of modern conflict in Ukraine is widespread reliance on commercial off-the-shelf technology, primarily drones, microchips, optical fibers, and communications gear. Commercial drones. All right. Commercial drones manufactured by Chinese giant DJI and other firms, yeah, that's right, are heavily deployed by both Ukraine and Russian forces for reconnaissance, artillery spotting, and strike missions. Okay. Components and fiber optics. Investigative reporting and trade data shows that Chinese companies supply key combatants such as optical fibers, electrical motors, microcontrollers, and thermal cameras to defense buyers in both Russia and Ukraine, the scale favoring Russia. While both nations purchase Chinese goods, the volume of trade flowing to Russia is vastly larger. Economic lifeline. For Moscow, following the heavy Western sanctions, both bilateral trade between China and Russia surged to record levels. Okay, China supplies Russia with roughly 80% to 90% of its imports dual-use items such as machine tools, semiconductors, and electronic circuitry vital to keep Russian defense industrial base running. Payment architecture. Many Chinese firms use specialized financial networks like Russia's VTB Bank to settle trades in yen, in rubles, allowing uninterrupted high volume trade with Moscow dodging Western banking sanctions. Okay. Supply constraints. While Ukraine companies and volunteers actively purchase Chinese commercial drones, electronics, and battery systems, export restrictions. China introduced stricter export controls on drones, dual-use technologies, specifically placing barriers that make direct shipments to Ukraine harder to arrange. Third-party procurement. Because direct exports from China to Ukraine are heavily monitored and politically sensitive for Beijing, Ukraine relies heavily on third-party European distributors, volunteer networks, and international front companies to buy Chinese-made drone companies. Okay, so I wasn't actually too aware. Actually, it makes sense, right? Because those small drones China does make, right? These reconnaissance drones, a lot of them, they produce a lot, but I wasn't really sure that they were that involved. But let's play some more now. See what's going on.
Just remember the information and intel that they can share with Russia by providing goods to both countries, right? Especially if it favors Russia, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. True, bro. I mean, this is well. What's interesting is it gives the viewer, the taxpayer, specifically in the U.S., some insight into what's really going on, bro. Right? I mean, what's happening here? And then you see the same thing going on in the Middle East. Some of the countries that are in combat with each other in the Middle East are on the same side in North Africa.
Yep.
What's up with this? Like, so what is the word for that? Okay, there's asymmetric warfare. Yeah, obviously asymmetric politics. But is there another word for that? What's another word that suits this?
Proxy wars.
Proxy wars. Proxy wars. What else though? What about the flip flopping on sides? What the fuck? Is it just greed?
I mean, well,
capitalism.
To be honest
colonialism.
With you, it's capitalism. It's global economics, right?
Yeah.
It's what incentivizes the world to not have wars, really, right? Like that's the biggest incentive. Your actual economy, your individual economy in a global economy, right? It's the reason why the war in Iran is affecting both countries economically, right? Ironically, having the more global trade we have, the more it incentivizes peace versus war. The more isolationism we have, the more incentivize war, right? Because we're not dependent on the nuances of other economies to prop up our own. So, right. It's all, it all rhymes. And I think even with something like the war in Iran, it's most likely the reason why things have escalated slower and slower, because of the fact that if a full-blown out war would happen, it would not only just affect America and Iran, it would affect the globe, right? In terms of the price of
somebody in the chat said, "Fuck the global economy." What country do you live in? Who said that? Let me see. TBI Tom. What country do you live in? I'm just curious.
That's the global economy. So when you're paying $150 a barrel and you're paying $7 a gallon or $8 a gallon at the pump, and you can barely afford gas, imagine what that does to all the other goods on a logistics level, right? Now to transport those goods even within the U.S. state, and to even get them here by shipping, guess what costs more to get it there? Oil. And guess who's gonna eat that money? Guess who's gonna eat the cost? It's not gonna be the government, and it's not gonna be the shipping companies or the logistic companies who are getting it to the individual stores that you're gonna have to buy it in. It's gonna be the consumer, right? So on top of the inflated prices, now you have to deal with personal inflation by transportation, by you moving, right? By you even just driving, right? So you might want to think about what a global economy looks like. You look at fertilizer.
He doesn't
right?
see him
what
part.
Do you use fertilizer for?
TBI Tom's not a part of the global economy, bro.
Apparently
he's
not.
broke.
What does he think we use
He's
fertilizer
broke.
for?
No, that's code word for I have no money. I'm poor. I live on the street.
Code word for I didn't get an education past the 8th grade. Right, and I lack critical thinking skills to put two and two together.
I'm not into business.
Exactly, right? Without fertilizer, right? Iran is the largest makers of fertilizer. What's going to happen to our vegetables and crops?
I have no private company. I don't work for myself.
Exactly. right?
I have no
Our
employees.
On top of gas prices being increased, and then the increase in fertilizer. How expensive do you think vegetables are going to be to cultivate and produce here in America?
Even the dude that cut your grass is worried about the global economy. Goddamn, what the fuck? Yeah. Anyway, you welcome. Come on, TBI time. Come on, man. You welcome. No problem, man. I see he threw up the
Jesus
LOL.
is the best landscaper I've ever had.
We just trying to put shit in context here, bro. Like, what the hell is going on, man? Anyway, fuck it. Let's have some fun. It's all in good humor, right? In any case.
All in good humor. All in good humor.
Yeah. I mean, he's testing the right ones. We listening to his ass. I just want to make sense out of it and shit. In any case, look, folks, apparently they keeping secrets about what was discussed. Somebody also mentioned that in the chat. We don't know everything, but we're guessing, right? Because goddamn, when you have a closed meeting, how are we supposed to know? But we can guess because we've been following the news. And we noticed some conversations that have been going on long parallel to this little conflict, right? And one of the parallel things that has been happening is the NDA, the National Defense Budget. And yes, HR 8800 is a thing. You know what I'm saying? It's a real thing. And Section 219 or 224 is actually real. And it's left, when we started talking about it, it was in committee. Then it went to Congress, and one day, and they just like passed that shit. Boom, passed. Now it's in the Senate where it's getting some opposition. And for those that don't know, 219, 224, that's the part where it's about Israel's being more integrated, Israel's military being more integrated into the U.S. budget, yearly budget. And what that means is that there's less oversight. What it means is that Israel doesn't have to ask on its own every year. That shit will just be passed and discussed in the U.S. budget. So there's less oversight, less communication for the American people. But that is definitely a thing. That's what AIPAC pays people for. They spend a lot of money. And yeah, Netanyahu was here, and he'd be a damn fool to not be discussing that shit. That's a lifeline for them. Why wouldn't he discuss that with the president? That's got to be a no-brainer. But on top of that, then there is this conflict, right? And also, I'm thinking, these are both heavily important things to Israel, right? So that's what I'm guessing. Now, this dynamic with Ukraine, that broadens the conflict, but does it really? Because when you look at how these countries have been engaging each other, I mean, China's selling Ukraine stuff. At the same time, they're giving Russia stuff, right? So, China is one of Iran's main benefactors. Russia is one of Iran's main benefactors. What difference does it really make if Ukraine bombs some Iranian shit, right? Does it really make a difference? Who's it going to make a difference to? Like, I don't think it makes a difference. I think what will matter is how much farther are they willing to go in this matter. Like, that's the key thing. Caspian Sea, that's the Ukraine. Odessa lets out into the Caspian Sea. What's the other part of Ukraine that's being contested that Russia took control over, but now people are running back out?
I was on mute. Kyiv.
Yeah, Kyiv. Oh no, not Kyiv. No, the island. It's like a peninsula part. Russia took it over, but now they're running out because they don't. Yeah, Ukraine's been bombing the hell out of them, so people have been leaving. There's no electricity and power. I think they tried to have a little mock election. What is it? Crimea. Crimea.
Yeah, Crimea. Crimea.
So to me, it seems like, I'm curious how much further is Ukraine going to take this escalation? Would they consider joining the conflict against Iran, for example, over this? Or are they going to see it like, hey, whatever? China's selling Ukraine, China's selling Russia weapons, they're selling us stuff. Hey, what do you think the limits are?
Well, no, I mean, remember that, the reason why Ukraine is saying that they bombed this particular ship is because it was weapons to Russia, quote unquote.
Yeah,
right?
That's what they're saying.
So they're going to utilize it. They're going to utilize it under.
They're going to do
them
it
still.
Yeah,
Well, yeah, they're going to utilize it under the guise of, hey, we're trying to protect our own war, right?
Yeah.
While still helping out the U.S. in their war. But none of this information has been verified, right? Like, it's just Ukraine making the first statement publicly. We don't even know if there was weapons on that boat, right?
No.
That could have been anything else. But
no one's sustained it yet. This hasn't been sustained either way. Right?
Yeah. But what does that mean for, I don't think Russia can really support Iran in this conflict at all, because they're already struggling with the Ukraine war. So I don't think I can really do much, maybe in the form of resources, anything like that. But I don't see them effectively. Like, they can't spare any troops. They're already at an all-time low, right? They're using North Korean troops. So I don't necessarily see
Ukraine
how
doesn't
they
need
can.
to jump in that. Yeah, they're not even really needed. It's right.
Well, no, I'm talking about Russia. Russia won't be able to fight two war fronts.
No.
And, when it comes to Ukraine is probably going to do the most it can to target anything coming from Iran, just to inadvertently help the U.S., right? To solidify their funding when it comes to the help that
Trump
they're getting.
Exactly.
To placate him.
To make it easy, to make it harder for Trump to run from them, to escape their reach. They playing that game well.
Exactly. But what I do think is that, what the world has to be cautious for is Russia escalating it. At the end of the day, Russia does have nukes, right? They do have a last resort weapon. And I think that's what, ultimately, I don't think Russia leaves this conflict without some drastic measures.
Right.
I do think they're trying to avoid it, right? Because they'll get global backlash and, sanctioning the whole nine. But
same thing
I
with
do
Trump.
think that,
well, Trump won't get sanctioning, but people will fucking turn their back on the U.S. if they bomb Iran.
Exactly.
With a nuke,
exactly. And at the end of the day, I do think that, even with this war in Iran, even without just the conflict alone, is, after midterms and everything, it's going to force the GOP to rebrand again. It's going to force the Republican Party to rebrand again. The same thing they did after Bush, right? So I do think that's the closest thing we have in terms of, like, contemporary history, is to just look at how, the George Bush era ended, right? And I think, Trump is going to end that. He's going to topple that when it comes to, in terms of approval or lack of approval and disapproval for this current conflict, right? And then also, seeing the anti-rhetoric when it comes to anti-Zionism. I'm sure they discussed that, what those sentiments look like, the growing sentiments of anti-Zionism and the implications if they do continue to ramp up any conflict with Iran, right? Especially if it needs boots on the ground. That's going to be one of the lowest points for the current Republican Party, be it as that they obviously hold House, Senate, and executive. And so I do think that, that's something that they discuss with Bibi, right? They discuss those things, right? What does this anti-Zionism movement look like in America, and how is it going to affect the midterm elections, how it's currently affecting the midterm elections, and how they strategically can move forward. What are they going to do to turn the tide, aside from sending talking heads to Fox News to bolster up the anti-Islamophobia rhetoric, right? Because if we think that Iran as an Islamic country, and Mamdani as a Muslim man, and the mayor of New York City, that the rhetoric for Islamophobia being ramped up is a coincidence? Do we think that that's a coincidence? Because it's not. Right? Strategically, that is what they want to do: associate Mamdani as a terrorist, terrorism with Iran, right?
But how long ago was it that Trump was really impressed with Mamdani? Like, he was.
Yeah, this was before the Iran war, right?
Yeah, this is. I mean, he loved Mamdani. I'm like, he didn't seem to have an issue. Where was the anti-Semitic redic thing there from Trump then? I mean, Trump actually, it's an oxymoron.
Yeah,
Trump he doesn't even know what he's fucking anti-Semitic himself now. But I mean.
He's more Islamophobic, right? Anti-Semitic.
That Sid Rosenberg guy needs to watch this interview again.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, right? Look, this is Mamdani and this is Trump. Trump invited Mamdani to the White House.
Shortly after his win, right? Because he loves winners, right? But now he's getting back into the conservative talking points of immigration, right? Of
They're trying to demonize the
anti-Islam, well,
guy.
Islamophobic,
But
right? Islamophobic.
yeah, bro. But
Go ahead.
they're trying to demonize him, and this was just how many months ago? Trump. It's
Well, yeah, that was 8 months ago, right?
it's hard.
But I think
Go
again,
ahead.
we can't disregard
No.
what the media does, right? We
Right.
just covered Fox News, right? Like
Yeah.
that was a fact, right? We covered Fox News for a reason, and the rhetoric around Mamdani, it may not be coming directly, and that's how disinformation or misinformation and rhetoric comes from, right? It
Yeah.
comes from the news points, right? The legacy medias, right?
Right.
There's a reason why they platformed they platform those individuals with anti-Mamdani sentiment,
Yeah.
right? Because it serves a purpose, right? It creates a level of hate. It creates a level of while also creating a level of approval or questionable approval when it comes to the war in Iran. They want to drum up rhetoric that allows for some sort of approval to place boots on the ground, right?
Facts.
And so until then, they'll continue to drum up Islamophobic rhetoric, right? Terrorist rhetoric associating Mamdani with terrorism, right? And they'll continue to platform it well into the midterms to disenfranchise DSA candidates, to point to, the Democratic Party. But what they can't argue is the policies and how disconnected he is from global politics, aside from him calling out Bibi Netanyahu, right?
True.
So we're expected to see on all right-wing channels, to expected the Islamophobia to be ramped up, because that's what they want. They want to buy the approval or swindle the approval of the boots on the ground to expedite this war, because they know it cannot be won via proxy, right? They know it cannot be won that way. And so will Bibi as well, right? He's probably discussing what does his options look like in terms of increasing, and the war efforts in Iran to end this war as soon as possible. Because the longer as long as it stays, the longer on an economic basis the globe faces backlash, America in particular faces backlash, and it increases anti-Zionist sentiment, right? And that's something that they don't want, right?
Yeah,
And that's
true.
along with that, remember, we have the NDAA Act, which has 219. If we think that that's the longer this war continues, that's going to allow for approval of that section within the bill, absolutely not. And as we fight this war, we need that money to continue to fight this war, to ramp up the efforts and the monetary effort to be able to produce the ammunitions we need to continue in this war.
Damn,
so it's
bro.
all tied together. But yeah, go ahead.
Bro, man, you on fire, Michael. You on fire, man. You on fire, bro.
Thank you,
know,
B.
you know your
Yeah,
shit,
go, Michael,
bro.
go.
You know your shit, man. Wow, man. I mean, it is not too often I get a breakdown like that. And yeah, bro, like straight up, you really
Well, and
summed
don't
that up.
forget that Trump knows that Mamdani's the mayor of New York City. He's from New York City, and he knows it's a pretty big deal.
Yeah,
so,
he knows that.
He's
look at
smart
him. He
enough
loves
to-
him.
I mean, look at Mamdani is threatening to arrest Netanyahu. So it looks like there might be a showdown.
It might be a showdown, and but one thing for sure is Trump was heavily impressed by Mamdani. For some reason, he likes the guy. The rest of them can say everything they want. What Trump actually likes the dude.
Because Trump's attracted to Riz, dude.
Yes, he is.
And
He's attracted to anyone who's winning.
Yeah. Oh wow, you're right. You're right. Yeah, that's right.
And remember, even when it comes to Mamdani speaking out against Netanyahu, do I think that he will arrest him? No, I don't. Right, but I do think what that does is that goes back to political strategy. It also regalvanizes the anti-Zionist sentiments. It allows and makes a statement for the public to go, oh, we're not accepting a war criminal in Netanyahu, while also galvanizing the anti-Zionist rhetoric, right? To increase the pressure.
It changes the status quo. The status quo has been changed. Yeah.
There we go. It combats the average rhetoric of, Israel great and we deserve to fight this war and we need to continue to fund Israel. It goes against that because, again, do I think logistically he can? No, he cannot. Because if he does, obviously the state has he can't overrule a federal authority. So he's just doing that. That's the politician in him, right? That has nothing to do with him
Exactly.
effectively being able to do it, but that's the politician in him, and that's him playing the game like everyone else, right? He didn't have to make that public statement, but he did it because on a political level, guess what it does? It gives Democrats and the DSA the advantage going forward into the midterms, right? It
I
lets
like
them
it.
know to
Yeah.
the base that, hey, we are anti-Zionist, right? We are against the war criminals and Bibi Netanyahu, right?
Right.
But go ahead, Vic.
And it also kind of splits MAGA in a sense because they
Yep.
have to think about that. Like they might want to hate
Yeah,
him.
they have to decide whether he's a war criminal or not,
Yeah.
and whether he should have to defend himself. And that's the bottom line. Is if he's a man, well, great, then go to court and defend yourself.
Yeah, and and then they're able to say, they might want to hate him because he's a Muslim, but they have to live with the fact that, well, this Muslim is not the one not saying you should spend all your money and keep giving your money to Israel. So it is kind of like this asymmetric politics. There's a lot to it, him making that statement, but listen, it's time. It is 5. Listen, Chip, it was good to have you up again, Chip. Good to hear your voice.
Oh my God, please. I've been doing double duty over here. You have no idea.
Yeah, almost
It was a
5
nice
hours, babe.
conversation, guys. Mike again. Mike, I wish I had a little one of you to just put in my pocket.
A mic.
Thank you.
Yeah, a little one. That's all right.
Hey, and
Yeah,
you know what?
brilliant breakdown, Michael.
Not to subvert you, but hey, thanks to all the mods in chat today for holding things down. Saw there were a couple of times that people got a little loose with what they were saying. So good
Yeah,
job,
we
guys.
always have about 5 fights in the chat.
It's such a nice community.
Yeah.
All right, bye.
Yeah, wonderful. Yeah, peace, Chip. Yeah, no doubt. Yeah, appreciate the mods, yo. I was watching also, and I saw there was some good debate in the chat. People didn't get blocked too fast. There wasn't too much of that, but actually, the mods were in effect. Also, you, Eric, I saw you down there, and others. So, yeah, it's great to have a safe community, but it's also good to see people debate different topics in a polite. You can be aggressive towards each other, but there's no need for us to rip each other apart, because that doesn't help the conversation. So I was watching the chat today, man. You guys are really cool. So I appreciate everybody coming out. It's been a good discussion today. As usual, Mike, you brought some serious insight and some real critical analysis, and that's, man, you're one of the reasons why I actually turn on every day, bro, because I like to hear what your opinion is on some of these topics. Chip is a wonderful addition. We need that kind of energy because we're broadening it slowly. In piece by piece, but I like where it's going. And Eric, man, you've been surprising me the last couple of days because Eric's just hopping up.
Thank you, Eric. Yeah. Hey.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Maybe it's all the topic.
Yeah, and
maybe
folks, discourse, disagreement is warranted. It's healthy. It's how we work out our differences.
Facts. And we did have some beautiful conversation here too. I think that's enlightening for people. None of us are goddamn bigots. None of us are bigots, yo. And people need that. That's what keeps us sane. We all have some different backgrounds, slightly different, varying backgrounds, and we have some differences, but the differences aren't in where our hearts are and where our character is. That's not where the difference is. So I think it's really good for the people to be able to witness that in a podcast. And so I'm really, really digging the direction it's going in. But having said all that, it's been 5 hours. So we got to be out. I've been having trouble shutting this shit down. Like typically normally it's been 3 hours. This last 3 weeks, it's gone up to 5 hours, damn near 6 hours. One of them, like, woo. Again, it's because people are watching. So, and we having good conversation. And also there's too much news. We can never cover it all. So having said that, we will be back at 0800 Central European Time, 0230 Eastern Standard Time, America. And to everybody, I say peace to you. Have a wonderful day. And release the goddamn Epstein files. Come on. Stop breaking the law. Follow the law. You know, let's get it going. It's ours. We own it. The taxpayers pay for it. We want this shit released. We deserve freedom. And until we have those Epstein files released, we can't know what the hell is going on with our country. So on that note, peace, everybody. We'll see you all at the top of the morning. All right? Peace. Yo, peace, Mike. Peace, Chip. Peace, Eric.
Thank you, peace, everyone. Thank
Good night, everyone.
Peace, y'all. See you later. I'll see you on the other side.
They want war. Crime babies looking for food. Starvation, the recipe. People subdued. When the people you trust got it in for you. Deceit is the word of the day and every clue. Don't let it go. It's from the days of old. Time is up, but some still do not know. Can I make up my mind? Is it worth the dime? Do I have to take a minute just to make it mine? Life's never fair, but don't listen to the TV. Go out and take a listen to the streets with the people in the slums and the homeless bums with degrees and degrees sitting under a tree. It's not easy in the world for the poor man, the one that brought you to reality. See, they don't want you to know about the black sheep. Leaving 7 roads to the 12 families all around the globe with an ancient code. Is it really asking a lot to say a death ode? Cause we sitting on the earth looking back at extinct, and I'm standing on some ground that's about to sink. I ain't scared for a minute, I ain't about to blink, but I documented for the world what I see and think. Feel we on the call and I feel we on the break. All Congress gonna do is waste paper and ink. Vote or die. You voted and you'll die. You can have it both ways, can't say it's a lie. You can march all you want, but they playing you wrong. They only understand war, it's the same old song. They want war, all they really want is a war. Diversionary tactic to make the big score. The diamonds in the morning, you know they want more, but they wanna keep you low, so they manifest the war. All they really want is a war. Diversionary tactic to make the big score. The diamonds in the morning, you know they want more, but they wanna keep you low, so they manifest the war. Like a lotus coming out of the mud with colors, I create envy in those with power but jealous. I unify the poor with my song, the hell with the others. Descended the way they treat indigenous brothers, cause I understand we link forever. They try to hate us even though that we keep it together. I'm not talking about controlling the air or the weather. I'm talking about maintaining the truth, the high endeavor. A rebel drops bombs in the midst of trouble. The free world counterattack and now there's double. But nature gets the shit in a way to settle. If you stop the machines for a minute you might hear, but they won't cause the TVs whisper in the ear. And capitalism has eyes that don't tear, and they cloud up and get crazy and won't stare. And like an ad, it's hard to get an ass to listen. Living like this is like living in prison. It's hard to keep hope when you're living in prison. The spiritual thoughts, so yes, the mental prison. The outside, yes, it's got to get through. Something's gotta die, so something here can live. Your life is nothing if you got nothing to give. Keeping the spiritual, yes, disguised as religion. Controlling your mind, the mental prison. They want war, all they really want is a war. Diversionary tactic to make the big score. The diamonds in the morning, you know they want more, but they wanna keep you low, so they manifest the war. All they really want is a war. Diversionary tactic to make the big score. The diamonds in the morning, you know they want more, but they wanna keep you low, so they manifest the war.
Hey guys, am I interrupting? Hello?
about the kids?
Don't forget the children.
Tell them about the children.
What about the children crying? No.
Yeah. Digging, scratching, working, struggling, hoping. Some is hustling, every man hustling. Stay alive, that's the game. It don't matter if another gets slain. Pain, recession, other cats want a war. We got the weapon, people want bombs, so they gon' get them. This is the rhythm, the politics ticking. It's sad how we living in this life. It's gonna be a time that we change. Shit is not finite, life is the same. Motherfuckers killing each other to make a claim. Stop that bullshit, you have no respect for each other. You know the truth you come from your mother, your sister, your brother. So love one another. If we make that change, the whole world will do the same. So listen.
Only this one love. Every day the children dying. What about the children crying? No.
What about the kids?
Don't forget the children.
Tell them about the children.
What about the children crying?
I wish someone would tell me when is the suffering gonna stop. I see time ticking, fuck your watch. There comes a time when man steps to the plate, but it won't matter if your mentality is fake. Where I'm from, we got a system, overcrowded prisons, 2 cents an hour, man. Listen, shit don't change if we keep exploiting each other. One day you find out you only did it to your brother. A homeless mother, a baby, no supper. She got a husband and father, they both love her, but they can't find work cause the people with the power, they got a strange way to govern. Their price tags say nothing. Life is funny, then again it's really not. People dying for what other people got. I asked God if he can come and change the shit. He said, hell no, it's you that's gotta change this.
Every day the children dying. What about the children crying? One.
Scratching, working, struggling, hoping. Some is hustling, every man hustling. Stay alive, that's the game. It don't matter if another gets slain. Pain, recession, other cats want a war. We got the weapon, people want bombs, so they gon' get them. This is the rhythm, the politics ticking. It's sad how we living in this life. It's gonna be a time that we change. Shit is not finite, life is the same. Motherfuckers killing each other to make a claim. Stop that bullshit, you have no respect for each other. You know the truth, you come from your mother, your sister, your brother. So love one another. If we make that change, the whole world will do the same. So listen.
Only this one love. Every day the children dying. What about the children crying?
What about the kids?
Don't forget the children.
Tell them about the children.
What about the children crying?
I wish someone would tell me when it's a suffering gon' stop. I see time ticking, fuck your watch. There comes a time when man steps to the plate, but it won't matter if your mentality is fake. Where I'm from, we got a system, overcrowded prisons, 2 cents an hour, man. Listen, shit don't change if we keep exploiting each other. One day you find out you only did it to your brother. A homeless mother, a baby, no supper. She got a husband and father, they both love her, but they can't find work cause the people with the power, they got a strange way to govern. Their price tags say nothing. Life is funny, then again it's really not. People dying for what other people got. I asked God if he can come and change the shit. He said, hell no, it's you that's gotta change this.
I traveled the globe just to gain perspective. The theory of relativity applied. Of course, it took a while to decide how I should proceed, but even my life is truly based upon need. So I move forward with more deliberate speed. Smash corny motherfuckers that stuck on greed. My seed is worth more than $1 million in future stock. The goal is to break the safe, the padlock. Mad cats can't stop it, need a rocket. Your style is boring and cold, mine is tropic. Battles you want, commit, you'll change the topic. My partner should get to put your beat in the pocket. So this nigga here can proceed to destroy your stereotypical pop rap gangsta ploy. Not hating on niggas from the ghetto, but I'm hating on copycat rappers from the meadow. They procreate bullshit without paying a price. That's like talking about CeeLo with no dice. I drink milk, but that's about it. I won't compare dairy MCs to dope shit. I want you full undivided in this here place. We came to entertain and to educate your bum ass niggas and your non-believers. You know we change your membrane every time you see us. The us can't stand the way we make away ease. The way we get love from the finest ladies. Oh my son, oh here comes another one. I'm about to take it to the place.